Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to a brand new gameplay series. I am the Ultra Farmer, and I've just gotten to town here in Elm Creek, and I decided I wanted to pull over to the side of the road and just kind of give you a rundown of what is going on, why we're in Elm Creek, and just kind of give you a little bit of a backstory for this gameplay series. Recently, my parents and I got a really rough phone call that my uncle has unfortunately passed away. And with much deliberation and kind of talk amongst the family, my aunt has decided that she's just not young enough anymore. She just doesn't have the help to run the farm by herself. And she's kind of asked if I would take over the farm for her. And so I scraped together as much cash as I could. I took a small loan from my parents. Well, small loan. It's a loan. Don't a loan from my parents to help me get going. My dad even gave me this horse trailer that I got behind me to help out around the farm that we're going to go take over. So it's just going to be us there. My aunt is going to go live with my parents. I'm going to hop back in the truck and we're going to head up to the farm. But I wanted to just kind of give you that little bit of a backstory so you can understand what we're getting into and some of the challenges that we're probably going to have ahead. So let's get in the truck here. Like I said, we just got into town and we're going to head up to the farm and I'll kind of explain some more stuff along the way. Okay, so we're just cruising along here now. It's been a while since I've been in Elm Creek, to be honest. It's been a very long time since I've been on Elm Creek, so I might get lost a little bit here, but we'll find our way to the farm. It's not too large of a place here. I haven't been here since I was much younger. But like I said, my uncle has unfortunately passed away, and after talking with my mom and dad quite a bit, they decided that it's probably the best move for me to start farming again, go back out to Elm Creek, take the farm over for my aunt, so that she doesn't have to sell it because we don't really want to sell this land. It's a beautiful farm from what I remember. My uncle had really built it into a beautiful farm, and but just in his later years, as his health started to deteriorate and he didn't have much help around the farm, things just slowly started to break and he didn't have the energy to fix it, and it was getting a lot for him to work the fields and stuff by himself and manage the animals. And so towards the end, him and my aunt did sell off most of their goats. That's what they raised. They sold most of the goats, and I know they have two horses left there. That's basically all that's left on the farm. From what my aunt said, there's just two horses that she was going to sell, but she said if you're gonna go and take care of them, you should keep the horses because they're good horses, and they're pretty valuable. So we got to go and take care of those horses. That'll be the first thing we kind of got to check in on, make sure they got food. She said they did have food. The neighbors had brought over a few hay bales and some oats to throw into the barn for them, so they should be good for a little bit. But again, we'll just have to check on them and make sure that they're all good to go. So we're going to be taking over my uncle's farm. Like I said, he did have some equipment for us. From what my aunt said, there are a couple tractors there, and there's kind of like sporadic, well, maybe not sporadic's the right word, but just kind of scattered pieces of equipment. He has some equipment that we can work hay fields with. She said there is a combine. It's an older Massey Ferguson combine, but there is one sitting there. Um, but the baler that he had in the years, it kind of had broke, and he sold it off for parts. The planter that he had, he stretched for as long as he could, but it eventually broke, and they just couldn't afford to get new stuff. And like I said, his health had deteriorated, so there's a kind of a few things we're gonna have to go buy. But we're just pulling up to the farm here. It's on the right. Good Lord, it's been a while since I've been here, but we're just pulling in here. Oh my. Trip down memory lane. Yep, this is it. This is where all of my farming experience started. Walt here is one of the neighbors who's gonna just kind of come and watch over things while my aunt left, so he's there just kind of hanging out. But this is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is my uncle's farm, and let's pull around here. Let's pull around here and maybe park this truck. Let's pull around. I know there's two things here. I know there was the old goat barn here off to the right, and if we pull along the back side of the big barn here, I know this is where they had the horses. Yeah, there are the horses right there. Let's just pull in and let's just park here, and well, let's shut this truck off real quick here. Let's jump out. Yeah, this is the old barn. Looks like he's got a plow and stuff in there. We'll go check that out in a second. I just want to take a look at the animals here and just see if they got some food in here. Oh, let's just go back in here and turn up our heads-up display so we can see. It looks like they got 13,000 liters out of 20,000 liters of food. Two animals in there. Yeah, they haven't been rode in a while. Their fitness is a little bit low. Let's go in and take a look at them. How you doing, buddy? This horse is named Pepper. Please tell me this one's named Salt. Please tell me. Come on, Auntie. This one's named Salt. Yeah, my aunt and uncle. They had a good sense of humor. That's hilarious. Okay, well, Salt and Pepper are here. They look like they're doing okay. All right, guys. Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. Well, Pepper's getting all fired up. We better get out of here before we get stepped on. Okay, well, the horses look like they're in pretty good shape. Not too bad. I mean, they need to be rode, and their fitness is a little bit low, but they got food. They got food. So, what fields do we own here? We own this field right here. Obviously, it doesn't look like there's anything growing on it. No soil data. This is something we're going to have to dig into. We're going to have to figure out our soil types and really get a sense of the pH levels and the nitrogen in these fields. This one's already telling me that it needs lime, so means the acidity in this field has gotten pretty bad. Let's go take a look over here. So yes, this is the horse barn here. It looks like my uncle had a couple silos back here. I think this is one is for fertilizer and one is for lime. And then yes, this is the old goat barn. And it looks as though it is completely empty. Yeah, my aunt did say that they sold off all the goats. They didn't own any land back in here. I think that at one point they farmed some of this land back in here with the neighbors. But again, in those later years, my uncle was just he was just hurting too much, and my aunt and uncle never had any kids. I didn't have any cousins on this side of the family, so I was kind of the only one that was able to come take over this farm. And so if you look up to my money, I have 150 grand. Now I was able to save and kind of sell a bunch of my stuff to save up 100 grand. And my dad and mom gave me a $50,000 loan. I have to pay it back to them. I will pay it back to them as soon as I can. But they wanted to kind of help me get going, and it was kind of part of helping my aunt as well. And I think when my uncle passed, he left some money to my mom and dad, which I think that's why they kind of gave it to me, just to kind of help out, because they knew it would be going back to the farm. And I'll obviously pay back my parents. Will slowly do that, but that was nice of them to help. And like I said, Dad gave me that old horse trailer that he had, and he said, "Take that. You'll have more use of it than he will." So yes, this is the old goat barn right here, and this kind of like little back creek area, or just kind of creek bed area. It's not like there's not much water flowing in here. Is kind of the property line right now. Looks like Uncle's got a set of windrowers sitting here. They look to be they're an older set, but they seem to be in pretty good shape, which is nice. Again, this is just kind of a little bridge cut through area to the neighbor's farm over there, or neighbor's land rather. Come around here, we got another field. Again, we got no soil data on this. We don't really know what we're working with, but it does look like there are some field stones on here that we are going to have to deal with. But that's okay. That's okay. We definitely, I've been farming with my dad for a lot of years, and that's another kind of the reason why I came up here, is because I definitely know how to do all this stuff. And yeah, like I said, this is just such a beautiful little farm. We didn't want it to leave the family, and it just seemed perfect for me to kind of come and take this over. So it looks like Uncle's got a set of cultivators sitting here. Again, they seem to be in pretty good shape. Pretty good shape. And then, like I said, Auntie said that there was a Massey Ferguson combine, which is obviously right there, and it looks like he's got a set of headers and trailer. Probably looks like what, 5-meter headers? 6-meter working with. Okay, so 6 meters. That's going to be perfect for us, and we got 1, 2, 3 fields here that we can work. Got a little trailer here with our silos. Inside this barn, looks like we got a 3650 John Deere. So we got a nice little small tractor, or smaller tractor, 116 horse. The farmhouse. What do we got back in here? Not much. All my uncle's tools and stuff are just kind of gone. We got a little work area down here for changing oil and tractors and just kind of working on the undercarriage and whatnot. And I know there's storage up here. There was storage. Me and my sister used to play up here and hide and mess around and get yelled at for being unsafe. You know how it is. You know how it is. You always got to break the rules at Auntie and Uncle's. So, all right, let's go into the big barn and see what else we got sitting over here. Looks like he's got a little slip tank out here. Now, Auntie said like stuff like this, like there was a lot of knowing my uncle, yeah, it's full of fuel. And he's gonna I knowing him, he would have a stockpile of everything in here, so looks like bags of fertilizer and seed, little fertilizer spreader, set of teders right there. Like I said, a plow, and it looks like a mower. Yeah, no baler. I didn't see a baler anywhere. I haven't seen a seeder or a planter. And it looks like he's got another, what do we got here? A 4755. Okay, so this is a little bit bigger of a tractor. 190, almost 200 horse. Geez, everything's in good. You know, my uncle did keep things in really good shape, but you can tell from the farm it's just really well kept. And yeah, I loved this place as a kid, so I'm glad that we're back here and that we can start taking care of things. And then, as we go over here, we got this field, which we kind of looked at before. Again, we got no data on this. We got to dig in and figure out the pH levels and stuff like that. Looks like the neighbor there. Maybe he's probably coming over to see what we're doing. But yeah, that's the neighbors there. So I know they owned a bunch of land right here, and they had farmed a bunch of this land at one time. I don't know if they're still doing that. I'm assuming they are, but if I can just go, I'll go up into this mode real quick here. So yeah, the neighbors, this is their main field there, and like I said, I know they would cut through in here and farm a bunch of this land with my uncle. And then the other neighbor up here kind of worked this, and I don't really remember who dealt with these fields. Might have been someone from over here. I can't really remember, to be completely honest, but that's it. That is our farm. Hello, ma'am. How you doing? She's like, don't talk to me. Okay. We're new guys here, so they we got to make friends first. But yes, this is it. This is my uncle's farm, and now it is, well, now it's our farm, and we've got a pile of work to do. We've got to figure out something to feed the horses, kind of first things first. That's the main thing that I want to do is get set up so that we can feed the horses. It's springtime here, so we've got a growing season coming in front of us, which means we got like a blank canvas, so to speak, and we've got fields here that we definitely need to work. We have some equipment, but we're gonna have to go shopping. We definitely need a planter. Oh, let's go over here real quick here. Oh, we got, yeah, front attach arms. Looks like Uncle had some weights sitting there for the tractors, pallet forks. Looks like a bale spike and front attachers. These would probably go on well, let's look here. I don't know if this 4755 had, it doesn't look like it had front attachment arms. Those must be for the 3650. Let's go take a look at that 3650 real quick and just make sure, in case we got to do we might have to take one of the tractors down to the shop to get, well, he wouldn't have those sitting there if they didn't fit on one of these tractors. Knowing my uncle. Yeah, look, the attachment arms are right there. Okay, so those are, yeah, just like we thought. Those are for the 3650. That's perfect. Nice little set of silos for us here, and I mean, we're not in too bad a shape. We got to plow. We could plow these fields just to get everything kind of fresh start, and yeah, we could do that. So let's first just kind of let's get into some of the details of this gameplay series, just so we can all be on the same page. I got a few rules that I've set for myself that I kind of like to set in. Some are the same for most of the series, but let's first go into the settings and just kind of see what we're playing with here. So our this gameplay series, we're going to be known as Oats and Goats. That's what I've come up with, because we got a goat barn, and we're gonna have to be growing some oats to feed those horses. And obviously we're going to have to be doing some grass and hay work for the goats. So Oats and Goats Elm Creek gameplay series. I had the traffic off, but I want the traffic on. Our economic difficulty is set to hard. We have our seasonal growth on, and for right now I just got 1 day per month. I might switch it to I probably won't. Usually the only reason I switch this is in case we run into some really bad weather in harvesting season or something like that, where I need a couple extra days in the month to get through some bad weather potentially if we're going to harvest, but I don't think it'll be too bad. So our fixed visuals are off. It's just going to be whatever month it's on. Our snow is on, and I've decided on this gameplay series we're playing with every setting on: crop destruction, periodic plowing, field stones, weeds, disaster destruction. I have turned to disabled. We're not actually going to deal with that this episode or this series. I decided to turn that off, but all these other settings we're going to be on. Dirt is normal. This is just kind of preference stuff I like to use with the tractors. I always have automatic engine start off. I like to turn the tractors on and off myself. Fuel usage I have set to high. And for all the AI workers, they're not allowed to buy anything. And this is just some of the stuff for the realistic livestock contracts and precision farming. So pretty standard stuff, but yeah, we're playing with all the settings on, so we're going to have to deal with everything. We know we're going to have to worry about crop destruction, making sure we're fertilizing at proper times of the year and we're not just running through the field. We're going to have to deal with the field stones, weeds, and kind of all of that stuff. Now, another few rules that I like to set for myself is we do have the potential to take a loan. I have talked to the bank, and since we're kind of taking over this farm, they have pre-approved us for $100,000 loan at the bank. Now, I don't really want to do that. One rule that I want to set is if we do have to take a loan, that means that we are obviously too broke to pay for any AI workers. So anytime we have a loan with the bank, well, I'm going to say with the bank because I'm still going to pay back mom and dad, but with the bank where we're losing interest each month, we cannot hire AI workers if we have a loan with the bank. So I don't really, I don't want to do that. I want to hire some help to give us a hand around here if we need it. But yeah, if we have to take a loan, we will not be able to use AI workers. Now, in the beginning, we're going to have to try and make some money around here. And the way that we can do that is through contracts. I'm going to allow us to do contracts. However, the rule that I set for just about every series that I do now is we can only do contracts if we have the equipment to do it. I even have a mod set up so that we can't borrow any pieces of equipment to do the contracts. We either have it at our farm and we can go do it, or we don't. And I think that's better in some ways because, you know, if you are going to go do something for the neighbor and they're going to pay for it, generally speaking, you have the equipment and, you know, that's why they're hiring you to come do it for them because maybe they don't or they have something broken. And usually it's you can go to the store and rent it for pennies on the dollar compared to what the contract is. So I just like it that, you know, we don't have anything that can harvest these red beets, right? We don't have nothing. But if we went through here, there's actually nothing that we could go do in these harvesting ones that I see so far. Potatoes, we couldn't do any of these. Fertilizing, we had a fertilizer spreader in there. We could go do that one. We've got a set of cultivators, so we could go get one of these contracts done. But yeah, that's just kind of a rule I set for myself. Now, another rule that I like to set that just kind of makes it a little more challenging is that I'm not allowed to lease any equipment from the store. I like it that we have to buy everything that we're going to use. Now, the only caveat I'm going to put to that, the only exception I'm going to put to that rule is with stones. Since we're playing with field stones on, I've decided that the only piece of equipment I'm going to allow myself to rent is going to be a stone picker. Potentially we'll get to the point where we can probably just buy one and have it kicking around, but in the beginning I'm going to allow myself just to rent that only piece of equipment just because stones don't really do anything to affect yield. We could leave it down, but that's going to be the only one that I allow myself to rent just because there's only like one in the game that you can use. They don't come through the stores very often on sale, like they're like barely ever. So that's the only one that I might allow us to rent, but everything else we have to buy it if we want it. We can get things on sale, obviously, but yeah, I'm not going to allow myself to lease any equipment. I think is going to be good, and that's basically it for right now. Rules wise, I don't have a specific monetary goal that I want us to hit before this, you know, series ends, or there's nothing really specific that I want us to do other than get this farm back and thriving. I want us to have a good, healthy, is it flock of goats or herd? Yeah, it'd be a herd of sheep, herd of goats. And I want us to raise good horses. We can fit 11 in this barn. Hopefully down the road we can expand and get some more horses in some different pastures and hopefully raise some really valuable horses. You know, one thing that my aunt did say is that these two horses were quite valuable. And even right now, Pepper's sitting here. He's almost worth $11,000. What's Salt worth? Is worth 11,500. And my goal, these are two male horses. So I'd like to get a mare in here and hopefully get them to be breeding some offspring. Because as you can see, the genetics of Salt here is actually pretty good. Very good overall, very good, or very high metabolism. Health is high, fertility and quality very high. And I think Pepper's the same. Yeah, very high, very good. And if we could get a mare in here, hopefully we could start having some good, young, healthy little colts. And kind of, breed horses a bit. And same with the goats. So we want to get some really healthy goats, and we want to start like a good genetic string of goats. We will do something with the goat milk as that progresses, but no major plans with that as we go forward. So that is it right now, ladies and gentlemen. That is kind of the entrance to our Oats and Goats gameplay series. I hope you stick with us on this series. I'm very excited to do it. I am very excited to be back here on Elm Creek. This is truly where everything started for me with farming, and I'm very excited to build this farm. So what we got to do now is we got to park this truck and trailer, and we got to head to the used tractor dealership or the used equipment dealership, and we got to wheel and deal on a planter. We got to figure out some sort of a planter, and we need to do something. We got to figure out what type of soil we're working with here, what kind of pH levels that we might need to alter, and we got to kind of get prepped because I would like to plant oats here in the springtime. I know that we can plant oats in April. We can actually plant oats right now as well. But so if we can go get kind of everything figured out with our soil, get a planter figured out for us, we'll be able to get some oats in the ground hopefully soon. Like I said, we got 150 grand, 50 of which we got to pay back to mom and dad. We could potentially get another 100 from the bank if we need, but I really don't want to get into that just yet. I would really like to just, first I want to be able to hire workers if we need to help us out around here doing some field work. But more, I just don't want to be in debt with anything. But if we have to, we will. The next thing that we want to do, I want to get a planter. Then I want to go to the animal dealership, and we got to try and see what they have for mares there. See if we can get some a mare in this pen, so that Salt and Pepper could potentially start reproducing with her, and if possible, we got to start getting some goats. So that's going to be the plan right now. I'm going to head up to the used equipment dealership or the equipment dealer just in general, and let's go see what they got for a planter. Okay, I'm just pulling into Clever Motors here into the dealership. It's back in here. Let's go spend a bunch of money. We're gonna have to spend a bunch of money to get going, but that's okay. Let's hop out here. Let's go in. Maybe if we spend enough money, they'll do something nice for us. So let's go right in and let's start at the top and let's see. What the first thing I want to kind of figure out is a seeder or a planter for us. So we have a trailer sitting there, so that's good to go. Eventually, I would like to get some sort of a little utility trailer to help us out around the farm, and so we can go back and forth from the store to pick up, if we might have to buy some horse food and stuff at some time. So potentially a utility trailer, which I would come down and I would kind of want to get something, not animal transport, maybe something like this, something simpler, kind of like that. And but that's just right now. I would also like to, if we can afford it, I would like to get something for taking samples of our field. We can get someone to come out and do it for us. I kind of wanted to get this for ourselves so that we can have it and we can just always be ready to test our fields. But I'm just going to wait and see. It might be cheaper just to get someone to come do it in the beginning. But eventually I would like to get that, and obviously this for the nitrogen on the fertilizer rates. Down the road we'll have to get something like this, but just for right now we might have to get by without it and just deal with some lower yield percentages until we make sure we're good with money. I just want to be super careful with our money right now. So we're probably gonna have to buy some older equipment, stuff that's not brand new and fancy, but that is okay. So let's first look at seeders. Now all of these are pretty good, but these, like if you look, like this is a 2021, 2018. What year is this one? Does it say? This is a 2019 to 2023, like 312 grand. We just do not got that kind of cheddar. So really, I think our best bet is to get this old Massey Ferguson seeder. It's 95 horse required, which is perfect because our little 3650 can pull it if need be. It's a 1990. It does 4.5 meters wide. It'll seed and fertilize at the same time. Decent. It's got a decent tank size. Nothing insane, but we don't have a bunch of insane fields. So I think this is what we're going to have to get here. Like I said, it's a 1990, a little bit older, but I think that's just what we're going to have to go with. Transport wheels. I don't know if those would be beneficial because sometimes this thing is a bit difficult to get around with. I'm going to leave them off for now. Well, we can get different brands here. Compactor wheels. That'll probably be nice to help us out. Maybe I will get the transport wheels on there just to help move this thing around a little bit. Actually, no. We're going to save as much money as we can. Let's just keep it standard for right now. But I'll keep the compactor wheels on there. And the rims, we'll leave that color. That's fine. So let's get that. That's 12 grand right there. Now, another thing that we're going to need that we got to plan for in the future is like Uncle had his fertilizer spreader in there. We may need to get a sprayer at some point, but these are super expensive. But we will have to deal with weeds. Weeds is going to be something that we have to deal with constantly. It just is what it is. Now, I would really like to get this set here because this is a hoeing unit and it'll deal with small and medium-sized weeds. In case you didn't know, most of these other ones will only deal with small weeds, even these bigger ones. But this is quite expensive for this hoeing unit, and it's a 12-meter wide one. It's a really good unit, relatively low horsepower to use it, 160. But there is one down here I can get for 12 grand, and it's 6 meters wide, 85 horse. Again, our little 3650 can pull it. I think this is going to be the option. You know, we paid 12 grand for this. We could pay 6 for this and just deal with the weeds when they're small. But this hoeing unit is super beneficial because you can deal with your weeds before they even pop out of the ground. And I'll show you that as we go. So I think we go with this one. We just keep it. We don't got to do anything. I don't know if, yeah, it's not worth trying to paint it or anything like that. So let's just get those right there. Okay, so we've got weeds dealt with. I would like to get a set of rollers, but usually rolling is only a 2.5% yield bonus, so I just want to go spend some money on some other stuff just before we get rollers. And one thing that we're going to have to get is a baler. Now, we kind of got two options. We can go with small square bales. We cannot afford to do large square bales. We could do some kind of bigger square bales with these older John Deere balers. But I don't know. I think what's going to be best, like these are 115, 116 horse. We could get one of these. Or we can get a round baler for 12 grand as well. I don't think it. This is a 1995. These will do 125 centimeter round bales, which isn't super big, but we don't really need anything that's super big because we just got a couple small. Yeah, I could get these John Deere ones as well. 115 horse. I like the other one better because, but we do have that bigger tractor. Let's look at these. Okay, we would have to pay a little bit to get the twine in there, but that's not too bad. Okay, yeah, let's get these. I guess it's one way or the other. Let's try this out. Worst case, we can sell this off and we could go get something different. But for right now, let's just get this guy. We'll just have to use the bigger tractor to pull this. Okay, not too bad. Those will do 180 centimeter bales, so that'll be good for us. That'll be fine. Now we've got 112,000. What I think we need to do now is just go back to the farm, grab a tractor, and we're gonna have to kind of head back and forth a little bit, getting this stuff pulled to the farm. I'm gonna think about rollers a little bit more. I know I can get rollers for about 12 grand, and that would leave us with about 100 grand. But I first want to phone the animal dealership and just kind of start talking about a potential mare to get in for that horse barn. The thing is we might have to pay good money for a decent mare. She could be 5 or 6 grand, which, you know, that'll end up paying for itself in the long run if we can get some good colts out of her. But we can always get rollers at a different time. Like I said, even if we got to skip through a season without them, I want to make some phone calls as well about getting soil samples done. We can buy that one unit for 17 grand, but if I can get someone to come out and test these soils a little bit cheaper, I will. So we just got to make some phone calls, you know, new to the area, kind of don't know anyone. I might stop in and talk to the neighbors and just see what they think about that. Actually, you know what? I am going to pull in and just go introduce myself and talk to the neighbors and see if they got any tips and tricks and stuff like that. So I'm going to go in and talk to these guys. Like I said, just say hello and then I'll also run down and get all that equipment and bring it back up to the farm, and then we can kind of start planning out, and we'll probably test that planter out. Okay, I just got the planter here kind of parked just off to the side, and I talked to the neighbors, and they said yes, it's way cheaper. They said there's a company around here that'll come out and test the soil for you. They said you just give them a call and they will do it, and so I'm not going to worry about buying that unit. I'm just going to go in and do it this way. We'll give these guys some information, and we can purchase this soil information. It's pretty cheap. It's 262 bucks, so yeah, that's way cheaper. Let's do that. Looks like we're dealing with a bunch of silty clay. Not ideal. What about up here? Let's purchase this soil information. Another 500 bucks. Okay. Again, another whole field of silty clay, which isn't great. And this looks like we're going to get some loamy sand. Another 525 bucks. So, okay. A little bit better loamy sand. Okay. Not the best, not the worst, but it's something to start with, and we can definitely go from there. So now what we need to do is I kind of want to go through and I want to take a look at some of these fields. There was a field that we needed to get some lime spread on, which is this one right here. Now, part of me just kind of wants to plow this field and just kind of start from scratch, sort of on all of these. However, I don't want to bring up a bunch of field stones. To be honest, I'm toying going back and forth if I worry about the field stones just right now, or maybe I just kind of let these ones be on this harvest until we for sure get a little bit of extra cash, you know, in the bank. Is kind of what I'm thinking. But so I want to get some lime spread on this field, and you know, the neighbors. The neighbors have some workers that help them out, and apparently, I didn't know this, but the neighbor that lives over in the trailers over here with this silo is actually pretty good with horses, knows quite a bit about horse farming, and they said in the future definitely talk to him and his wife, and they can help out with a whole bunch of things with horses. They're very, very experienced in it, apparently, which is great. These neighbors are super nice as well. And but yeah, I want to get going. I want to do some lime on this field and get some lime spread on it. So let's hook up this lime spreader onto the 3650 here. And I'm going to go over to my uncle's silos because I know there was a bunch of lime and kind of supplies and stuff like that left in these. He doesn't have one of these set up for seeds, so that's, you know, hopefully something we can do in the future. I don't know how heavy this is going to be. We may need to put a front weight on this tractor. Yeah, it's kind of heavy for it. I think maybe we'll just grab a weight, just because why not? They're sitting right here, and it'll just kind of help balance this 3650 out a little bit. But we got to get a bunch of lime set on this field and see if we can balance out some of the pH levels. So let's go on here. The map is going to zoom in for us. I think it should. Yep. And let's get a worker going. Let's get a worker going, setting on this. Increasing the pH to an optimal value for silty clay is 7. Okay, and yeah, what are we sitting at right now? Let's go over to our pH levels. Yeah, we're at about a 6.25. Looks like we got a 6.5 there, but they said they want us around a 7. We're looking to be around a 7. On this field, which would be ideal. So I'm just going to turn all that off right now, and let's get a worker going to get some lime spread on this, and let's just kind of keep track and see how it looks with the first application that we put on. There's going to be some stuff that we have to do potentially, as well as getting the we might have to plant some cover crops and stuff in between seasons through the winter, which I probably will do this very first winter, just to, I mean, we get subsidies from it, which isn't really going to be the main goal, but to really get some nitrogen put into the soil through the winter, I think is going to be a good plan for this year. So after we do oats and we harvest them in the fall, we'll most likely plant some oilseed radish through the winter, get it all pulled off in February, and that should put some good nitrogen into these fields. Off the top of my head, what I'm thinking of doing is, we'll do this small field in oats, one of these fields in oats, and I'm thinking this back field we'll do in grass so that we can cut and bale some hay for those horses and for the goats that we don't have yet. Now, speaking of all that, I talked to the animal dealer, and they said kind of the best way to do, we can, you know, I'm just going to wait here. We're going to go fill this, we're going to go fill this lime spreader up. But one of the best ways to look at the animals that they have is right from the direct trigger from the barn that we have there. Now, there's a transportation fee and all that stuff. Sometimes it's worth it depending on the animal, but we just can talk to them, kind of get what we want ordered there, and then go pick it up. So I'll probably do that a little bit, maybe once we get some of this field work done. So let's just go check our nitrogen levels. Okay, we've got way higher way higher pH rate now. We're getting a lot in the green, and maybe we got a little bit too much on there. Okay, our tank is empty. We gotta go fill this tank. Gotta go fill the tank. Lime is definitely, lime is, you go through lime like crazy, but it's not super expensive. I mean, not that we have a ton of cash right now, but this thing holds 60,000 liters, and I think it's about 15 grand to fill that tank right from empty, I think, is what my aunt said, but I can't remember exactly. What we might have to do here, just to make things a little bit easier, let's just get our GPS going, and we'll finish this off ourselves. Let's get set on this path, and then we'll get this line put down on this field. Not too bad. We might have to catch a little spot there, but that's not the end of the world. Okay, let's back up. We'll hit this little spot on the corner and catch this little spot. I'll set the GPS, why not? Okay. Okay, so we got some lime down on this field. Let's go take a look. Let's look at our economic analysis. Yeah, we're down money. Of course, we haven't harvested anything yet there. I'm just going to turn all this stuff back on and just see what we're kind of working with. So we got kind of a broad range here. Some spots looks like we got about 7.5, maybe 8 in this corner. A lot at 7, and some at 6 and 7.5. So we're in a good range. We're in a pretty good range there for that field. That's for sure. Let's spin around here. I think we should go through and just take a look and see. Well, let's fill this tank, and we'll set another worker to kind of go on that field as well, and just. I want to get lime down on everything and at least get the pH levels balanced out to make sure that we're good to go, and then we'll start seeding. So I think I'm going to keep doing this here. I'm just going to go through and get these fields limed out, good to go, and then we'll kind of look at seeding once we're done that. All right, I got all of our fields. Limed. We got the lime levels balanced out there. The nitrogen, sorry, not the nitrogen. The pH levels are balanced out, kind of the best we can for right now. I can kind of come in here. Let's just go to the pH levels. The loamy sand is like, it's all right. We're still a little bit low. We're in that 6 zone. This is probably our best field. It's most consistent around that 7 marker. A little bit high on this one, 7.5 in some spots to 7.25. We've got some darker spots here, but it'll all slowly start to balance out as we we practice good like tillage practices, and if we're consistent with like trying to even out these pH levels over the next few years. Now our nitrogen's extremely low, very low, which is definitely understandable because we don't have any fertilizer on here. Now when we plant, we will put a spread of fertilizer down. So but even as I come across this field, the pH level, it's okay there. It's good. In some spots, it's perfect. If we come to this field, it's probably just like okay. Oh, right here it says it's good. Perfect. Bad. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll balance it all out. It's gonna be a work in progress. But let's hop back in the tractor right now, and let's get some grass and oats planted. I'm gonna do kind of a couple things here. I'm going to get a worker planting. I've got some fertilizer put in. I hit some of the bags and stuff that we had kicking around there. But I think I'm going to do what we said, is I'm going to plant this field down here in grass, and then I'm going to do these other 2 in oats. And we'll just run that for right now, and we'll just see how it goes. We don't really have anything to go with other than that. So let's hop in there, and then let's go take a look at some of the potential horses that we could possibly get. Let's go in here and take a look. So obviously this is our barn. There are no animals to move yet. Okay. Why? Oh, maybe because this trailer's parked there? That could be what's doing it. It could be kind of messing with the trigger. Yeah, okay. I might have to move that trailer out of the way. That could be messing with it. Stand by. I'll get that moved and then we'll go do some looking. Okay, I'm not too sure why, but I think the trigger of that barn is just kind of a little bit jammed out. I probably got to get into the next month, to be honest, just to kind of unjam it. So what I'm going to do here, what I figure is we'll just kind of do some of this planting. I've got both those fields done. So if I come into here, we've got grass going on this one, and I got the oats planted on this one so far. And I'm just going to finish and do another round of oats. Actually, before I do it, I probably should spin over and get a little bit more fertilizer in this unit. And we can spin right on over to... Well, there should be some in the barn here that I'll be able to fill probably just like that. It'll fill it up. It'll activate those bags in there, and we can get some seed out of that. Or some fertilizer, rather. Okay, let's spin around. Try not to run into a tree. And let's go get this other field planted with oats. I don't know if we're going to change this in the future. We might do different stuff on different fields. But for right now, I think we'll just go with this. This little Massey Ferguson planter seeder works all right. It goes at a pretty decent speed. It's kind of different than the other ones though. Like, you don't turn it on or off, you just drop it down and that kind of activates it. So it's a little bit weird to get used to be honest. But I mean, it's not that big a deal. It works pretty good. But I think we had a pretty good, starting episode to Oats and Goats here. I can't wait for us to kind of get some goats, which is obviously going to be kind of next on our priority list. Once I wanted to get these fields kind of figured out and set and get the equipment and stuff that we were going to need, and then that way we can feed our animals. And now I know we could definitely feed them by going to buying stuff, buying the feed, but we don't have a ton of cash to spend. Like, we have 110 grand, but that can go away like, relatively quickly if we're careless with it and just off buying bags of food and stuff. And next thing you know, we'll get into a situation where we really need something and we don't got the cash for it. And I don't really want to take a loan from the bank. I definitely don't want to take a loan from the bank. We already got to pay back mom and dad as it is, so I think it'll be best just to hold on to some cash for at least a couple episodes here, at least till we get a few things set with goats. Goats aren't going to be super expensive, I don't think, but also getting some good healthy ones with good metabolism and good genetics is going to be important. So we might have to spend a little bit extra, and I don't know exactly how much it's going to cost for a good mare horse. Again, that could be around the $5,000-$6,000 mark, which is a lot to spend right now because we don't really got the cash, but in the long run, to have those good genetics it'll be worth it. So that's kind of my plan for everything. And I think what I'm going to probably do, as we're just kind of getting this field completed here, I think we'll probably just end our first episode here. This would be kind of a good spot to end it off. And I'm just going to go through and kind of keep getting these fields planted, or getting this field finished. And, next episode, we'll deal with getting a mare. We'll start looking at getting some goats. We'll take the trailer down to the animal dealer, or somehow or some way we'll get that barn filled with at least a couple goats. And as the summer progresses, hopefully in the next episode we can get into harvesting some of these fields, testing out that new baler, getting some food into these barns and stocked away for the animals. And, just kind of going through, making sure all the equipment works good and we're not missing anything. If we do run into any issues, we can always kind of go do some contracts with the equipment that we have. I'll be watching for that in the fall. And we'll also be looking to kind of plan to plant some cover crops on these fields to hopefully help with the nitrogen levels and, keep balancing the pH on these fields. So Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you stick with me on this series. I hope you're with me on it. I usually like to do about 30 episode series, so that's kind of what you can roughly expect in this series. I'll do a supercut every 10 episodes. So if you get behind or something, just know that I'll be doing those 10 episode compilations as soon as the 10th and 20th and 30th episodes are done. So, again, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you have a good afternoon, morning, evening, whenever it is you're watching this. I am the Ultra Farmer. If you haven't done so already, I would really appreciate it if you could hit that sub, hit that like button for me, turn on that notification bell so you can be notified when these episodes come out. Thank you guys again so much. I appreciate it like you wouldn't believe. And I'll see you guys on the next episode of Oats and Goats. So, if you are with us from last episode, from episode 1, good to have you back. Hopefully you're getting excited about this gameplay series. I definitely am. And what I want to do, just before we get through into the month of April, at the end of last episode, rather, we got our fields planted. We got some oats planted on this field, some grass on the far field over there, and some more oats on this back field. Now, the reason I got this set of weeding units, it's a hoeing unit actually, was for a couple of reasons. One, it's a good price, but two, these units will deal with not only small but medium-sized weeds, and the hoeing unit actually allows us to deal with the weeds before they even pop out of the ground. So if I let this grow through 1 month into April, there would be weeds popping out of it. Even if I come up to the field, I don't know if it tells me on here that there's weeds growing, but they definitely weeds will pop through, and we would have to deal with that. We would have to use it. But if we use this hoeing unit, we can go across this field right now, deal with the weeds before they even pop up, and it's just kind of a bonus. So that's why I get these units. And so what I'm going to do, you know what we'll do, because it won't really matter, and we can do it in the same one, but I'll go through and I'll go do this field. I'll do this field, and I won't do that field behind us, and then we'll go through into April, and I'll show you the difference just with the weeds popping up. So I'm just going to go through. I'm going to get the weeds cleared off this field. Again, although they haven't popped up just yet, they will. I promise you they will. Like death, the things to be certain of, they say, are death and taxes and weeds. For sure, and weeds. Like, there's no doubt in my mind. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to get the weeds cleared off this field. And then I'll bring you back once we're in April, and I'll show you how the weeds didn't pop through on this one, but they will on that other field. Okay, folks, we are back. So as you can see, this field to our right, even though like I tried to set the AI worker to get the weeds off here, and it would say to me like, no, this field's already been worked, and like it's not really, you're not supposed to do it, blah blah blah. And I just did it myself. But if we come over to this field, and as you can see, we come out here, we've got weeds growing. We've got medium weeds growing out here, and we need a hoeing unit to go across and take care of it. So I'm just going to let this AI worker, I'll set an AI worker to get the weeds cleared off this field. But yeah, just so you know, for maybe your own farms that you build and stuff like that, if you didn't know, you can deal with the weeds before they even pop out of the ground with a hoeing unit. I think obviously you could probably, I don't know if you can do it with spraying pesticide. Maybe let me know in the comment section below. I don't know if I've ever tried to spray, or sorry, not pesticide, but herbicide rather, right after it's planted, to see if that would help deal with the weeds. I'm not too sure, but let's hop out of the tractor here, and we'll let the AI worker go across and get the weeds dealt with on there. Let's jump into this tractor, and I'm just going to fire it up and get this trailer out of the way. I was kind of like messing with this trailer. Last episode, there was something that was kind of jamming out the trigger to allow us to get more horses. It wouldn't show this menu. It just kept going. Yeah, it wouldn't show this menu. But there's a couple things that I want to do here with salt and pepper. First things first is we gotta ride these horses to keep them healthy. So while our field's being worked, I think we take Salt, get come on out. I would jump off and close that gate, but I can't. She'll just jump back into the pen. And we got to go for a run. Maybe we'll run across the farmer's fields. Maybe we won't. Sorry. We don't want to bug the neighbors too much, but we got to do a lap here. I've kind of got a lap figured out. If we come down along this field here, maybe we could scope out some of the farmer's fields here. It's like I said, my uncle used to farm some of this land just back to her behind us on the right side there. He used to farm it before with the neighbors. I'm hoping we can eventually start to do that in the future as well. I don't know about over here, but You never know. Never really know. We more just got to get in, um, just kind of become more of a familiar face around Elm Creek. We're still the new kids on the block, and just kind of a one-man show. Although we do have some of the AA workers to give us a hand. And I haven't met this neighbor just yet, but apparently him and his wife are pretty good with horses. So I'm hoping in the future, if we can really, ramp up our horse stables and start breeding some really good horses, that maybe they'll come give us a hand, whether it's training or riding, keeping their fitness and stuff going. I'm hoping that that would work, but again, that's down the road stuff. That's plans for future ultra farmer to figure out. Right now, just trying not to fall off this horse and crack my head wide open. Cut through that field there. And yeah, usually when I get around here, actually, I'm just going to open the menu. I'm at 93% there. So usually if I do this lap, it'll get 100% of the riding. And we can just come back in. Maybe we'll just jump the fences here. There we go. Let's jump on in and hop off. Now, I bought myself a brush as well so that we can clean the horse. Yeah, this already brings up the value of salt. Salt's already worth 15 grand. Nice. Hey, how we doing? Don't step on my toes. Do I even have toes? All right, Pep. Let's put some pep in his step. Whoa, whoa. Got bucked off. Pepper, get over here. Okay. Yeah, put some pep in his step. Take him for a quick lap, as long as we don't run into the trailer. Doesn't really turn on a dime. Pepper's not really he's kind of a wide turning horse. Means Pepper's not a barrel racing horse. Pepper looks like he's a point and shoot, you know what I mean? That's the type of horse, Kentucky Derby style. Get him in the chutes and then we'll bet him on the trifecta. That's what Pepper is. He doesn't turn too good. That's okay. Point and shoot Pep. So yeah, this is something we're gonna have to be doing quite a bit. Until we can hire someone to help with the horses, but that's going to require kind of a more of an elaborate stable stuff in the future. So this is going to be part of our routine for the next bit of riding these horses, keeping their fitness up, and trying to increase their health. Now, I've said this a couple times now. I really got to get a mare in that pen that she's at her maturity level, so that we can start breeding some younger horses as well. And as much as I don't want to sell off Salt and Pepper, when they become a good value, we will be selling them off, and we'll have to get some other ones. Maybe we'll just keep naming them after baked goods. We'll name one Brown Sugar. We'll name one Flour, Cracked Egg, Eggshell. Yeah, we'll figure it all out. We'll figure it all out. I don't know. I don't know how many horses I can name after some sort of a baked good. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Apple pie and stuff. Yeah, we'll get it. The goats. I also really want to get some goats, and it's kind of the same game where I want to get them at really good, just genetic value, so that we can start breeding some good goats, and that's kind of going to be the name of the game. Landed right in that tree. All right, Pep. Let's brush you off, and there we go. Not too bad, buddy. You're looking pretty sharp. Pretty sharp out there. All the other horses were looking. They're like, "Who's that one?" Yep. Now they know. 100%. Okay, let's clean this, or let's shut this before anyone decides to go for a walk on their own. Okay, the horses are good to go for a little bit. Let's check back in. Perfect. The weeds are all done. Love to see that. Now, we shouldn't have weeds on the grass field. Don't usually have weeds on the grass field. But let's check in here. We're going to have to probably put some more fertilizer down and get some more nitrogen. Well, this nitrogen says it's perfect. The pH is bad, though. Well, in some spots. Okay, our nitrogen is saying it's good. I'm not gonna mess with this field anymore from a nitrogen standpoint. I'm getting good. Our pH value over here it's just that silty clay. It's so trash, really, like, if I'm being honest. Okay, what about this nitrogen level? I'm gonna go back into our precision farming map here and see if we can soil samples taken. Let's nitrogen. So maybe our grass field? Like this looks good. This is yellow. I mean, it's not gonna, for right now, it's gonna be good. I don't think adding any more, because it's telling me that it's perfect right now. I don't want to mess with it if I'm getting a notification that says it's perfect, even if it kind of seems a little weird in the map. But let's go check our grass field because this one still shows that it's pretty red. pH, nitrogen, good. Well, I think we're just gonna have to roll with it. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna roll with it for now. Expected yield 77%, yield potential 80. Let me go back in and just take a look. Like this is telling me, well, I'm just gonna roll with it for right now because the notifications that we're getting on the field itself are fine. So I think we just go with it. The other thing that I don't understand too much is our seed rate. It's saying it's really high on this. Is that just what we had to put down? Yeah, it must be. I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing. All I know is our score is up to 66 and it was at like 50 some. So nitrogen 15, pH value, weed control. I think we just roll with it for now. We're getting good readings on this field, and I don't want to mess with anything. Like you start changing too many variables, and then you just start chasing your tail. So I'm gonna fold up this weeding unit. I'm not gonna bother about putting any more nitrogen down. One thing that we're definitely going to be able to do in the winter, as I said last time, is we're going to plant some sort of a cover crop. Oh, am I going to sneak through here? Barely. Nice. Yeah, we'll end up planting oilseed radish on the oat fields after we harvest them in the fall or late summer, and we'll let that grow and sit through into February, and then we'll get it cleared off. Now, what I kind of want to buy in the future for that is a mulcher to see if we can mulch off that. I mean, we can use cultivators as well, but I know mulching will help us as well. So if we get a good set of mulching units in the sales, maybe we will. Let's just go down real quick here and take a look. Well, these ones are 21 grand. I mean, what we could do is just do some contracts and stuff throughout the winter and into the fall season, and we'll go pay for a set of these with contracts is what I think our plan's going to be. Speaking of, let's go take a look at contracts. We've got some cultivating ones. Now we got this cultivating one that's right here, right at the farm, and I think we're going to go do that because it's just an extra 2 grand. Why not? This one's a little bit further up north. This one's real close. I think we accept both of these and we work on them. Just because we've got our other John Deere tractors sitting there, the cultivators are sitting there doing nothing. We need to just be, well, we got to pay back mom and dad for sure. So let's accept both those contracts. You know what? We can probably just leave this trailer sitting right there. Actually, let's go park it in a better spot. Let's go park it. I want to have like a consistent spot for this trailer, and I think it's going to be right where we had it. I thought it was in a bad spot before, and it was messing with the triggers, but I think that it was just the game was just being weird for a second, and that's all right. I think this is where I'm basically going to want to be parking this trailer, except I want to do a better job than what I just did. And I don't want to drive on the field too much. So let's get this backed in, and then we're going to go hook onto those set of cultivators. And we'll go see how good they are. Now, once we get hooked onto the set of cultivators and I set a worker to go do those fields, then we'll go back and we'll go into the store and we'll go start looking at some horses and goats. And we'll see what we can get for a female horse and see, we might have to go hop in the truck, hook onto that horse trailer and run down to the animal dealer and grab her, which is fine. I don't think I can get horses and goats at the same time. I don't know if they coexist too nicely in the in the trailer together, but that's all right. We can just go back and forth while these fields are being worked. I mean, this field is not super small, and it looks like it's plowed, so it's weird that it needs to be cultivated, but I'm not running this farm over here, so we'll just roll with it. All right, let's jump back over to the truck. More than likely, we're going to have to run down to to get some horses. So maybe let's just pull this truck over and hook it to our trailer so we can be ready to go. So we can be ready to go. Salt and pepper just chilling in there. Alright, let's back up. Okay, we're hooked on. Let's shut this truck off so we're not burning too much fuel. And let's see what we can get. So, it doesn't really matter what I'm looking for. Like, so this horse, Sporty Emma, metabolism's high, health's high, quality's high. It's all really good, except the age is 189 months. So, like, she's just a little too old. Even though it's a super high value, the horse will like it's gonna pass away soon. Like it just is what it is. So I don't want ones around that 189 months. I'd rather run in the 20-month range or a young one with really good numbers. So 12 months, but everything's average. Not really what I'm looking for. This is low. How's Lux looking? Lux isn't too bad. 13 months. Everything's pretty high. Not too bad. The only thing I don't understand, and if someone knows in the comment section, let me know. Am I missing something on here of whether it's a female or male? Like, does it say anywhere here? I can't see anything. Do I got to put it on the monitor mode? Age, origin, breeder, quality, weight, fertility, high. I just don't know if I'm obviously missing something. So very bad. We don't want that. Low, very bad. Friendly Duke, how we looking? Thor, got to live up to that name a little better. Wings, Franco, James, Earl, Espresso. We do like espressos. 22 months old. Okay, so this is kind of what I'm looking for. This is what I'm thinking. You know, it's $5,000 for that horse though. So. But if we go down to Twilight, 23 months, not too bad. Craig, beautiful bud. Whoa, not good. Not good. Oh, Stallion. Okay, so that's probably will do it. Never mind. Never mind. I got it figured out now. So these are good contenders. These are good contenders. But it's $8,000. Let's go see Inca. $5,000. What do we got down here? $300? No. This isn't too bad. Keisha, $2,800. Ursula, and then we got Stallion, $2,800 for, or $2,900 for Simba. $3,000. Trooper, Dunn, Brooks and Dunn, $2,000. Okay, here we go. Here's a good one. Beautiful Taylor, 3 months old, so not at maturity yet, but that's fine. Pretty good quality, and for $1,300. So I think we get this one. Yeah, I think we'll get that one. Probably not Rocky, but if we go back up to, was it Keisha? $2,400. Bessie's not doing too good. Yeah, I think that's what we'll probably have to do. I'd like to get espresso, but it's so expensive. Yep, this is where it's going to be tricky. $1,700. I mean, we could gamble on Wings here a little bit. Do we want to gamble on Wings? I think we gamble on Wings. Yeah, I think we'll do it. 6 months. I think we could get that up to at least a decent value. And we could go from there. Okay, I'm gonna call the animal dealer, and I'll get these horses. I'll get them ordered up, and I'll run down to the dealer, grab them. I'll come back and put them in the pen, and then what we'll do is we'll go up to the animal dealer together, and we'll look for some goats. Okay, I'm just back here. I just backed the trailer in. I don't really know why, but something's not working when I go to the animal dealer. It's not working at all. As soon as I go and I try and go up there to get any animals, I've done this a couple times though, and it really jams everything out, and then it makes it so that I can't get animals anywhere. It kind of like froze my game, so I had to reboot, and Now those horses that we wanted, it's like as I reload it up, it's reset the the options in here, and the ones that we wanted aren't available anymore. Blah blah blah. Long story short, so we got to pick some different ones, and I think I don't like now. There's not so many good ones that were kind of younger at a decent price. What I think I'm gonna do is just get one female. This one's 6 months. I think I'm just gonna get these two. Cost us 8 grand. I'll get them. They'll just immediately go into the barn. They should. Yeah. So, but now we got two in there. I'm just gonna kind of do that for now, and I don't know. We just have to pay the transportation fee. It's unfortunate, but whatever. It is what it is. Let's just go over here because if we want to get goats, we're gonna have to kind of do the same thing. I gotta make sure I don't buy sheep accidentally. Knowing me, I will. So we don't really have too many options in here. Both not very good options at all. Except this one's really high. It's a month old. This one's average and good. I think we'll just do this. Now, since the... Let me look at this. This one we'll definitely get. Buy selected. We got one. Where's he at? There he is. How you doing, little guy? You're going to be a champion around here. I believe in you. Yeah. The barn is yours for now. Okay, so these ones are both really bad. Now, since I can't go up to the animal dealer, what I am able to do is I can reset this and I can turn this up a little bit. So let's do that. And since we can't, yeah, usually you can go up to the animal dealer and there's way more options, but we don't have that luxury right now. Okay, so this goat's 12 months old. Pretty good stats. 10 months old. 3 months old. So that's a young one. So we could get this one and this one. Those look good so far. Not what we're looking for. Not too bad. 2 months old. This one's 6 months old. We could get that one. I mean, this one's really young and it's pretty good. Let's just get those. There. I think that'll be good for now. We'll just keep coming back and checking as it resets. I don't want to get these. Like, that's really bad quality, really bad health. We don't want anything with that. And we got a few goats. We got, this one will be Sensei. And then we got some little senpais in here. Just giving her. I don't know what this one's doing. Which number is this guy? Farm ID 150032. All right. He's fired up. Look at him. That's a race goat right there. Look at him. Unbelievable. Yeah. Well, there we go. We've got oats planted and we officially have goats. So we basically did... Whoa, that one's bucking around. Look at this one. That's a rodeo goat right there. Yeah, look at him. That's a bucking goat. All right, you keep doing you, little man. All right, let's go check on our cultivating unit out here. Not too bad. 75% done this field. That'll be some extra cash. Let's go take a look at the contracts and see if any other new ones popped up. No, just this one that's way up there. Or harvesting ones. We do have a combine, so we can always do that. So potatoes we can't do, spinach, carrots, parsnips. Yeah, I mean, we're in the spring. We're not even middle of summer, so there's not really going to be too many like wheat or barley or anything fields like that are going. Hoeing contracts. We got hoeing contracts on these fields as well that we could do. Which fields is that? Oh, 21. Sorry. So a hoeing contract on 21, plowing on 53. We do have a set of plows. That's kind of far away from the farm. That's, yeah, not really worth going to do for 1,300 bucks. Stone picking, weeding. The thing with weeding contracts is our hoeing unit actually won't... I don't think it'll actually pull the weeds, to be honest, on these contracts. If it's on your field, it will, but the weeding and the hoeing contracts are very specific. You can use a hoe for weeds on your farm, but I don't think you can on contracts. I don't think. I don't want to accept it and then have to decline it. Yeah, this one's kind of far away. I don't know if I feel like going up to 68. That's like up here somewhere. Maybe. We'll see. we'll see. I could always kind of do that one off camera or something just to make a little extra cash. We spent 8 grand on horses and then like 1,600 bucks. We're down like 10 grand on animals, so we got to make that up with contracts to kind of get back to square. But that's fine. Having these cultivators will help over the years of just kind of going and getting these contracts done here and there. They're 6 meters wide, which isn't obviously the widest, but I mean, you get what you get when we're starting out, right? We can't start out with 700 horse tractors and 18-meter wide cultivators. It's just not what we can do. Okay, so I'm gonna take this truck since we can't really do anything with that trailer. I'm just gonna go park our truck back over kind of by the house. Our fields are looking good. Like I said, we're not going to mess with them with any of the nitrogen for right now. I'll just try and add a good amount of nitrogen with our cover crops in the fall. Kind of got to find a better spot for those planters, but I don't really know where just yet. Let's fire this unit up. Now, what we're going to need, not really yet, but I'm excited to test out that mower, that winged mower, just to see how that works. Hopefully it goes good. Almost wish I had another set of cultivators and we could hook onto the little 3650, but we don't really got that many that we could pair on that tractor. The cultivators that I would like to get at some point, like I want us to be able to get a little bit bigger of a tractor. These tractors are 58,000, not actually though, because if we want to get the bigger horsepower, they're around 80 grand. And I kind of like this one too because it's got a front PTO. Those other ones don't have a front PTO. I got some mods in here that could kind of help us as well, but nothing too crazy. What size do these go up to? 190. That just is 190. I think 195. These will go up to... Oh, that one goes up to 305. I thought that one only went up to 210. It must be this one that only goes up to 210. Yeah, okay. But yeah, ideally if we could get snagged one of these tractors, or there's a red one right there, around 90K for the bigger engines, that'll give us 225 horse. And the cultivators that I would want us to get are these Prolander 7500s. Because they're 7.5 meters wide, and they only require 190 horse. So it's a pretty good set of cultivators for pretty good working with. Yeah. These ones are cool as well because they fertilize at the same time, but you need like 300 horse. So maybe in the future. Maybe in the future. I will just rent one of these if we need. This is the only implement that I'm allowing us to rent. The rest we have to buy. I want to get rollers. But I'm just still being a little bit careful with money until we get this first year done. Okay, that contract is complete, even though it doesn't let us finish the field. Now we're going to jump on this one. I'm going to set a worker. We're still good on fuel. Even with the fuel usage set to high, that really didn't burn that much fuel. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Okay, I'm just going to let this tractor get through these contracts, and that's probably all we're going to end up doing for this month. So I'm going to let these workers keep going, get these contracts done, and then I'll bring you back in May, and we'll be checking on, we got to be riding the horses. I might even bring you back in June when we're ready to start cutting and baling hay. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. I'll just get through the next couple months. I'll ride the horses and stuff to keep their fitness up, and I'll see. I don't know the max value at which we're going to be able to get salt and pepper to, but we got to be watching and kind of planning when we're going to sell old salt and pepper. But their value's getting pretty good. Like when I was brushing pepper, it was at like 16, 17,000 we're going to be getting to over these next couple months, which is pretty crazy. So we just got to keep their health up. Hopefully they'll reproduce in the next few months since everybody's at their maturity levels. And yeah, we can keep the good times rolling. So yeah, I'll bring you back in, June-ish, and we'll start cutting and baling hay. All right, we are back here. It is June. Our fields are coming along nicely. I kind of waited to accept these contracts just so you could see us collect that one and collect that one. And I don't even know if there's any other ones we could go do. Owing. Plowing, if we want some supply ones. Harvesting, potatoes, spinach, carrots. Nope, nothing that we want to do. What we want to do is get hooked onto this mower, and start cutting and baling some grass. So if I can back into the barn here, it's a big if. Hooked on to this mower. Just looks like a fancy, really fancy sickle bar mower or something. Like, let's get it unfolded and take a look at it. Not too bad, not too shabby, as they say. Let's go over to our grass field. So I don't really know how many bales we're going to get off this. I can't remember how many liters are in a 180 centimeter bale. Maybe like 6,000. I don't know. We might get like 3 or 4 bales off this field. Maybe 4 or 5. Let's open the menu here. I'm just looking to see if there's any other, if it has like a swathing mode. Not that I thought that it did, but you never know. Might as well check it out. Alright, let's get set up. One thing I don't remember doing is, I wonder if I've got it. Okay, it's telling me it's a 3-meter offset and it's auto. It seems like it already knows. Is that what I got to do? I got to be on that line? That's what it looks like. Let's just try it. What's the worst that's going to happen here, hey? Nothing ventured, nothing gained on this. Kind of can't tell where our grass field ends and just the other grass is, so I don't think it really matters. This thing goes quick, though. I like that. That is really quick. Drop that down. Oh, yeah. Okay. Not too bad. Not too bad. This thing goes fast. Like, really, it seems like it goes faster. Maybe I'm just not used to it, but... I think I gotta get into... Yeah, that one right there. Got a time when I drop my wing down, so it's just perfect. I've never used one of these side ones before, so this is a little bit different, but I like it. It goes like 15 miles an hour. That's some fast mowing right there. This will be pretty good for us. This will be pretty good for us because we won't really need like crazy amounts of hay. Like once we get the animals set a little bit, they'll be pretty good to go. They're not really going to eat too much hay, like especially the horses. The horses will be just fine. Speaking of the horses, somehow we lost Salt. I don't know. Salt's just gone. Said it was removed from the barn due to an accident or something like that. I'm not too sure what happened. But I also think what we're going to have to do is look in and see if I can hire some sort of a manager to kind of ride and take care of the horses. So I'm going to make some calls and stuff around to... I'm going to call that one neighbor out there that is able to manage horses and just see what we can do to get them in to give us a hand. Because I'm not sure why we lost Salt. Salt is gone, though. And I don't want that to happen again. Plus, it's going to be better if we can have someone that's kind of hired on to ride the horses and do all that stuff. So... I don't really know how it'll all work out right now, but I will try and get some sort of a helper in the future to come give us a hand with the horses. That's my plan. But other than that, everything's good. The goats are doing just fine. They're not really like producing milk or anything. There's not really much to report with the goats, to be honest, just because there's not enough of them for it to like really be anything to write home about, if that makes sense. But the goats are doing good. I'm still just going to kind of wait to buy any more of anything, to be honest, till we get probably through at least 1 year of just getting through like a cycle on the farm. Just kind of seeing how everything goes for 1 year, like how much oats we're going to get. I have no idea what we're going to get for a yield of oats. I have no idea how many bales of hay we're going to get off this field, and then how many cuts we'll get per year. Right, like it's June right now, so we should be able to get another cut in not July, not August, maybe September. And then that's probably it for this year. Next year we'll be able to get a cut a bit earlier in the spring, probably like March-ish. We'll be able to get a cut / April. We should be able to get about 3 cuts a year when everything's, like when grass is regrowing good in the springtime. That being said, though, I don't know if we're going to have to, like, not that it'll really affect, like, the growth cycles or anything, but I don't know if we're going to have to plow this field or kind of mess around anymore to get the pH levels better, get the nitrogen up, or any of that stuff. I'm not 100% sure when it comes to a grass field what we'll have to do. Is this going to lift up for us? There we go. Jeez, I don't know why that's not... Oh, that's probably why. Okay, there we go. I don't know why the mower wasn't lifting up there for a second, but I had it set on the tractor, so that's why. This thing works pretty good, though. Yeah, I still can't believe how fast it rips across the ground. Sheesh. Good lord. Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. I'm excited to just to use all our equipment and try it all out. It'll be pretty good. Pretty good. And like I said, this thing works pretty not too bad. This tractor's a little underpowered. I mean, we do have that other one that we could use, but I wanted to see how the 3650 did everything with this mower. The other implements will run it pretty good, like the windrowers and stuff. That'll be fine. Those don't really require much horsepower at all. 60, 70 horse really to run those. Maybe even less with the tedders. They don't really, quote-unquote, do anything, so that's good. All right, let's get this last little bit right there. All right, there we go. Okay, not too bad. The first grass field is cut. Well, the first field in general has been harvested, so that is what I would say is a success. We did it. Now let's go park this thing back in here. It's kind of tight quarters in here, but luckily this is a small tractor, so... Drop that right there. See if we can get... Oh, run into that post. No big deal. Alright, we're in business. We are in business. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a worker just to get this field tedded up for us. And we'll get her nice and windrowed. So let's get a worker going on this. I'm going to jump over to this tractor and fire up and just go grab the windrowers. I'm not sure if I'll use this tractor to windrow or what, but it doesn't really matter. They are way on the other side there. Let's go for the long one. So yeah, I'll get everything kind of tedded and windrowed for us, and then I'll bring you guys back and we'll test out that new baler together. I've never used that baler before, so we'll test it out, see how it works, see if there's anything crazy with it. I mean, there shouldn't be, but you never know. You never know with us. So yeah, I'll bring you back kind of when we start baling. All right, I'm just coming back over with the windrowers. Like, these windrowers worked pretty good. Not too bad, but that field's like a little bit annoying to work them around. It's kind of tight quarters and stuff over there. So when we can get a different field, it would be better to do different field and grass where we got a little bit more room. It's just you try and, like, the AI workers get all jammed out trying to, like, turn this thing around, but they work pretty good. They actually work really good. But yeah, so out of 10, 6.5, maybe 7. Yeah, about 6.5, 7, depends what mood I'm in, you know what I mean? All right, let's go get hooked onto the baler and let's test this baler out. This is more what I'm the most excited for, just because I never used this one before. Don't know if it works good, don't know if we're going to be upset and want to sell it immediately, but we can't, because then we can't really afford to buy anything else because we're poor, you know what I mean? But I'm going to be hopeful, right? I'm going to be hopeful because it looks like it's going to work good. We're going to unfold it. Yeah, that's a good sign right there. Okay, so let's open our menu and let's drop it down. Yeah, I just want to go on the smallest bale size and just see how that goes. So let's close this. And let's go to town. Let's bale this field. I'm also excited to kind of see what kind of state the field's in after, like with the nitrogen and all that stuff. Yeah, I see down here, like, I was like kind of running into the fence a little bit, which made things a bit awkward to deal with. Well, let's back this baler up. Yeah, see, I was running into the fence, just kind of like that. You might have to get that little spot later on. You see what I mean? Like, it's like a little bit weird, tight quarters down here. It's kind of hard to mess with. It almost would be better if this was just like oats down here. But even then, I don't know what it'll be like with the combine. But we'll get it figured out. We'll get everything figured out. It's the first grow at at Uncle's new farm. I don't really know. I don't remember exactly how everything went. So we'll get it sorted. All in all, not too bad. Okay, at least we got like at least one bale popping out of there. Oh. Who planted these trees there? And now we're on that field. Oh god. This is about to be a disaster. We can't run on that field. Oh god. Okay. Baling has turned out to be a bit of a nightmare. Okay, well, stand by. I'll get everything sorted here, and I'll bring you back when we're not in a complete nightmare. Oh. Yeah, I'll get this sorted. Okay, we're back. That was way harder to deal with than I originally thought. I had to like go get the other tractor and like run into it. Not a super success baling here, but the baler seems to work really good, which is a bonus, which is a super bonus. I'll come back and get all these spots, I think, after. The baler's probably just a little bit too big, but that's good. Just like kind of everything with tractors and stuff, it's always better to have a little bit too much horsepower than not enough. So even if this baler's just a little bit too big for us right now, that's okay, because we'll eventually grow into it and it'll be perfect. And then we'll outgrow it and we'll get a new one. So I think I think I would consider this a W for sure. It's a win. I thought we would get more bales off this field, but I also did not know how many liters were going to go into each 180 centimeter bale. I actually had no idea. So I'm going to kind of spin around here. Try and get this last little bit. There we go. Okay, we got one out of there. And then I'm hoping I can unload early these last, like, 1.5 that are in there. Because we obviously got another full one. And this is where the madness happened. Okay, let's pick this, the pickup arm up. We'll spin around. Shut this baler off. Actually, we might have to turn it back on to spit these out. But I'm going to try and do it over here. There we go, yeah. We actually have to turn them off to spit those bales out early. Okay. I'm going to fold this unit up. And I think I can spin right around. And we'll pull through the shop, or through the barn rather, on this other side. There are the goats. Our rodeo goats. Yeah, it's a little bit too big of a baler, but again, that's a good problem for us to have. And I'm going to pull this up quite a bit more, to be honest. So then it's a little bit easier to go in and out of that barn. But let's hook onto this, or let's get this tractor fired up. Spin around here. I'll drop that weight off, and we'll hook onto our front loaders here, and we'll get our bale spike going, and we'll get our bales. Now, I'm thinking what I'll do. Well, I'll definitely grab this one and put it in the horse barn right now. Actually, maybe I'll grab both of these. Or no, yeah, I guess it doesn't matter, yeah. It's the same difference. We'll grab this one. Drop it in here for the horses. And we'll go get this other one, and I'll drop it in the goat barn just to make sure we're good to go. There was a little bit of food in that goat barn, so this should last them quite a while, actually, to be honest. Oh, wait, before we do it, let's jump out. 6,000 liters. Okay, perfect. 6,000 liters for the 180 centimeter square bales. Yeah, I think down the road it'll be just more ideal. We just got to get a bigger grass field and keep all of these fields in here in oats and get us a bigger grass field. So, that being said, let's take this over to the goats. Go see how everyone's doing over here. Let's go see how everyone's doing. Boys, how we doing? It's our rodeo goat. How we doing? Nice. We gotta get you some more friends in here. Let's see who's around. We always gotta kind of come over here and just take a look. What do we got here? Extremely high. Look at this. 590 bucks. I think we get that one right there. That's a good goat. Not too bad. Goat ram. Not great. Not great. Just average. So that's fine. This is just what we're going to have to do every time we kind of pop over here is just come take a look, see who's around. We got 6 goats in here, so it's officially a party. Let's back this tractor up and go park this thing away. Try not to run over our oat field. And what I want to do now, pull this out of the way. A couple things that we're going to have to do. First, I want to go into the map and I want to check out and just see like what the map is looking like for that field that we just harvested. Did anything change to the composition of the soil or anything? Let's drop that off. There we go. I'm just gonna back this tractor. Actually, let's leave it right there. Let's go into our map. Let's check some contracts while we're in here. Okay, so look at this. Our environmental score is at 91 now on this field. So that's good. That's really good. That's way better. pH level. Okay. A lot of it's at 6. A lot of it's at 5.75. So I think that we just wait. The nitrogen's way low. Okay, so we probably got to fertilize this field. That's what I'm thinking, right? Let's come over here and check and just see. Nitrogen, okay. Nitrogen bad, nitrogen bad. Nitrogen, okay. I think we got to just fertilize this field. I think that's what we got to do. We're going to try it out. Let's get hooked onto this. And we won't put any lime down. We won't mess with anything with the lime. But let's go fertilize that field. We'll get hooked onto our fertilizer spreader. And we'll get a little bit of fertilizer down on that field. I'm just going to go with that. That should be good. Shouldn't need more than 1,000 liters to get this field done. But we'll see. We'll test this out because it seems like our nitrogen's low. We're obviously not going to be planting anything on this again. Let's set a worker to do that. And what I want to do is I want to come in and I want to check and see. Okay, so the field value of this is 56,000. How much is this one? Wait, is that what it is to buy? Hold up. Hold up. $56,000 to buy that field, okay. How much is this one? This one's only 50. How much is this one? 64. Okay. So that's what we got to do now. We got to work on some contracts and stuff and see if we can get one of these fields. That's loamy sand is what we're thinking. Loamy sand and some silty clay. Okay, so I'm thinking what I want to get is this one next. Between these two, well, we'll obviously try and get both of these, but if we can get this one for sure is going to be the next goal, and hopefully this could become our grass field, and we could just keep this in oats up there, because it'll probably be a little bit easier to deal with on the oat side of things with just the combine. Why isn't our worker going here? Okay, maybe we won't put any nitrogen down. I'm just gonna do a little bit and see what's up. Whew. pH bad. Oh God. pH value, nitrogen. Okay, maybe I'll wait to do that. Maybe I don't want to mess with anything too much. Maybe let it get a growth cycle in first before I start going through and messing everything up. I want to just see what it says in the top. One second here. Let's read this through. Using target for wheat on silty clay. Well, that's not really what we want, right? Change nitrogen reference value. Grass on silty clay. Jeez, gotta make that a little bit bigger to read. Can we change that? Am I getting old? Do I gotta change the, the font on my phone? Is that what's going on right now? I didn't think it would happen this soon. Additional settings, graphic, display. It's like I can barely read what that says. Long grain rice on silty clay. Grass on silty clay. That's what we're going to try. Nope, it's not going to work. That's alright. Let's just try a little bit more here and just see. Nothing even came out. Nitrogen, okay. I don't see it changing on the map at all, though. We're either doing a good job or we're messing everything up big time. Nitrogen, okay. Yeah. You know what? I think I'm just going to wait and we'll let a growth cycle go through because we can always fertilize it after. And I'll get that setting set perfect because we got to switch and figure out exactly what's going on. But, okay. I think what we're going to do there is we're going to end the episode kind of at that point. I'll get this sorted and, we'll deal with that after. And then next episode, what we'll be definitely doing is we're definitely going to be harvesting this wheat, or this oat field, which I'll be excited for. So we'll bust out the combine, and we'll see what we can do with this oat field. Also, what we're going to be keeping to watch for is different contracts. Maybe we will go do some of these different contracts, get one of these plowing contracts done. That's at 17. That's not too far from us, although that's not a small field, but we could go get that plowing done. This one's a bit further away. It's actually just south of that. This one's right here, and that field is just down there, number 53. But we got to save up for another field. So that's kind of the next thing. Get another field, get more animals, and try to figure out this precision farming to make sure that we're getting the exact nitrogen levels and pH levels for the ground that we have. So I'll get that all set and we'll hammer it next episode. So thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate it like always. I hope you have a good afternoon, morning, evening, whenever it is that you're watching this. We're still on the way to getting 1,000 subs. So if you are so inclined to help us out, I would really appreciate it if you could hit that sub button, notification bell, and like button, all that stuff, the normal stuff I ask every episode. If you have done all those things and you do all that stuff for us on these episodes, just know how much I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I love you guys all. All right, I'm Ultra Farmer. I am out, and I'll see you guys on the next episode. Okay, so before we get into harvesting our field, I'm just actually coming back to the farm. I finished off a cultivating contract on field 21, which is right. Oh, here's the contracts. I did one on field 21, and we had to do, which we would let me go just back in here. We also did a plowing contract on field 23, so they were pretty close to the farm. I just kind of had the tractors off doing this, just kind of off camera, but it was good money. It was 10 grand for each contract. Well, we got to accept that cash once we get back up to the farm. So not too bad. An extra kind of 20 grand, and like I said, these fields were pretty close to the farm. It didn't really take that long, kind of in the scheme. Like 6 meter wide implements, it's okay. It's good enough. It's like, I don't know, 4 meter. I've done gameplay series before where we have to start with 4 meter implements, and it's slow. It's slow getting big cultivating fields done. If anyone watched the Hard Times Hog Farm, that we had a 4 meter cultivator in the beginning, and I did some big fields, and it was like it took a long time. Like we definitely needed the money. Whoa, sorry partner. Sorry partner, we're coming on through here. All right, let's get these cultivators. I kind of like parking these right here. And we're going to hook onto these headers as well. I think I'm just going to hook onto this header trailer with this tractor, actually. Let's set these down. Might be a little bit easier just to kind of deal with. I will pull these out. Actually, before we do that, let's jump in this combine here. Let's get this thing fired up. We'll get it fired up and at least running a little bit there so we can get some oil running on that bad boy. Knowing my uncle, that thing's probably been serviced right recently, but let's get her warmed up at least just a little bit. We'll pull these headers out, and I kind of want to leave this trailer in an easy spot to actually I'll just leave it right here, kind of in the middle of everything. Will work just fine, I reckon. And I will spin around. I don't honestly know if I'm gonna need this trailer. Well, no, yeah, I'm gonna need this trailer. I was gonna say I could just dump right into the silos from the combine, but I don't actually want to do that. I wanted to dump a bunch into the horse barn, so let's spin this around and just kind of get this also parked in somewhat of a spot that's a little bit out of the way. I'll just kind of back it in by the truck here. Or we'll back it right in the barn, because I can't back anything up. Perfect. Oh yeah, perfect. Nice and straight. Alright, let's jump in this unit. Let's get hooked onto the headers. We gotta unfold this. And let's go to town harvesting. I'm pretty excited. I don't really know what we'll get off these fields for a yield. I'm not really too concerned about it, if I'm being honest. Just because first couple fields, they're not really big fields, so it doesn't really matter. I don't think we're gonna do anything with straw. I don't think I want to do anything with the straw just yet. So I gotta make sure the straw swath is turned off, which it should be. I got too many settings on this. Let me just go disable straw swath. Okay, it was on. Jeez, there's too many settings in there. All right. Let's get this field harvested. Let's do this. I'm excited to do this. It's our first oat field of the Oats and Goats gameplay series. Again, I don't know what we're going to get for a yield, but I don't really care. It's just going to be awesome to get this field harvested. I think we just go old school with no GPS. Oh yeah, we'll go old school with no GPS on this unit. Let's see here. Yeah, we're probably not going to get too much of a yield. Oats, you don't really get that much of a yield from the fields, like in comparison to like canola. You kind of get a low amount. I think sorghum you get a really low amount. I can't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure sorghum you get a low amount. Whoa, missed a spot. We already missed a spot. Maybe we should have been using the GPS. No, we just got to miss a spot every now and then just to stay honest. We don't want to get too cocky. Let oat combine and go to our heads here. We got to stay humble. Humble in the combine. Now, I still want to get another field. I'm toying with buying more animals or getting another field. I would kind of like to get another field just because I don't think we're actually going to get much yield. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get much yield. Like, we got 1,000 liters and we're probably a third done harvesting this field. Probably even more now at this point. So I think getting another field would be beneficial. And then we could kind of do some more animals after that. Another thing, like, well, we can get more goats. We can get more goats. I guess when I say I don't really want to get more animals just yet, I don't really want to get too many more horses, just because it's a lot to manage and ride them right now. And I want to make sure their health is just at like optimal levels before just before we get too many and it gets like too much in there, if that makes sense. I just want to have a good system for making sure that they're fed, they're ridden, and there's like no issues. I want to keep all of their levels at a really high pace. Now, that being said, I kind of almost want to sell salt and pepper just because they're at such a really high value right now. I don't really know the max value that we'll be able to get these horses to, but I almost want to just kind of take some profits while I can, because we're like probably, I can't remember what my aunt said she paid for salt and pepper, but like essentially they're free to us. We didn't really, make any cash or have to spend any cash on them, and their values are getting up to like 19,000 at the one point. Now it kind of changes through the night, and then you got to ride them, and then you got to brush them and stuff. So it could be down a little bit now, but it could be worth to sell them and scrape together like another 20 or like another, yeah, 30 to 40-ish thousand bucks, which could be super helpful. We could just go kind of replace them. Well, I mean, salt and pepper are irreplaceable, but we could get new horses that are probably around that like $2,000 to $3,000 mark, hopefully, that are in good health and such, and we could, just kind of keep, flipping the horses like that, if that makes sense. So I've kind of been toying with that idea. I think after we get the oats harvested, we'll go do our daily riding and all that stuff, and kind of go from there. Now, another thing that I would like to get is a mulcher. I would like to get a mulcher. There's so many things that we need to buy right now. Maybe that's what we'll do. Maybe we will. I want to get a mulcher to start mulching these fields after, even though we've got a direct drill. Even though we have a direct drill planter, we don't have to do like major cultivation on these oat fields, which would be kind of just good. I'd like to get a mulcher just to help with the yield bonuses, even though it is a small amount. It would be kind of, I think it could be a good thing. I don't know the full effects of mulching when it comes to precision farming, so I would like to, oh man, we probably could have got this in one hop. Let's go back. Let's go back. Yeah, I don't know the full effects of mulching when it comes to precision farming, but that's why I kind of want to get one and start testing it out and really just see if it can help with like just with our soil composition and getting our environmental status up. Like, I don't think it can hurt, and yeah, that's just kind of where I'm at. I waited to see. I don't think there's anything on sale in the stores that I can remember. So I think we should just go and get that one. It's 6 meters. Yeah, it's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking a lot of stuff, really, to be honest. Because we just got so much on our plate that really it's like kind of endless what we can go do. We could buy a new field. We could go get some more animals. We definitely will be just slowly pick away at buying more goats. Because the goats are like pretty cheap, they're $400 to $500, and if we can get some that are good and healthy, and the goats just give her like we don't have to ride them. Shouldn't be riding them. We shouldn't be riding, even though we got some that buck around like they're rodeo goats. We don't have to ride them. We don't have to really do kind of anything other than feed them, make sure they're good to go in that way. But so we can kind of pick away at buying some every now and then. Like, once we get done this, we'll kind of go around to each animal pen, check on the animals. We'll see if there's any. Look, you can see that goat in there bucking around now. They're always fired up in that barn. That's good. They're living their best life in there. They're living their best life. But we'll go look and we'll see if we can pick up a few more goats. If there's some good ones. I haven't been going back to the animal dealer to check and see if that's kind of unbugged. So I think we'll just pay for the delivery fees and stuff and just, it is what it is. We have to accept the money for those contracts and see if there's any other decent ones that are kind of available that I could do towards the end of this episode, or maybe just kind of pluck away with a few off camera like I did, just to kind of get save us some, save us some extra cash. And but I've got, I think once we do contracts, I was kind of thinking about making this deal, even just like with myself slash with us, is we're gonna get about 20 grand from those contracts. I think I gotta send mom and dad 5 grand because we owe them 50, and I want to be making payments towards them and kind of trying to get that all sorted. It's either I do that and we just keep track of how much I send them every now and then, or we just kind of. I almost wish there was like a setting where you could make like a savings account and we could just save up the 50K and pay it back all at once. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. We'll figure that out. But when we're doing contracts like that, I don't want to just be. We got to make the effort to pay them back for sure. So it's that's got to be on the priority list just as much as like getting it. We don't need to get into another field. We don't need to go buy more animals, but we should be trying to pay them back. Now that we're kind of, we've got our stuff situated. I'm hoping we don't have to take a loan from the bank. I'm really hoping, which I don't think we will, and just less unless like some sort of good opportunity on a piece of equipment comes up, or we decide to just kind of to to stretch it a bit, grab another field, even though we know that we're going to be able to sell some horses or something in the relative future. And yeah, we just decide to kind of take a loan just before that happens. But okay, we're getting to the end of this field. Looks like we'll probably be getting around that maybe 5,700 liter mark ish off these two fields. So not too bad. I didn't really know what to expect, to be honest, off these two fields. Um, kind of off the start, missed a little spot on the last bit. Good God. Okay, there we go. 5,675 liters. Okay, let's pick this header up. Let's turn this thing off, but let's open this unit. I'm going to spin right around here and see if I can drop these headers off just right. I think I'm off just a little bit, so we're just going to straighten out just a touch. There we go. There we go. And let's just let that sit right there. And I want us to go dump some of these oats right into the horse barn. Not bad. Our first harvest, pretty not too bad, I would say. Now, let's just go do something real quick. Let's accept these contracts. I'll collect that one, and we'll collect that one. Okay. Now, what I think I'm going to do, I'm making a note here. Making a note so I don't forget. I'm going to send mom and dad a little bit of cash. I just made a note so well, hopefully I don't forget. But let's go in and let's send them 5 grand. There. Okay, so now we owe them 45,000. Like I said, I got that wrote down so I don't forget in the future, because knowing me will get going and I won't remember. But 45,000. You guys keep track of that in the comment section below. So if I ask you in the future, you guys got to be helping me out here. You got to be helping me out so I don't lose track here. I can't send them too much money either, though. You know what I mean? My dad will go buy something crazy. All right, we shouldn't be able to dump all of this in here, I don't think, because I think there was some hay and stuff in there. Maybe I'm wrong. 128 liters. Okay. Well, we got a big set of silos, so I'll just go dump those in there right now. And then let's go take a look. So we got 122,000 bucks. Let's go make a plan for a few things. First of all, let's go into our, not that, we got to go into precision farming. Let's go down and take a look at our environmental scores. Okay, so this field at 91, not too bad. 87, we're at 68, okay. Silty clay, this field value 96,000. Field value is 26,000. Why is this value worth so much? Maybe it's just this whole area. Maybe. Oh, is that? Yeah, because it's this whole farm. That's why. It's not actually just that field. Yeah. Okay. I was like, geez, why is that field worth so much cash? That's crazy. Our pH levels. How's our pH looking? Kind of not great in this field. Nitrogen's way down, which is expected because we just harvested. Okay. Okay. This field, the nitrogen's way down too. But I'm hoping once we do, I still want to plant cover crops in these for the fall. So let's take a look and see what a mulcher, how much a mulcher is. I can't remember. 21,000. Okay, I'm thinking we get this and we mulch these fields. That's what I'm thinking. And we'll get these and we'll probably mulch these fields. Let's just go back real quick before we do that. Is there any other contracts? There probably won't be any too much. There's this plowing contract we could go do. That's actually not that far from the farm. It's like kind of close, kind of not really that close. How much horsepower do we need to run those mulchers? I think it said 130. Yeah, okay. So we'll have to, let's go like that. Let's cut this off. Yeah, okay. Let's take this tractor down to the store. Maybe let's do a couple things here first. Let's jump in the combine. Let's park this away. Barely used any fuel, so I'm going to just say it's good till next go. Park this back in our barn. Kind of want to straighten out just a little bit. It's hard to get out of this. It's hard to get out of this unit when the stairs pop down and you're right jammed against the wall. Okay, there we go. Shut that unit down. Don't call me Unit 91, radio. Now that was a funny movie. That was a funny movie. Tell me how many of you watch Super Troopers. That's got to be one of the funniest movies for sure. I miss movies like that coming out. Those were good ones, you know. Super Troopers, that was just so funny the first time I watched that. Like, are there good comedies that come out anymore? Tell me in the comment section below, what's a comedy that you've watched in the last, even like say 5 years, where it was like you literally were laughing hard. Like I was like cry laughing when I watched Superbad for the first time. Like it was funny. I think to this day though, like the stuff that makes me laugh, I'll be honest, the show that makes me laugh the hardest, yeah, and I've like literally had to take a knee before from laughter, is South Park. South Park to me is like, oh my god, some of the jokes are so funny. It's so offside that I like literally, I've had to take a knee before laughing. Oh my god. Hilarious. But like movie wise, what's like one of the best movies you guys have seen in a really long time? Like comedy, funny wise, like where you were just like that was unreal. Like the first time you watched the movie Old School with like Will Ferrell, like that was a funny movie. Okay, let's go in. I'm going to talk to these talk to the salespeople here at Old Clever Motors and see if they can give us a clever deal on anything. Probably not. I'm gonna wheel and deal with them though. Like, we just spent a bunch of cash here the other day, you know? A bunch of bought of stuff here. Maybe they could throw us in a t-shirt or something, you know what I mean? Where's the Clever Motors hat? Right? Right? No, we got a pretty cool hat, but like something. Alright, I'll go talk to these guys. I'll see if I can get some sort of a deal. I'm gonna wheel and deal with them a little bit here. And we'll see if we can get these mulchers. All right, folks, there they are. There are a new set of mulchers. As you can see in the top right, well, it kind of went away, but they did not give us a deal. We got no deal on this, so my haggling skills aren't very good. But we didn't get a deal, but I was talking to the guy, and I told him that I might need a stone picker at some point to kind of get some stones cleared off our field. And what he did say is he said, since we spent so much cash and, he couldn't give us the deal on these mulchers, he said, if we need it one day just to do our fields quick, they'll let us rent it for free. I said, come get it. You got to clean it and stuff when you're all done with it. Bring it back. Don't wreck anything. But if can't give us a deal on those, but he said they got an old set that they'll let us use to get some stones off our field and let us borrow it for a few hours. So that's pretty good of them. It's pretty nice of them. It's basically a little bit of a deal on these mulchers, but still not a deal. I think we got to spend some big money in there to get like a t-shirt or a hat or something, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, let's haul these back to the farm. Let's haul these back to the farm and let's mulch those fields. And again, we'll end up planting the cover crop. Probably not this episode. Well, I guess we could. Nah, I think we'll just wait to plant those. I want to go. We got to ride the horses and get them cleaned off and go just take a look at them. I want to check the goats. Make sure everybody in there is happy, good to go. And we got to cut our grass field again and try and get some more hay off that. Just to have. We might as well be just cutting and stockpiling it. The horse barn is going to be full of food, so we can take up a couple of those bales and either go, we can store it in the barn if we want, or we should kind of look and see where I can get a good spot in that barn to store some bales. We might have to kind of get some sort of another area built, little bale storage facility built, but kind of one thing at a time here. Now, let's just check our mowers real quick. I can't remember what horsepower we require for our mowers. 100 horse. Okay, so that's not too bad. So we can use the little 3650 to cut this grass out here. Let's get these mulchers unfolded. And maybe what I'll do is I'll set a worker to start mulching these fields for us, and we'll just kind of get some stuff put away. We got to back these headers in over here and get them parked out of the way. We'll check the goats and everything. We're going to be right here, so we'll just got to do some chores around the farm, get everything set. Let's jump out of this tractor. Let's go see how everyone's doing. Everyone coming in. Nobody run away. All right, how you guys doing? What do you know? Okay. Goat ram. Extremely good, extremely high, very high. Okay, so he's doing good. What about you, little one? Pretty not too bad. This one's worth 600 bucks. This one's worth 268. How are you doing? 800 bucks. Not too bad. Okay, female, reproduction 20%, expecting 2 babies. Look at that. Mama. How you doing, mama? Can I brush you? Oh my god, we can. Kinda, I think. There you go, mama. Alright, well, you do good. You be good. You look after those other ones. Those other ones are crazy. How you guys in here doing? Female. Yeah, too young. Okay, okay. Where are you going? Stop. Ginger. Okay, 900 bucks. Not too bad. Alright, let's go. Let's get out of the crouching here. Quit walking around crouching. Let's go see what we got available. Average. Very high. Very good. Not too bad then. These ones are youngins, but they could. Let's get these. Okay. Goat ram. Okay, this one's 1100 bucks. Very good, very high. This one is at reproduction rate, so maybe we should buy this one. Let's just do it. We want to have some mature females in there that are ready to reproduce. So we've got a few more goats. What are we at right now? 8. Kobe Bryant's first number. There we go. That's that bucking one. What, okay. Yeah. Yeah, this one's hilarious. Okay, what's its number? 710, 110? Can we go in? It's funny, we have that one's bucking around. Let's go to where's 710, 110? Right there. Okay, well, Urco, no. We had a pig in the Hard Times Hog Farm named Buck. And since this one's bucking around, there you are. Where are you at? Name, Royale with cheese. There's Buck. Okay, sweet. Goats are taken care of. How's our most field looking? Now, I wonder if it changed anything on our soil composition. This is what I kind of want to know. Our yield. Yeah, we got to be getting up to these bigger yields too. So, but it's looking like it's changing our yield a little bit here, right? Okay, we're changing yield 10% here, right? That was worth it, I think. And then hopefully we can do that on this field as well. Okay, I'm thinking that's going to be, like, long term, I'm thinking that's going to be a good buy because I really want to have good fields. Now, did it change anything? Probably not. 68. What was it at 67? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. We'll wait and see. I'm not going to just try and, like, dive into it too much right now, but the pH value is okay in some spots. So we might have to go spread some lime on this and get everything dialed in. But I don't want to mess with it too much. We'll plant the cover crop. We'll plant the cover crop in it, and we'll just kind of see how everything looks in the spring when we get that cleared off the field. The one thing I don't know, if anyone knows, do I mulch the cover crop off or do I just cultivate it off? Or does it matter? Might not matter. We have a direct drill planter, so it probably doesn't matter. I could probably just mulch it. We'll try. We'll try and mulch one field. We'll try and cultivate another, and we'll see what's up. See, I would like to deal with these field stones. The only thing I'm thinking is since they're going to let us borrow that, you know, for quote unquote for free, I think we should just kind of wait until I can plow all these fields, and then we'll stone pick all of them. Stone pick all of them. Go get that picker for an afternoon. Do all of our picking, and then take it back. Yeah, I think is what will be good. We'll check on the horses in a second. I just want to kind of pull around here and get some, just kind of get some of the farm kind of organized a bit. And we'll have to swap that mulcher into the other field right away. And then once we get some of the farm kind of like organized a bit, we'll get hooked onto that mower, and we'll go start getting a cut of grass off that field. Oh, I almost snaked you wrong just a little bit there. Combine worked good though. Worked real good. Okay, so that's set there. We're not gonna plant anything yet. Let's go get hooked onto that mower. We'll get a worker started on that. And maybe I will accept that plowing contract. I can go do that towards the end of the episode. Yeah, I think I'll do that just for an extra $5,000, and then maybe we could even just... What I want to do first here is we'll get someone mowing this field. Let's jump out. Let's go check on the horses. Let's go check on the horses. So we got 4 of them. Their health is good. Like, yeah, I've been riding them, and I brushed them, and I took... So their fitness is getting up to 50%. Let's go... Okay, yeah, like, Salt's worth 16 grand. Where's Pepper? Pepper's almost worth 20. Bessie, let's hop off Bessie for a second here. Does it tell us? Bessie's worth almost 6. Pregnant? No. No suitable male. What? What, Salt and Pepper ain't good enough for brown sugar here? This is ridiculous. Cleanliness, fitness. Why does it say this one's Salt? You are not Salt. Maybe Himalayan pink salt or something. What's up, Pepper? Pepper just snuck up on us there. Pep, let's go. You want to go for a ride, Pep? Pep might be already good. This riding's at 100%. Okay, let's take this one for a stroll. Come on, Bess. Let's go jump the fence over here. Run into this tree. Nice work, Bess. Nice work. That's okay. It's operator error. It's not you. It's not you, it's me. So this is a pretty good route that I take. Now, I'm telling you, okay, so I got like, as always, I got like a game I play on this route. And it's all about that final corner over there. I try to hit the apex of the corner just perfectly. Just perfect. But it's kind of tricky because, like, some of the horses, I swear some of the horses have different, like, steering capacity, or, like, their suspension's different. Like Need for Speed Underground, too. Anyone play Need for Speed Underground back in the day? Like, that was a game. But this is a good route. I'm trying to hit these corners just perfect and not run into the train tracks. Like, that was a pretty good one. That was a pretty tight corner we hit there. Take her wide a little bit up here. And again, we still got to hire this horse helper, or this horse trainer. So we're coming in. Oh, see, I took that one a little sharp there. I got all cocky off that last corner, thinking I was just like a riding machine. But I forget, we don't got Seabiscuit in the barn just yet. This one I don't take too crazy, because I just go like that. Like, that one's pretty not too bad. It's this final corner, you got to hit it just right. You got to hit it just right. This is the game I play, because this is like a perfect thing. You'll get them at 100%. You got to come through these two flowers, and then you got to, oh, you got to time when you hit the key just perfect to, like, do it. Yeah, this is what I do. This is when you guys aren't around, this is what I do. I try and hit that corner back there just perfect before we come back to the barn. And then I pop through right here, and actually I'm just gonna slow down for a second. If we open F1, yeah, the riding should be at 100%. Let's back up, Bess. Let's get a run and start at this. I don't want you to trip on this. We don't want you to trip on the high wire. Good jump. Good jump. That's salt, apparently. We got to get Bess all cleaned off here. So the value of these horses are going up real good. Hey, Bess, how you doing? See, she went up like almost like $500-600 there just from that ride. So I'm thinking, like, do we sell Salt and Pepper and then try and go get another horse? Let's go look and see what's in there. That's what we should probably do. See what we got for. We don't need any stallions. Like, I want them to have some offspring. So Smith is looking all right. That's a $5,000 horse, 25 months old. Not too bad. This one's pretty young. What word is that? Iolanth? Iolanth? Am I reading that correctly? Uh, this would see, like, this one, Snowball, is, it's like $8,500, 184 months old. Like, good stats, but like, that's kind of an old horse, is it not? See, and then you got Chestnut here, 21 months. Like, I'm thinking we sell Salt or Pep and pick up Chestnut here. Keisha, or pick up Keisha. Yeah, I'm thinking, okay, what do we got? Princess? No. Mufasa? This is unreal names for these things. Okay, Penelope? Penelope's looking pretty good. Like, would Penelope and Pepper be able to create some salt or something? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Okay, let's go like this. These two are worth a ton. Bessie's pretty good, but there's no suitable male. Let's sell Bessie. Okay, sorry, Bess. And we gotta pay $600. That's fine, whatever. Okay, so we sold Bessie. Um, like, Pepper's only 31 months old. Like, that other horse was living into like the 180 months. So maybe we just keep these two, at least one of them, and just make sure that their value can go way up. And then let's go back in here and let's buy not Prickles. Let's buy Penelope and see if her and Pepper will reproduce. That's what we should do right there. Where's Penelope? Cleanliness, 100%. Debatable. They sold us a dirty horse. Okay. We'll take her for a spin. Take her for a spin around the fields. I want us to buy this field. This field right to our right. This is the next one that I kind of want us to get. I think. For the farm expansion. I think that would be a good one to get. One thing we should have did before we took out Penelope. Actually, it'll only take a second here. Take out Penelope, but we should have got that mulcher going on that other field, but we'll see how Penelope takes this corner. See, this is what it's all about right here. You gotta time it, you gotta bring it in there. Not bad, not bad. She's got a good stride. Breathing kind of heavy, hey? Breathing kind of heavy. That's not Penelope's. We gotta get her rode a little bit more. That one was a little tight. But that's okay. I always get that corner's like not really the hard one. This one down here is the hard one because if you take it wrong, you put yourself in the trees. But if you don't, like that one, I don't really care about. This is the money one. You know, turn 4, coming back into pit lane after we just won this race. And like there's these 2 flowers up here. There's kind of like an orange, like a brown one and a yellow one, and you gotta hit it. See, you go too soon then, yeah. Okay. This is what we do. This is what we do here at Oats and Goats. Now, I wonder, so we just paid like $4,000 for Penelope, right? Like $4,700. So I wonder after this ride if that even increased the value. There, she's back. Can we clean this horse? Okay, so she's 46, 47, little bit, couple $100. No suitable male. Okay. I wonder why that is. Does anyone know why that is? Do they have to be the same? Like, is Pepper not a stallion? Let's go check. That's Penelope. Pepper. Stallions like hay, additionally, they can be ridden to increase. Stallions that are healthy and older than 36 months can reproduce. Okay, that's why. Pep's not old enough. Okay. So maybe Pepper and Bessie could have worked out in the end, but they broke up. Now, Crimson's young. So Crimson's value will slowly go up. Okay, so that's why. These stallions just aren't old enough yet. We got to get them old enough. Okay, now we know. Now we know. Let's jump over. We got our field cut, it looks like, which is great. We're going to hook onto the tethers. We'll fold this up. Before we kind of do that, let's tab over to this unit and let's go over and see if we can increase our yield bonus. Like if our yield percentage went up 10%, that's worth mulching, I think. Okay, there we go. Got a worker going there. Let's go get these kicked off and we'll grab the set of tethers and get that field tedded out. Yeah, I don't know where we would store the bales in here. I kind of want to build, I know where I kind of want to build another, like, quote-unquote barn. Whoa, why is that open? Let's just drop that. And I'll kind of show you once we get the tethers going. I'll show you what, like, kind of plan I had for the future. But I don't want to spend money on it right now. I know we got $100,000. But again, I'm always just, like, if we buy a new field, it's going to cost us like 56,000. So we'll be down to like 40 grand. And I just want to make sure. I guess we could always sell one of the horses if need be. I don't know. Salt and Pepper are just, if they'll live to be like 180 months, I want to keep them for a long time. It's weird, like it's weird that these AI workers aren't, if they don't want to like work on this field for some reason. That's really weird. Okay. Well, I can just head that field. That's not that big of a deal. I want to just check this map while this is going on so I can see the yield percentage. Yeah, it's going up a little bit. That's 95. That's at 100. Nowhere we're at 105. Some of it's at 85, 90%. Okay. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what's going to be the best bet. All right, I'm going to let some of this stuff go. Let these workers kind of keep going and get these fields mulched out and stuff like that. I'll get that other field tedded, and then we'll keep plugging along. All right, I'm just coming off that field with the bales. I had this thing set to 240 centimeter bales, and then I swapped it, but like there was still kind of one in the chamber being made, so like yeah, I got it swapped down to make smaller bales now, but yeah, we didn't really kick out any. Not getting like a ton of yield off that field, but that's okay. I'm actually just gonna back in, and what I was gonna do is just like unload these right into the barn, or unload that one right in there, and then it should be good. Okay, so let's go pull this unit back through. I'm gonna fold it up. I'll go through, pull this through the barn. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to accept that plowing contract and head up to field, or down to field 53 rather, and start plowing. Let's just make sure. I like when this thing's pulled just about all the way through. There we go. All right, let's go into... Where is it? There it is. Let's accept that contract. Let's go hook onto our plows. Actually, let's get some fuel. We got tractors all over the place here. Park this guy right there. Let's get some fuel in this unit, and then we'll head down and we'll get a contract done. So yeah, I don't know, I think I'm gonna just think and plan this out a little bit more and see what our next stages are gonna be. I don't want to sell the horses just yet. If they can get to, like, I don't know what the max value that we can get a horse to is. Because if Pepper and Salt are only 30 months old, 31 months old, and like those other horses like that you can buy in the store, they're like 184 months old, right? That's like over a 10-year horse. Um, Pepper's not even 3 months old, or 3 years old rather. So like I kind of want to just see like what their value would be like at like year 5, year 6, year 7, you know what I mean, before we get rid of them, and we can kind of just work with the other ones. Like the other ones are young, so um, I don't know. I don't want to wait. I don't want to sell the horses just yet, even though we could sell those horses and just go buy a field. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. We could just go buy a field with this money, and it wouldn't be a big deal either. And I think that's probably what I'll end up doing. But I just want to go. I'm gonna go do this contract. I'm gonna just get our. We don't gotta rush to do anything really, because even if we were to get a field and we want to even say plant oats in it, well, we can't plant oats until the springtime. Even if we were to get a field and we want to clear it off and do cover crop through the winter and then do something in the springtime, like we don't have to do it right now. It's only August. We could get something in September or October or something like that. So I think the smartest thing will be to just kind of wait for a sec, get just see what happens with the horses, see if some other like fall is coming. It's basically here, which means there's going to be a bunch more cultivating contracts and stuff that pop up. We could always go do some contracts in the fall, pick up a new field whenever. Like maybe in September there'll be a bunch of cultivating contracts that come out, and we can just go get that done, and then we'll have some extra cash to buy some more land. Like we're good right now. All the animals are fed. The barns are basically like full of food, so I'm not too worried about feeding them. I'd rather just have a little bit of cash in the bank if we need to go buy a piece of equipment. Plus, we still got to pay back mom and dad. Just kind of a lot of things. I don't want to go jump and buy a field just yet. I also kind of want to just like do some more testing with our fields to really see like what we can do to get our like environmental scores and everything like right to optimal level. The nice thing about those fields, or this one field that I want to get, let's just zoom out real quick here. It's decent ground. This loamy sand, I think is the good stuff. I can't remember. Anyways, I'm pretty sure this is a pretty good field. 56,000. That's not too bad. This one's only 49,000 though. It's because this we get so much more land. Like if we were to actually, can we zoom out here? Why am I in? There we go. This we get so much more like land, you know what I mean? Like we get all this extra around. This we don't get as much, but we get a bigger field. Kind of same with this one. This one's like the in between. We get like a bit more. Do I have to, can I unselect? So between these two fields, we'll get one of them next. I wish we could afford both of them, but either or, it's not too bad. It seems like it's pretty good sand, or good ground rather. And we could plant something good on this. Probably just leave all these fields for oats right now, and then maybe make this. We could do grass on one of these fields. Eventually, I would like to not have fields in the main farm area here, like any of these, and just expand and like we have these three fields. Just click off this. We have these three fields right here. I would like to like basically take these all out and just have this as like farm. So we could put like infrastructure, we could put like new barns or maybe like another horse pasture or something over here, or expand down in here for some more goats, and then like keep this as like more of a lay down area, and then just like swap and have our fields out here, and then just keep expanding down this way, and maybe out to some of these bigger fields as we go. Like that's kind of my plan, is to eventually have this all is like not farmland. This will just be the main farm area with different corrals and pastures, and then this is our main, this can be like our main grass or something, and then we're getting out into these big like oat fields. If we could own all these oat fields, like that would be pretty cool. And then eventually, if all of these become fields, expand this down into different horse pens, different goat pastures and stuff like that. So one thing at a time, though. One thing at a time. We're just going to get this contract done. We're going to get into the next month. Hopefully, go do some more contracts, do some cover crops for the fall, and just keep working on the soil composition and getting our nitrogen and pH levels as like perfect as possible. So I think that's going to do it for this episode. Thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure to put your favorite funny movie in the comment section below. If you haven't done so already, I would really appreciate it if you could hit that sub and hit the like button. Leave a comment, say what's up. Let me know if you know any tips and tricks when it comes to precision farming, or the realistic animals, especially in relation to the horses and stuff like that. What's kind of their optimal price to get to? That would be some good heads up. I haven't done much research on it because I kind of wanted to just jump into this head first and just like almost figure it out as I go a little bit. But I like hearing tips and tricks from you guys as well. So, you know, again, thank you guys so much for watching. Hopefully you have a good afternoon, morning, evening, whenever it is that you're watching this. Have a good one, everybody. All right, folks, this is the new addition to our farm. This is Danny. Danny, what's up? Not much, bud. We decided that, since we're kind of all alone here on the farm, I mean, we got Walt up here keeping an eye on us. Oh, where did Walt go? Walt left? No way. Unless he's inside using the bathroom or something like that. Where's Walt at? He just dipped on us. Okay, so yeah. I thought it would be fun if we had a dog kicking around here, so I set down a house, and then Danny is now with us. Oh, Danny boy. Yeah, Caddyshack, right? Okay, so now that we got Danny figured out, he's going to be hanging out with us. Hopefully, probably not. He'll be in playing with the goats or something like that. That's usually where I find him, is in there. Look, you can see Buck just giving her. This one's a fire nut. There it is, Buck. I seen him hopping from across the way. What a funny thing for that goat. Okay, the first thing that I want to do here though, chore-wise, is I want to get hooked up to our lime spreader, and I want to go through and I want to get the pH somewhat more balanced on this field. Where's our spreader? It's out front there. I thought maybe it was in the barn, but it's out front. So, yeah, I want to get some of the pH kind of balanced a little bit more on these fields. It's getting better. It really is getting better, and our environmental scores have went up. But yeah, I just want to work on that and kind of get it set for the winter. Now we got some fertilizer left in this spreader, so I'm going to go over to our tanks, and we should be able to just dump it right back into the tank. Should be able to. There we go. So that dumps it back into the tank. Now we got a little bit of lime sitting out front of the shop that I want to go burn up real quick. Let's get that. I don't remember how much was in this pallet, but we'll... Okay, a little bit there. I'll go around and we'll fill up. We'll fill up from our lime tank. We need to get a seed tank put down, but also I got some pallets of seed in the barn yet, so we'll just wait till that's used up, and then can't really afford to do it right now anyways, but in the future, hopefully in the future we'll be able to get down a seed tank and just kind of help out. But basically lime and fertilizer is going to be the main one. Look at those goats in there, just giving her. Okay, let's go through and let's get some... I'm going to open up my map here. I'm going to try and get some... Danny, don't get hit by the lime. I want him stinking up the house. Kind of missed a spot there. I'll go back and catch that after. I want to get some lime spread on these fields to really get the pH levels as balanced as we possibly can. I mean, it's not going to be perfect, but we'll definitely try and get it better and better each harvest. Now, we've got kind of like a variable spread on this field, so we're kind of only just spreading out with what we need where we need it. Let's try and catch this spot right here. Oh, I missed a little spot back there. There we go. Alright, let's go over to our main field. Now, I still really want to get another field. I really, really want to get another field and expand the farm, but we just can't really afford it yet. So I'm hoping some good contracts come up in the fall. I'm hoping some good cultivating ones come up, because that's kind of like our quote-unquote best implement, if you will. Like, there might be a baling contract that comes up, but if it's a round baling contract, then we're kind of hooped. So I don't know. Oh, I guess I could have just kept going. That's all good. We'll catch that field after. But yeah, like the cultivating ones is going to kind of be our best bet, so to speak. If we're able to get some good ones, maybe a plowing contract would be good to go get as well. But I'm hoping something pops up in the fall for us. That would be great. Plus, I still want to pay back mom and dad. That's like also... I don't want to buy a field until like I'm able to pay them back. Now, we could sell salt and pepper, and that would bring in a pretty good chunk of change. We could basically pay back mom and dad, but I just don't want to do that just yet. I don't want to... I feel like if we sell salt and pepper too early, we'll end up regretting it, and we'll be like, you know, we should have kept those horses longer. It was a bad time. Like, they're still so young. Like, they're only like... Pepper's only almost 3 years old. They're still both under 3 years old, so I don't know. It just seems like... Yeah, I feel like we'll regret selling the horses, and we won't regret holding on to them a little bit longer. Especially because, like, mom and dad have not bugged me about the money, not even once. Like, my dad doesn't even really care. He knows we'll pay him back, and he understands what it means to, like, run a farm and, like, what it's gonna take. So he's not unrealistic if we don't get this back to him in, like, you know, in 3 months. Like, he understands that. Plus, they're doing fine. Like, he's got his own farm and everything that he's dealing with. Like, they're good to go. But I still really want to pay them back. Long story long, I don't want to just be off spending a whole bunch of money without at least making the effort to pay them back. So if I can get some contracts that help with paying them back and kind of all that stuff, then that would be what we want to do. Okay, that's it. We ran that thing right bone dry, which is actually kind of nice. Let's park this away, and then let's go check on our map and just take a look at the pH levels on everything. Let's pull away from there. Okay, let's just check on our map here real quick. Let's go over into our precision farming. Okay, like this field's not too bad. "98, 87, 68. So our environmental score is still a little bit low down on this field. Why is that? A little bit of 7.5, which isn't, you know, super ideal, but 89% yield bonus, 89%. or expected yield potential 81. Okay, well, we will just keep going with everything, working these fields as we can. The nitrogen is probably what's killing us on all of these. We've got low nitrogen. Now, I don't want to go through and just dump a bunch of fertilizer on it through the winter because we we can definitely do that in the springtime. That's not going to be a major thing. What I would rather do is plant the oilseed radish, and when we plant with our Massey Ferguson planter, a bit of fertilizer will go down in the ground as is. So, what I want us to do is kind of get into the next month here because I just know weeds are going to pop up on these fields, and we're going to have to deal with that. Let's go just take a look at the horses. Or sorry, I want to go look at the goats first and see if there's any deals on goats that have popped through. Maybe we can add some into... What's going on? Nice. Good kicks there, bud. All right, let's go down and see what do we got here. Kind of just average. That's not too bad, but it's a ram. I would kind of rather get some female goats in there. Okay. No worries at all. Whoa, whoa. Coming in hot. This one, is this one expecting? Pregnant. Yes, that's right. Okay, well, she's going to go any day. 2 babies. Nice. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. We're at eight goats in the barn. And we're just giving her. So, okay, what I'm going to do is we're going to get into September. We're going to have to deal with, I just know we're going to have to deal with weeds on that field, and we'll get that dealt with right away. And then I think we will plant some of our cover crops. That's what we're going to try and get into. We also got to ride the horses, kind of do all those chores. We'll check on the goats again. And yeah, we'll just keep going trying to perfect these fields. And hopefully some contracts come through, and maybe we can go kind of do some side quests. All right. Like we said, we got some weeds to deal with. But let's get hooked onto our hoeing unit, and let's go start, pulling across these fields and getting some of the weeds pulled off. I checked in on the horses. There wasn't really any super high value new horses in there that we could get, but their health's good and stuff. We still gotta go ride them, and we'll brush them and do all of our stuff. But their health is good. Nothing really too much to worry about with the horses, which is nice. But, yeah, like the value, every time we ride the horses and we go brush, especially salt and pepper, their value just like goes through the roof. Let's turn this on. Let's get these weeds dealt with. Oh, this hoeing unit doesn't seem to be pulling off all these weeds. Not good. Not good. It only seems to be pulling out some of them. Weird. Very weird. I actually have never run into this. We may have to get a sprayer and deal with some of these weeds. We could also kind of wait and see if it changes when they get to a medium-sized weed. Like this hoeing unit definitely will deal with, it says small and medium-sized weeds. So we could just kind of see if that helps. Oh, yeah. Yeah, not too good. We're probably going to have to spray. Well, we definitely could get a sprayer if need be. This is why we've got some cash saved up just in case something like this, was to pop up. And this weeding unit wasn't really kind of cutting it. I could always try a different weeder. Like an actual, instead of a hoeing unit, we could get one that just deals with small weeds, and I could test that out. But probably a sprayer is what we're going to have to use more than anything. That's going to mess with the pH of our field, I would imagine, anyways. Let's just go look at something here real quick, because it doesn't even really seem like that thing's doing kind of anything, which is weird. What am I looking at here? Small and medium grown weeds between crops, improving the field state. I'm not too sure. We might have to wait and just see if we can deal with the medium-sized weeds, because like basically what it's looking like is the only weeds that are actually like kind of being dealt with are the ones that I'm like almost running over. Like, I don't know if this unit is actually doing anything to help those weeds. Very, very weird. Well, it kind of helped on this first strip. No, it just seems to be the ones that I'm driving over, right? But that's not really going to do... We can't just drive over all the weeds. As much as I would like to, we can't just drive over all the weeds. Let's go see what's on sale. I never checked, and you never know. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything too good on sale. Okay, well, we're going to have to figure out something to deal with those weeds if that doesn't work. Now, we could always deal with them next month. That's not the end of the world if the medium is going to be... I think what I want to do is I'm going to go to the store and I'm going to buy a set of just small weeding units that actually just deal with weeds and not the hoeing units, although I don't really think that's going to help us too much, but I kind of want to try it just to see. I mean, these are $6,500. They could do it, right? That might be what deals with the weeds. Yep, I'm gonna run down to the store and grab those and just test them out. If we have to, we'll sell them, but I'll go and test those out. We're gonna have to take a bit of a hit if we do sell them. I honestly think though what might be best is just to spray these fields. I think that's gonna be it. Go out here and take a look. Weeds small. Well, let's just wait. I don't want to get too overzealous with it. I don't want to go spend a bunch of money. We'll try it when it's a medium-sized weed. If it doesn't work with our hoeing unit, then we'll get some sort of a sprayer and get those weeds pulled off there. And if we have to again, we can always cultivate. Although I don't really want to do that, we could cultivate and just get those weeds drug out. But let's go check the horses and see how everybody's doing in here. How's everyone doing? Cleanliness. Okay, so that one's pretty clean. Pepper, how are we doing? We got to ride Pepper. Let's take Pepper for a spin. I don't remember. Oh no, we're stuck in here. Pep, get a... Oh. Pepper kicked me off. Did you guys see that? Unbelievable. Pep, let's go. Let's jump this fence. There we go. Yeah, I'm not too sure about the weeds on that field. If anyone has any suggestions, make sure and let me know in the comments section below. This is my first series doing the precision farming, and I really want to learn it. So it is going to be a bit of a learning curve for me. Hopefully you're not watching being frustrated like this guy doesn't know what's going on. I definitely, yeah, I've never done a full series with precision farming before, so I know some of the basics with it, but I'm still kind of figuring it out and learning it as I go. You know, taking over Uncle's farm, there's going to be lots that I have to figure out. But if anyone has any tips or tricks, let me know in the comment section below. I'm probably just going to have to get a sprayer is what I'm thinking, but I don't want to do that. If we don't have to spray chemicals on our field, I would rather not, right? Would be the goal. But if we have to, that's totally fine. We'll just figure it out. This is why I didn't just like go and buy that field and drop 50K on it and then, you know, because when I looked at the contracts, there wasn't any cultivating contracts. And we could always sell the horses. I just don't want to do that. The horses feel like a savings account, and I don't want to just like dip into the savings just for the sake of it to like go buy a sprayer or something before we fully know exactly how to get the yields perfect. I really thought that hoeing unit would just be perfect for dealing with the weeds, since it will deal with small and medium-sized weeds. So, but if we have to get a sprayer, then we have to get a sprayer. It is what it is. I'm not too worried. All right, let's jump back in. Let's hop out. Let's find Pepper here. Yeah, Pepper's value is like going to be like 18 grand. That's crazy. 19. Pep, you're just a machine. 20. Almost 21,000. That's great. That's actually unreal. Good work, Pep. Let's go check the goat barn. I will ride the rest of those horses, but I just want to go check and see. These goats are always just giving her. Let's go see what we got in here. Snowflake. No, nothing really too good for sale, but we should be getting we should be getting some little baby goats here soon, very very soon. Where's Mama? She's ready to pop. She must be in here. Yeah, very close. Very close. Unreal. Okay. Well, I'm gonna kind of just keep going here. I'm gonna go ride the rest of the horses and just kind of get them brushed and stuff, and then I'll bring you back next month, and we'll try and make a plan to deal with these weeds. Okay, we are back. It is October. It is almost Halloween, and what's scary is the amount of weeds on this field. But I'm not really gonna worry about it too much. I think what I'm gonna do is just cultivate over all of this, and then we will plant. I want to plant our oilseed radish in October right now, so that we can get rid of it in February. I think we get a little bit of money from doing it. I don't really think it's much. Like it's nothing to really write home about. So, but I do think we get a little bit of cash, some sort of subsidies from it. Again, though, it might be like a couple tanks of fuel. So I'm thinking we won't get too overly excited about that, but regardless, money is a little bit of money for us, and that is great. Buy some dog food for Danny, the Danzilla, Danny boy. Okay, yeah. What I think I'm just gonna cultivate over these fields, like, because we did just mulch them. That was really all that we did. Um, so it'll be good. We'll just cultivate over these right now, and then that way I can go through with the Massey Ferguson planter, and we'll get some oilseed radish down, and that should really help our nitrogen levels for next year. I don't know exactly how much that the Massey Ferguson will fertilize as it puts down the oilseed radish. So I mean, it should help like a bit. Should help a bit. And then once we cultivate it in the spring, that'll also add to the ground, and then hopefully next year's oats crop is just like really really good. I really want to get our yield percentages up, obviously, and I just want the fields to be like as perfect as they can be. But I mean, you're always gonna fight with your soil type, just like in real life. Like it is what it is. You can't just change it. If you got a bunch of clay in the ground, you got a bunch of clay in the ground, right? But we'll do what we can to just try and get the fields and the environmental scores up to snuff. There is a bunch of field stones on this field, which I wish we could get rid of. But I think we're going to do the same plan that I talked about last episode, where the next time that we have to plow a bunch of fields, or honestly the next time that the notification pops up for any of the fields, I'm going to just plow all of them. We'll go get that stone picker from the equipment dealership, because they said that they would let us borrow it for a few hours one day just to get our fields cleared off. And that's what we'll do. That's what we will do. So first, I want to get this field cleared off, and then I want us to go grab the planter and start working on the oilseed radish. We will do kind of our normal stuff. We'll check in on the goats to see if Mama had her little ones, which I don't know if she did. So that could be exciting if she did. We'll obviously check in on the horses and go do our chores with them. I don't want to, like, I probably for the most of it won't ride all the horses with you guys. It'll be mostly like each day I'll take one of them, whether it's Pepper or Bessie or someone out for take them out for a spin, and then we'll come back and we'll obviously brush them and try and keep their health up. Pepper and Salt should be getting to the age where they're about to or like where they could reproduce with one of the mares that's in that barn, whether it's Crimson or Bessie. So hopefully that happens, and I don't know their gestation period, but we could have a little colt running around in the springtime or something like that. Again, I don't know a horse's gestation period. Let's go. Let's go jump into this other tractor and let's go get hooked onto the planter. I think too, what I might do, it all depends on a couple things. Let's get hooked onto the planter, and then we're gonna kind of go do some tours around the farm. Slash, we'll check out the contracts. There was no cultivating contracts in September. which kind of sucked. There was one plowing contract, but it was like for like $1,300, which just it's just not really enough for us. So okay, let's get the oilseed radish set. Let's get a worker going, giving her on this field, and let's hop out and let's go check on the goats. Let's go check out on Mama. 8. There's still only 8 in here, so that means there is no baby goats. But let's go see what we can get in the store. What do we got here? Very good. That one's $500. High, very high. Not too bad. I think we get this one. There we go. Okay, and what else do we got here? Wow, that one's really good. Extremely high, extremely good. $1,000. What else do we got down here for rams? Well, that's a young one. That's a young one. Pretty good quality. Let's get these two. How old is this one? 10 months old. Okay, that's going to be good enough. That will hopefully bring in some good genetics down the road. A little expensive, but let's do it. Let's do it. We gotta keep getting really good goats in here, and it'll slowly it'll trickle effect into something really good, I think. Go see what's on sale in the store. Oh yeah, there's nothing that we can afford. We could probably afford this, but what are we gonna really do with that? It's a good tractor. 80 grand. 54 hours on it, though, a little high, but you can get up to 265 horse in this one. That would be pretty good for us to have, but we don't need it. We really don't need it. We've got basically everything that we need here. Let's just go in and take a look at a few things. So there's some weeds growing, needs rolling. All our fields need rolling. Mulched stones. Yeah, we've got some stones on our field. Let's go take a look in precision farming. Yeah, so our nitrogen levels are going to be changing on this field now that well, they should change a little bit. I really want to get the nitrogen levels on this field better. Maybe we'll go, I'm going to wait till springtime because I don't think I'm going to cut the field again this fall. We could get a cut off this maybe next month. Maybe next month we'll get a cut off this. pH bad. Ugh, part of me just wants to like plow this field and just try and start over. But some of this is good. pH good, perfect. Nitrogen perfect. Some of it's good. Some of it is good. Yeah, we'll get a cut off this next month and we'll get whatever we can of bales off of it. How's our field out here looking? Yields, not great. Not great, but they're slowly getting greener. Slowly getting greener. Seed rate. Oh, okay. Low. Well, yeah, that's because there's nothing planted on it. That makes sense. Soil sample taken. This we got a 98 score. It's this field that I really want to work on. Environmental score. Let's get some soil. I mean, we've already purchased the soil information. I don't know how often I have to do that. Clear yield map. I'm not too sure about these things. Let's go take a look. Yeah, this guy's getting very close to being finished planting the soil seed radish. I want to get a set of rollers. I think we should get a set of rollers to kind of do some stuff around here. Oh, another thing, that's what we were going to check. Let's go see what there is for contracts. Cultivating contract on 17. Okay, we definitely have to accept that contract. An extra 4 grand. Oh, there was a plowing one that we never grabbed? What? Okay. Yeah, I've done that before too. I've done that before where I I'll do contracts and then I won't accept the money for them. Just like, geez Louise. Okay, so we've got a couple hoeing contracts that we could definitely go do as well. With our little set, our little hoeing unit. I think we accept both of those and probably this plowing contract even. And we just scrape together as much cash as we can. Let's accept this contract and let's go back and let's accept this hoeing one as well. This one's close to the farm. So let's accept that contract. What we're gonna do, we've got cultivators on this guy right now. Why is it saying that those hoeing contracts are already 90% done? That seems like a glitch. Well, like it definitely is a glitch. We just accepted those. Where's our cultivating contract? That's on field 17, which I believe is just down. Yeah, right there. I know exactly where that is. Okay, let's go get this cultivating contract done. These hoeing contracts, I mean, if they're bugged, that's okay. We'll just go do the plowing one instead. That's too bad, though. That's too bad that those are bugged out. I'm not going to accept the money for them if we didn't actually do them. I'll go see, like, maybe it's just jammed out and we have to, like, still complete them. And, like, we have to do the whole field before it actually gives us the 100%. It could just be something weird glitched with these contracts, but if it does just give it to us for not doing it, then I'm not going to do that. I don't want to cheat money into the game like that. That's not... I know it's only 6 grand, but right now 6 grand is a lot to us, and I don't want it to be like that. I want us to grind our way through and do it the right way. Let's go like this. Let's first set a worker on this field. Oh, number 10 and 20. Let's go down here. Let's go visit this field. I mean, it still looks like there's a lot of weeds on here. I mean, there are weeds kind of all around on this field. I think, you know, we'll go down with the tractor. Once we get the oilseed radish planted on these other fields. I like this planter a lot, but it's like not that good. You know what I mean? Like we miss a bunch of spots with it. Like this corner didn't get hit. Same with this corner over here, didn't get hit. Which is fine, like it's totally fine. We only paid 12 grand for it, so I'm not too worried about it. But it is slightly imperfect. But that's alright. And that is completely alright for this farm. Alright. Catch that corner. Catch me outside, how about that? Let's get this one too. I probably should have did a better job pulling around here before. Yeah, the reason I didn't cultivate that field before was because we've got a direct drill planter. I wonder if it would have just tore the weeds off it with this unit. You know what I mean? I wonder if it would have just tore the weeds off of it with this planter since it's a direct drill. I don't really know how all that works, to be honest, but I want to just look at these. The pH should be adjusted, but nitrogen. It seems like we could do a little bit better with the nitrogen on this field. Well, we'll see. We'll see how everything kind of goes once this is planted. Again, if those contracts are bugged, we won't accept those. I don't know why they're saying it's like 90% complete. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense to me, but we'll just kind of play it as it goes. Like I said, if for some reason it just gives it to us for no reason, we won't accept that, and we'll go do this plowing contract, and it just is what it is. You know, it's nice when we have the contracts that we can go do, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. I was hoping maybe we would find a harvesting contract that was grain, because we have a combine. We could go do that one, but all of these are just not that. Spraying, yeah, we don't got a sprayer. Okay, so I'm gonna let this planter just kind of go a little bit more. I'm going to go feed Danny, make sure he's good to go. I'll let the cultivating contract run a bit, and then I'll bring you back, and we'll go kind of work on the hoeing contracts together just to see what's going on those fields. Yeah, we'll go from there. All right, team, I'm just back here. I'm on field 20 trying to get the hoeing contract done. I've come out here. I'm just still kind of trying to see if this is going to like work for us or not. Basically, I just started. I just got the AI worker to start on this field, and they've done a pass like down a full strip of it, and it didn't change the percentage of anything. I kind of think what's happening is the game, it just kind of jammed out a little bit where it's saying it's 91% complete, but it's still going to let me do the whole contract, if that makes sense. Like, I thought if it was at 91 and I just started doing the contract and then it went like, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, and then it was done, like that might jam it out. I'm not too sure. I'm going to see how far the worker gets on this field before it gives us the 100% completion. I'm hoping that it allows it to do the whole field. I don't want this to be a waste of time, but I don't know exactly because it has went up 1%. But I mean, we have done probably 1%. I don't know. I don't really know. I don't have a good answer for you right just yet. I just wanted to bring you back to show you that I was working on it. And I'm just going to kind of let this run out, to be honest. See how it goes. Like, it should have jumped up 1% there or something if it was going to fully jam out on us. But yeah, I'm hoping the worker can just go through, get this whole contract done. I don't know what the AI worker's doing now. No idea. I'm pretty sure the AI worker already did this strip, so I don't know. I don't know exactly, but I'll bring you back once it's done, and it'll either be good news or bad news. That's really all I can tell you. Good news or bad news. So please stand by. All right, like we're still just giving her on this field. Like we started on that other side. It's the AI worker is still just going. I think it's gonna let us finish this. It just is like the meter on the side is jammed out. So that's good, I guess. I mean, it's better than it being. I didn't want it to be jammed out, but let's go into our contracts. I'm gonna accept this completed one that we did for the cultivating. So let's collect that. I'm just gonna go back and look and see. There's this plowing one for 3,000. It's kind of far away. That's a really small one. Stone picking, and then this is all supply and transport. These are weeding ones. I'll just see how this goes. I might go do that plowing one. I mean, it's an extra 3 grand. I'll probably go do this one. Yeah, let's just accept this contract. Yeah, we can go do that one kind of after. We still got a bunch of hoeing ones to do, but like, yeah, I just kind of wanted to bring you guys back. It seems like it's working. I've just been letting this AI worker kind of go through. I'm gonna jump back over here real quick just so we can catch the corners of these fields. Like I said, this unit's great and I love it, but it's also not that great and I don't love it that much. But we'll get a new one at some point whenever we can afford it. But since these contracts seem as though they're gonna work for us, I'm definitely gonna send mom and dad another 5 grand. So we've sent them 5 already in case anyone's kind of following us from the last one. We owed them 50, and once I send them another 5, we'll owe them. Actually, you know what? Let's just do this right now. I'm just gonna remove the money. There's another 5 grand out. So there, send that off. Send them an e-transfer, and now we just owe them 40. I think we'll just kind of keep doing that. We'll slowly send them cash as we progress through different parts of the series and through the farm. As we grow a little bit more, we'll send them some cash. Hopefully one day we're able to just sell off a really, really profitable horse and just send them the whole thing right at once. That would be great. I don't really know what to expect as like the highest value that we could get a horse to. Like Pepper's right around that 20 grand mark, and Salt will be right around that area as well, but I don't really know. Yeah, I don't really know what to expect. Like, can we get him to 30? Can we get him to 40? You know, can we get him to 50? Like, I don't really know. So I was really hoping we could get a set of rollers on sale. but we could get a pretty good set. This set's 12,500, so I think I'm just gonna get this set. I think I'm gonna do that. Oh, contract finished. Okay, perfect. So yeah, like we basically went through this whole field, so that's good that that worked out. Let's jump out of this. I'm glad that that worked. I didn't like that it was jammed out. Now field 10 is kind of far away. If I remember correctly, let's just open this map. Yep, it's down south here across the tracks. I remember it. I remember it now. Okay, so let's close that. Let's make sure there's no train coming. Because the train will hit you. I know that. I definitely know that. Okay, I'm going to set a worker to go on this field. And then let's jump back to this tractor. Let's head up to the store. And I think I'm going to get that set of rollers. Since these hoeing contracts will eventually work, we'll get about 12 grand from those. So I'm just going to go, we'll basically flip that money and get a set of rollers. I think is going to be the kind of best thing to do. So we'll go down here, grab the rollers. I'll head back up to the farm and start rolling out those fields. I'll just kind of let the contract go, and then yeah, I'll bring you back once I'm at the farm. I'll kind of save you this down and back stuff, and once I'm back at the farm and that hoeing contract's progressed a little bit more, and we'll roll out our fields. All right, our worker is still just giving her on field 10 here, getting closer, a bit closer. Let's jump back over and check out our new set of rollers. Nice, 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 right? 12,500 bucks. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Kind of, dare I say, a little bit of waste money, but I like having all this stuff for our farm, and I want to roll the fields. So I figured, you know what, over the series, I'm going to be happy that I have these. They're going to be a good size for us, even for as we like expand the farm and get a little bit bigger. Like the cultivators that we have, like they're 6 meters wide. They actually like did that field pretty quick. Like compared to, I'm just kind of comparing it to maybe some other fields that I've worked recently. Like it seemed like it went through pretty quick. So having these 12-meter rollers, I think will be good, and they'll be able to last us for quite a bit of an expansion of the farm, which I really want to expand the farm. I want to get back to like when I was younger and I would come visit my uncle, and they had way more fields that they worked. Way more, especially on the south side of all those trees over there, south of where the horse pasture is. They had way more fields, and I want to get back to that. I want to get back to expanding this farm and just doing a really really good job. Something that my uncle would be proud of is the goal. And then hopefully my aunt can come back and visit one day, and she'll be really proud of it too. That is the goal. So having these rollers, I don't know how I got to that from buying a set of rollers, but bear with me. But more what I'm getting at is as the farm expands, which is my goal, it'll be good to have this set. So pretty good, not too bad. And it's for now it gets these fields done really quick. Really, really quick. And it should help with our environmental score, I believe. I believe it will. If not, we'll find out very quickly. So let's kind of just go over here and we'll get our other kind of smaller field done. I think as the farm progresses, this little field over here I don't really know what will happen with this field over here, to be honest. I will probably end up just working it a bit, this will probably end up becoming a bit of a laydown area, I imagine, in the future. I don't know if we'll actually be working this field. Or maybe I'll get some gardens in over here, like some greenhouses or something for us. Yeah, I don't know exactly, but for now we'll keep working this field. Another nice thing with these rollers is we'll work a bunch of these stones back down into the earth. The stuff that I've kind of turned up when I plowed this field. It'll kind of help us, yeah, like I said, just kind of push some of those stones back down in. It should push down small and medium stones. Should. I think the large stones, it won't push back in. Now, it looks like I'm pushing all of those back into the ground, so that should be good. The stones, the major thing the stones do is they'll wreck our headers. They'll be hard on our equipment. We'll have to be doing more repairs and such on the equipment if we run into too many stones, but if we can jam them back in the ground with the rollers, then that's what we'll do. Ooh, kind of drifting these rollers a little bit. I don't know where we're going to park them. Not that that's that big of a deal. Maybe we'll just fold them up. Just kind of leave them over here by the windrowers. Yeah, over here is going to be just fine, I think. For now. Try not to back them down into the creek bed, but right there will be good. Perfect. Okay, let's tab over. How's this guy doing? Still just giving her. Just giving her, getting this field done. And then we have to go do plowing, although I don't want to take this 3650 up to go do the plowing on that field. It won't be enough jam, I don't think. I'd rather just take the 4755 up there. So let's just go back and check. We can accept this contract, or collect on it rather. I don't think any more popped up, but let's check. We got a cultivating one that's kind of close. It's only 1,500 bucks. That's a really small field. So we could go do that. Plowing one for 700 bucks, stone picking. That's about it. I might go do this one. Who knows? I wish this little tractor could run those cultivators, but it just doesn't have enough jam. I probably should have took this little tractor to go do the hoeing work, to be honest, but that's okay. That is okay. Let's go check real quick. Yeah, nothing changed on nitrogen. See, our yields are better on these fields. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Our nitrogen is okay. pH value is low. Weed control, soil sampling, tillage is at a 10. Your environmental score increases your sell prices by 11%. Okay. So we're at an 88. Currently no soil samples to analyze. Sorry. No soil samples to analysis. Great. Great work. Economic analysis, clear yield map. I don't know what happens when we do that. Huh. Don't know. Seed rate, soil types. I want to get this score up. Silty clay. That might just be, like silty. Well, but this one gets up to 87, and it's basically a full silty clay. Yeah, not too sure. Not too sure. We'll just have to keep going with it. All right, how's this doing? Yeah, this guy's still just plugging along. I'm glad yeah, I said this already once, but I'm glad these aren't jammed out. I really am. I really, really am. Okay, well, I think what we're going to do is I think we're going to end episode 5 there for now. I'm just going to let these contracts kind of finish off. I'm going to take a worker up to, which field is that? Field number 49, and we'll get that one plowed. I might go do that small cultivating one just to get an extra 1,500 bucks. Why not? You never know when a good goat's going to come through and it's going to cost us 1,000 bucks, and that could be the difference of it. I still want to kind of keep us around that $100,000 mark just for now. Slowly just kind of go and do what we did, like how we went and bought those rollers. We'll just kind of slowly pick away at some stuff. And, the main goal, though, what I think I want to do first, let's just go down here. I want to get field 3 next. That's going to be my kind of goal. I obviously want field 2 as well, but field 3 is a little bit cheaper and it's a bigger field. It's just because we get less land with it. I definitely want field 2 because you can, let me just go back into this mode. Because we get all of this land around here that we could kind of maybe extend the horse pasture and all that stuff, which would be great. But I think first, just for farming, for like a yield perspective, getting this field would be just best, and then we can have a kind of a surplus of our food. That being said, like we're not really too behind yet, but yeah. I want to get some of these bigger fields going just so we can handle feeding more of the animals, and then hopefully I can take away this field and, like I said, kind of expand the farm in here, whether it's more animal barns or just something like that. Same with up here. Like eventually it would be nice if all of this like the farm area that we have right now is like laydowns and shops and maybe even more animal pens, and then like all these fields out here start to become our main ones that we farm. Um, and then even if the farm expands out into here, and then these fields become the ones that we actually farm, and we're growing the oats on and baling and stuff and keeping the animals fed is kind of my rough plan for our expansion. But thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate it as always. Thank you to everybody who's hit that sub, who's hit that like button, and leaves me a comment and all this stuff. Just know how much I appreciate it. I really, really do. Yeah, thank you guys so much. I can't say it enough. I hope everyone has a good afternoon, morning, evening, kind of whenever it is that you're watching this. And I will see you guys on the next episode. Okay, so first thing I kind of want to do though here before we get going on the episode is I want to go check on our goats, see how the goats are doing. I think they're doing pretty good, but I want to check and see if there's any other kind of good deals in here on the goats. Maybe we can pick up some more. I always got to be kind of trying to do this, go through and just check and see. It's like this one's $1,200, 44 months. Like not the best stats to be honest for like 1,100, $1,200. But what do we got here? Well, this looks promising. What do we got here? Very good, very high. 13 months, $500. Okay, I think we buy that one for sure. Let's get that one going. So it's an average, very low. We don't want that. Average. What about for the Rams? Very good, very high, very 6 months old. It's only $450. I think we grabbed that one as well. Oh, gotta select it. It always kind of gets jammed out a little bit. 551. Did we? Is that with the delivery fee? Why is there $100 delivery fee? What are we doing here? It's because every time I go to the animal dealer, it doesn't work. And then we still got to pay extra. But all right, we got a couple extra goats now. What are we at for our final total? 13 goats. Lucky number 13. Before we get going too, let's go see what Danny's up to. Make sure Danny's got food in the bowl. That boy will come running as soon as he hears the food hit that dish. Maybe not. Now, well, there he is. Hot pursuit over there. So another thing I want to do, let's go check the horses. I don't really want to be spending too much cash on... I kind of just like having 4 horses right now, but it's good to go through and just check and see if there's any really good deals. 5 grand? Oh my God, Vega. Marshmallow's looking a little bit soft, you know what I mean? These are expensive. 5 grand, 20 months old. That's a pretty good horse though, but I want to just find those like, $1,300, $1,200 ones that are at a good deal. Really, really young. Bully. Spotting. I just like checking these lower price ones to see if we find a diamond in the rough here. And all we seem to be finding is just rough. All right, so we did our checks there. Let's go into the contracts now. There's not really much contracts that we can go accept and do. There's one. So I went and did the plowing contract at 49. That's what we were kind of finishing up with at the end of the last episode. So I went and got that one done. Let's collect that contract. And now I've got a plowing contract to do over on 25. That's kind of the best, or like the only ones that I found that we could go do. There's nothing really else in here. Unless we can provide fresh pasta, we could get 190,000, but we got no noodles, 0 noodles. So I'm gonna hook onto our John Deere tractor with the plow. Probably get the 4755. Here's what I'm thinking. Let's get this thing fired up. Let's get the plows connected on there, and let's head up to that field. So we're November. We got to kind of get through the winter. We should have enough food to feed the animals through the winter. Will I be able to do this here? Barely, okay. Back up. And off we go. So yeah, we gotta go up to field 25 and do some plowing. We should have enough field or food to go through the winter. Our fields are basically set till the springtime anyways. In February, yes, February. To think about that for 1 second. But in February, we're gonna come through and we're gonna mulch all of the. Actually, just 1 sec here. I'm just gonna back up. Okay, this is ready to harvest as well. We're gonna end up getting another cut off this, and we'll throw hay into both the goat barn and probably into the horses as well. They're all pretty good for food, but we might as well get another cut off that. Um, yeah, we might as well get another cut off that for the fall, and then we'll spread. We'll just go through and check that field. If we've got to do anything with the pH, we will. I don't want to mess with it too much, but oh, I probably should have grabbed fuel in this tractor. Will we make it? We're gonna roll the dice. Unless I can dip into any. No, the fuel station's back there. We've gone too far, team. We've gone too far. Let's go. This field should be just up here to the left. But we'll get a cut off that field. We'll get a bale or whatever we can get. Probably just one bale. We might get a bale and a half. I don't know if there's anything left in the plow or in the baler itself, so we'll have to go just kind of check on that. But I want to get this contract done first, just to see if any new ones pop up while we're doing this. I doubt it, but you never know. So we'll get this contract done, and then we'll be working on cutting and baling that field, getting stuff in for the animals. And then, like I said, in the springtime is when we'll mulch that cover crop under, try and boost our nitrogen levels just a little bit more. We do get some subsidies for doing that, but I mean, we really don't get that much. Like, not like we'll probably make like a couple $100. Like, not that I was really doing that for the money anyways. It was more just to try and make the field, get the environmental score and stuff up, and like I said, try and get some more nitrogen into that ground. But yeah, I don't really know what we'll get for subsidies. Probably a couple $100, but go buy some dog food with that or something. But yeah, the main thing will be get this field plowed, get this contract done. Something might pop up in the spring too as well that we can go do. Maybe some sort of a fertilizing contract would be good. Something like that. I was hoping to kind of find maybe some more plowing or cultivating ones, but by November, fields are either planted and ready to go for the next year with like wheat and canola and stuff like that, or they've been harvested and fields have been worked. So I don't know if we'll see any other good contracts pop up in November, or sorry, in December rather. I doubt that, but we'll keep our eyes peeled regardless, because you never know, and we got to make as much cash as we can. If all works out well, I want to keep going through like with the horses. If we can't really get Salter Pepper's value over 20 grand, I'm probably gonna end up selling them in the springtime, and then we'll go spend some money on another one of those horses. Because like there's good deals. Well, there's good deals. There's horses that pop up in there for like 4 or 5 grand, and if we can get them up to 20, if we can 4 or 5, or it'd be nice if we can get them more than that. But if we could get them to 4 to 5x what we're paying for them, and I'm still just hoping that Salt and Pepper can help reproduce with one of the mares in there. So we'll see how that goes through the winter. Just kind of playing it by ear right now. But once we get a good routine set with the horses and we got the months for their reproduction and everything, dialed right in, then we'll be able to get a little bit more crafty with when we're buying certain horses at what value, and we'll know roughly after how many months we can, like, say double, triple, or even quadruple that value. Maybe we're able to get them to reproduce, get a little colt out of there, and then sell them. It's kind of the rough game plan, but we know how that can change because it is what it is. But first things first, let's get this field plowed. It'll take a second, but it actually won't go too bad. We'll get this field plowed, and then we'll head back to the farm and just kind of start working on cutting and baling. So yeah, let's do some plowing. we got that contract complete. Just heading back to the farm now. I got the John Deere. I got our 3650 kind of sitting there warming up. I actually filled it with fuel, and I got the mower connected to that so we can start cutting our field. We'll head back up to the farm, and like I said, next thing we'll do is we'll get a cut. Try and get a bale or something off that field. I actually don't even know which barn I want to put that bale in. We'll get a bale or two off of it. I almost kind of wish we had a small square baler sometimes, and then we would have... It's like we basically just get one big bale off this field. I don't know. It'd be nice if we had the option to kind of just have some smaller ones, and we could put a few in one barn and a few in the other, but that's all good. In the future, we'll want that bigger baler, so for now it'll work good. But it would have been nice just to kind of have a smaller one, but it'll work just fine. Okay, let's do two things here. Let's jump in this tractor. Get this unit unfolded. And maybe what I'll do is I'll get a worker to cut this field quick for us. We'll jump around here. I'm gonna knock these plows off. I kind of want to park these plows somewhere else. Where could I put these plows? I guess we don't really use them that often. Maybe I'll stick them over here somewhere. Nah, there's not really any good spots over there. I'll just go put them back in the barn. Try not to run over our beautiful oilseed radish. We'll go dump these off. I gotta put fuel in this tractor as well. I can't forget to do that. I ran up to the animal dealer just to see if there was... But I still can't buy any of the animals up at the animal dealer. I don't know what's going on. I'm not able to purchase them. I just have to do it here, which again is fine, but let's just drop this. Okay, let's get some fuel in this unit. And we got to collect the money for our contract as well. So let's get fuel going in this tractor. We'll go in and collect the money for our contract. 8 grand, not bad. Does that put us over 100 grand? It does. Okay, so we got 102,000 bucks. I still, let's go check. There's nothing really good on sale. Nothing that we need anyways. Definitely don't need something like that. We already got a mower. We already got a combine. We ain't doing corn or sunflowers. So we don't really need any of that stuff. I'm gonna hook onto this baler and spin out here. Because I'm gonna use this tractor to bale. I'll basically use that other little tractor, the 3650, to do the windrow and everything else. Let's pull this unit out and get ready. Yeah, so we already got a bit of a hay bale in there. I just want to open up my menu here and see. Yeah, we're on 180 centimeter bales, which is good. That's good. Okay, I'm just going to pull this right here, so it's kind of out of the way / in the way. And we'll shut down that unit. I'm going to close my menu. Let's go take one of the horses for a spin while we're waiting here. What do we got here? Takes me a second. Okay, so this is Pepper. Oh no. Oh no. Stand by. Okay, we're back. The game crashed, so there's that. I don't know what it is. Every now and then I go to try and get on one of the horses, it just crashes it. Not too sure. I'm not too sure. I've been trying to figure out, like, it leads me to believe that it's this realistic animals mod, but I don't know for sure. Don't know for sure. What I do know is we are back on Pepper and we are just giving her. We're just giving her. Jeez, it seems like 30% already? Usually we had to go around this crazy field. It's almost like the riding percentage is like has went down. Maybe I'm just tripping. Nah, maybe I'm just losing it. Might just be losing it, who knows? Because now we're at about 50%. Because usually it takes one lap around this field, but still trying to hit this one corner over here just absolutely perfect, which is tricky. It's weird. I swear the horses, like some of them, I feel like turn better. I know that's not the case. Like there's no way, right? Like there's no way, but sometimes. Sometimes it feels like I get on and they just whip around no problem. And other times it's like pulling teeth to get them to turn half a bit. Look at that nice cotton field. So it's like right through here, you got to go through this plant. Oh, it's either too much or not enough. I'm always going to try and stick with doing too much though, because we got to hit that corner just perfect. But it's kind of like a perfect little lap just to get it straight back to the barn. And let's see what Pepper's value's at here. All right, we're off. Okay, so we should be able to get Pepper's value like around that 22K mark. 22 and a half, 23. Okay. Okay, not too bad. Cleanliness is good. No suitable male. So there should be a suitable male. Which one? And salt's right around that $20,000 mark as well. I would like to get them around like that 30,000 if I can. Um, let's go into here. Yeah, like salt and pepper are just dialed right in. If we could get them around 30, that would be pretty crazy. Because that's just with 4 horses. Like with 4 horses in here, if like, because if you can get them, wow, I mean, even if you could get 10 or some horses around 20 grand, that would be pretty good. Maybe what we should do, okay, so Penelope. Okay, I'm gonna do some figuring and stuff here. I'm gonna do some planning. Keep riding these horses and stuff and get them going. This field should be cut. Yes, it is. Let's go get in this tractor. I'm gonna close this menu. Let's fold this wing up and go get hooked onto the tethers. Get hooked onto the tethers. My truck's just sitting there in the way as well. I gotta park that truck. What's going on here? What the? This game's bugging out. I'm not lying. I guess we do kind of got this weird barn. And I got front weights on all these tractors. Still, this game has been weird lately. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's go head this field. Nice. Alright, there we go. We're out. We're out. We're out. Whoa. We're in the cab now. There we go. And I'm just going to set a worker to do that field real quick. I'm going to go jump in my truck and get it parked somewhere a little bit better and maybe shut it off. And yeah, I'm just going to kind of do a little bit of testing here real quick. Try and do some figuring. And then I'll bring you back once that field's kind of windrowed. We'll get it baled. And then we got to get through the winter and into the springtime. So we can start cultivating this cover crop into our ground there and see what we can do for the nitrogen on this. Hopefully it goes good. Although, like, our nitrogen, it says it's perfect when we come on the field. pH value's okay. It says it's perfect. Is a worker gonna... See what I mean? Like, the game has just been... I don't know what it is. If it's just this game save or, like, what's going on, but... It's very, very buggy. Might have to just head this field myself, which is fine. Okay, I'll get this field tedded and windrowed. I'll bring it back once we're baling and kind of getting ready to work through the winter. I might even be doing some more field prep stuff on this. Like, just we'll check the pH values and stuff to see if we want to spread any lime or do anything like that on this field. I probably will just leave it till the spring, to be honest, but we'll just check and see if there's anything we can do. Whoa, sorry, miss. Almost got you with the tethers there. Yeah, I'm gonna get this all kind of squared away. I'll bring you back once we bale this field, or we're almost done baling. We'll check our pH and nitrogen levels, and then yeah, we'll get ready to get into the springtime. I'm just getting spun around here. Gonna do the last little kind of pass through our grass field here. A couple bales off here. A little bit pretty not too bad actually. I didn't think we'd get this many bales off of it, but I did obviously did turn down the bale size. So okay, let's put this pickup on, and let's kick these bales out. Yeah, there'll be two left in the chamber, or sorry, one left in the chamber, but that's all good. I think if I could, I don't think I would sell this baler, but if I could get a small square baler, if for some reason one pops up in the store on a good deal, I might grab it just to have the option to do either big or small ones. I don't know. One nice thing about the small bales is I can pick them up by hand, but like not that it's really that big a deal to move these around with our front attachers, which we're actually going to go hook onto once we drop that off. Alright, I'm just going to park this tractor right here for now. And I want to go look at the barns here, and I just want to kind of go look at the different amounts of food. Let's shut this tractor down real quick. Let me jump in here. How's everyone doing? I always check when I pop in here, because this kind of just updates as everything goes. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything. Okay, so let's go into total capacity 20 meadow. Yeah, they will eat a little bit of meadow in here. So I think what I might do is I might just store the bales for now. Do we got a spot in here that we can put the bales? It might be a little bit weird trying to come in and out of here with the tractor. Let's try it. Let us try it. I gotta drop this weight off, and then we'll hook the front attachers onto this. We'll grab our bale spike, and we'll go move those bales around. Because I don't want to put them inside anywhere. Well, no, I don't want to put them outside. I'd rather have them stored away somewhere a little bit better to get at. What really would be good is if I stored them out here, to be honest. Maybe we can. We gotta check our tractor driving skills, but... Alright, let's go grab these bales. Grab these bales. The horse has got a bunch of food in there, so they should be good for a little bit. They should be good for a little bit. But that being said, we could put these bales covered right under here. At least one of them. Well, no, we'll put two here. The horses will probably go through more hay than the goats. And then we got them sitting right here, ready to go. And I'll try and put this bale right in there. Right in for them, if it'll take this whole bale. Oh, it did. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Now, while we're right here, let's go up into our field and let's just check. Let's pop over to precision farming and just take a look at this field. 81% yield bonus. Well, let's jump out actually. Say that says nitrogen bad, pH bad. Oh god, it's all over the place. Okay, well, what we'll do is we'll kind of do a spread of both the lime. We'll get some lime on there, and we'll get some fertilizer, and we'll try and balance everything out. I'll kind of get all that done, and then what I'm going to do is we're going to kind of get through into the next few months. I don't think any contracts will pop up. If they do, I'll bring you through and we'll do them. If something good comes in the store, I'll bring in. But otherwise, I'm going to bring you back in the springtime. It'll be in February, and that's when we'll be getting ready to cultivate this cover crop into the ground and get the fields prepped and ready to go for our oat planting. So, yeah, I'll kind of just work away through the winter here and bring you back in the springtime. All right, team, we are back here. It is February. We're going to cultivate some of that. We're going to cultivate some of our oilseed radish into our fields, but I'm just in with the horses right now. We're just checking. I just kind of had like taken everyone for a ride. So Crim's doing good. Crim is still too young to have kids. Which one's this? This is Pepper. Pepper's value is still going up. I think we can get Pepper to around 30K. I think so. Where's Salt? Salt's over here. Salt's getting at almost at 30,000, so that's pretty good. I think so far. Anyways, I'm not too sure. And then we've got Penelope. Now, Penelope is pregnant, expecting, it says in 2027. I don't really know what the game... Can we go see what year it is? Does it tell us what year the game thinks it is in? Does anyone know that? Anyways, Penelope's going to have a kid. We know this. Little baby. Little colt's going to pop out. A little baby horse. But we do not know if Pepper or Salt is the father. We do not know at this point. So we anxiously await to see the result of that. I've just been riding them. And I got them all cleaned off. I'm going to go get on... Or in either this tractor... No, let's get in this tractor. So... The only thing that I did through the winter, actually, let's go through this real quick. I did one plowing contract on field 4, which was just right below the farm, which is going to be one of the fields that we eventually want to go buy. It was like, yeah, $2,000. It was right there, so I figured why not do it. But that was the only thing that really happened through the winter. The only thing, quote unquote, exciting, if you will, was that I went and plowed one field. Other than that, nothing really great happened. There wasn't even anything super exciting that popped through on the stores. I think I'm just going to leave these plows sitting out here for right now. Leave her along the creek side. And we're going to go hop, get the cultivators connected on. And then we're going to go up to the oilseed radish fields, get those cultivated in. And then we'll kind of go through and we'll take a look at our pH levels and all that stuff. I did the pH and the fertilizing on our grass field after we cut and baled it. Jeez. Can I get hooked up to this unit here? So that field should be like pretty good to go. The grass field should be, relatively good to go. Just gonna kind of do this and not worry too much about the GPS or anything on it. Grass field's good to go. The animals are super fed. I still want us to get another field, but I'm just kind of waiting to see how everything pans out with the horses. If we can get Salt or Pepper up to that 30K mark, I'm gonna sell one of them, and I'll probably keep the other. I'm just gonna sell one to start with, and I'm just gonna kind of use the other as a test, just to see kind of when their values start to go down. If they start to go down, I want to keep one horse that we have that's kind of like the oldest, which Salt and Pepper are right around that 37-month mark. So I just want to keep one of them, but I do want to sell the other and make room for, because there's going to be a little baby that comes in the barn now, which it's going to take a while for that little baby to like obviously grow up and then really mature so that it could reproduce. Like, I don't know if it'll be a mare or a little stallion. I don't know. I'm still trying to get, there's still a lot of like unanswered questions with, well, for me at least, with the realistic animals, because I've never used this mod before, so I'm learning it as I go, which is kind of fun for me because it adds a new element to the game. I really enjoy it. But we want to go, after I get all these fields worked, I want to go through and I kind of want to buy more horses, and I want to buy some more goats. So we're going to go check and just see what's available for just kind of quality. We don't want to get stuff that's like really, really low quality, but I still want to keep plugging away at getting goats and probably some more horses. The only thing is I don't want to get too many horses that it's hard for me to like, it's hard to keep them ridden. Sort of. Like it's like I don't want to have like 50 horses in that. Actually, I don't even think I could have 50 in there. I probably could only have, I think 16's the max that I can fit in that pasture field slash barn that we have for the horses right now. So I'm thinking like around 6 to 8 is going to be like the max that I kind of want to just deal with right now. Because if we can get pepper and salt up to that 30K mark, I want to go try and find another one that's worth like, 4 or 5 grand. And as long as it's like around that 30 or even like 2 year mark to 30 month mark in age, I think is going to be, I think is going to be the move, because then that way they can reproduce relatively soon. Gestation period. Shout out to the comments. I think it was Brucey in the comments, or maybe it wasn't. Anyways, I can't remember. Shout out to whoever put the gestation period in the comment section. I probably could have went and figured it out, but sometimes it's nice just to have little tips like that pop through. That I don't gotta go searching through absolutely everything. But the game has been bugged a little bit lately. I'm not really sure what's going on or why, but something's. I keep getting black screened, and it just like boots me, and it really sucks when I haven't saved the game in a while. Like I don't have autosave turned on. I keep autosave turned off just because sometimes I do things in the game and I'm like, maybe I like regret it and I just want to like back out and not have it saved. Or if I make a mistake on something, like I could be trying to put something down, and maybe I put a building down and it's like right in the middle of somewhere and it causes a bunch of issues. It deforms the land or something. It's easy for me just to like, okay, back out. But when I've done a bunch of stuff and then I haven't saved the game in a while and I go to jump on one of the horses and I get the death screen, the black screen, and I just have to shut the game down and nothing that I did was saved. That that sucks. That sucks, especially when it's like a lot of work that we did or something, and then it was all for nothing. Yeah, that kind of sucks. So I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's precision farming. I don't know if it's a combination that I have it on with the realistic animals. I'm not 100% sure, but hoping it gets sorted. Really hoping it gets sorted. I kind of think it's a little bit of both. I think it's those two mods being put together is causing some weirdness. I is my guess at least. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, that's kind of the plan. Is what I was thinking about. 8 horses ish. Cause like the little baby horse, the little colt that pops in, like there, I'm not gonna really have to worry. I don't know if I'll be able to ride. Like, am I gonna have to ride that horse right off the bat? Probably not. That doesn't make any sense, right? It's just a little guy. But I don't know what happens with their health at that point. Yeah, again, just a lot of unanswered questions that we gotta just kind of be patient, or I have to just be patient, figure it out as I go, which again is kind of the fun part of all of it. Kind of the fun part. Also, our oil, our subsidies for the cover crop that we planted, we made a whopping $50, big old $50, which is awesome. Which is awesome. I guess I don't know. $50 is pretty good. So, Danny, we'll get some dog food for Danny. Where is Danny? He was kicking around. We just seen him. Oh, I think I just saw him over by the barn. But yeah, we'll go get a bag of dog food for Danny with that $50, and off to the races we shall go. So I don't want to mess. I'm not going to mess with any of this field just right yet, because we're going to have to plant, and if I'm going to do some sort of lime or anything on this field, I'll do it right before we plant, which is going to be in April. No, where is it? March or April? For how much? It's March. Yeah, it's March. For how much I have played and planted all these different crops, you'd think I would have it memorized, but I just don't. I just don't. And even when I think I do, I don't. So it's best to just not worry about it. All right, let's dip over to the goats and let's go see if we got any for sale in there. Shut that tractor down. I should go shut the other tractor down. Little guy here. We got 15 goats in here now. Okay, let's scroll down and see what we can get. Sheep, goat. Okay, definitely want that one. Hi, I mean, like we could get that one too. I mean, I don't want to be too picky. Oh, not that one. What about the Rams? Let's buy that for now. 1,700 bucks. Yeah. Okay, there. We got some more goats in. Let's go check out the horses and see what's happening. We don't really have much goat milk that we've produced. I think there's only 1,000 liters in there, just over 1,000. But what's up, team? How we doing in here? Also, our field isn't too big in here. I don't want to have too many horses, but we ride them every day, so it's not too bad. Okay, let's take a look. So this is good and it's good age, but the horse is only 4 months old. I kind of want to, if I'm gonna be picky, like this one's a little bit better, 17 months old, kind of getting into that. I like around the 24. Got a horse named Danny. We got a dog named Danny. We can't get a horse named Danny. 3 months, very high, 2 grand. Or maybe I'm messing up this strategy. Big Biggie. Some of the names are funny, man. Like some of the names are a little bit funny. Okay, we got Lily, 19 months, Lazy Dixie, 14 months, Lucky, 17, Flash, 23 months. Like this is I like this age a little bit more. The 23 month is good. Muffin, 22 months, 6 grand. Like this is where I almost want to roll the dice on this one right here and just see if we can get Muffin up to like that 30,000 mark. Okay, and then there's Utera, Groovy, 25 months, 7 grand. Okay, what we're gonna do here, I'm just gonna get what I want to keep track of. I'm gonna build a spreadsheet, but for right now, I'm just gonna write it down. Let me just get a notepad here. I'm gonna build a spreadsheet when I'm off here, and like I'm not on the game yet. Okay, so let's get this horse. Let's get Groovy. Let's spend this 7 grand, 6,800 bucks, and let's see if we can get this horse up to that 30K mark. It's got really good genetics, all that stuff. Let's buy this horse. And then we'll have we'll have 5 horses in there. Let's save the game. We're gonna save the game right now. And we're gonna have 5 horses in there. You jump my fence. Look at this brand new stallion. Come here now. 100% clean. Okay, so the value's down a little bit. This horse was Groovy, which is a hilarious name. And it cost us 6,800. I'm gonna keep track of all the horses and see. And we bought this horse at 25 months old. Yeah, I'm gonna create a spreadsheet so that we can keep track of all these horses, get super organized. Let's jump on this horse. Also, I downloaded a mod for first person, so we can really get into it, you know what I mean? And we'll go ride this horse around and we'll see what kind of value we can increase. Because if we get it at 25 months, I mean, if we can get this horse up to like a 30,000 value within a year, and as long as it's over that 25-month period, or we'll double check once we're back. I got to figure out exactly how old they can be when they can start reproducing. Because even if we have like a little colt or something like that, and even we get the value up to like 4 or 5 grand, I'm just interested to see on the genetics of the little colt when it's born. Because I mean, if Salt or Pepper is the father, well, Salt or Pepper is the male, the stallion that is the father. They both have really good genetics, so I'm interested to see how that'll transfer through to the little one. Very interested to see. I just don't know exactly. Like it gives us a date as to when Penelope's gonna have the baby, but it doesn't tell us. I don't know what the game year is. Like it says it's February, but I don't know if the game thinks it's like 2026 or 2027. I don't really know. 2025. Who knows? I'm still trying to hit this corner just perfectly. That was a pretty good one. It's way easier than first person. way easier in first person. So I wonder, like, even if just riding Groovy right now, if that increases the value up over that 7,000 mark. I don't know if it will, but we'll find out real quick. Jump our fence. Okay, where's Groovy at? Already. Yeah, already. Just doing that right there, we increased the value by like $1,000, like almost $1,500. That's crazy. Okay. Okay, 2 years. Perfect. Let's check one more. And let's just see. 3 months for $1,900. Like, I don't really want to have a horse that's just 3 months old. It just seems like it'll take so long before that horse can either reproduce or is even like, yeah, it just seems like it'll take way too long for that horse to reproduce. We could get Muffin, Earl. Earl's 11 months, 24 months, 1 month. And this horse is already worth that like 2 grand at 1 month old. Okay, this horse is 24 months. I think we should get this one as well. Horses sold for profit. Yeah, animals that are healthy around 22 months can reproduce. Let's do it. Why not? Wait, we didn't select it. All right. Opal. Jeez, where did Opal go? We're running into horses. There's too many horses all up in here. There we Holy, that was difficult. That was way more difficult than I thought it would be. Okay, I'm gonna get Opal Road. I'll get her brushed and all that stuff. Put away. I'll bring you guys back next month and we're gonna plant our fields. We're gonna do our field work. Get whatever needs to be done with oats. If we gotta do some pH level or mess with the nitrogen. We shouldn't have to mess with any of the nitrogen because we have our fertilizing unit on our planter. So that'll fertilize as we plant. We might have to do something with the pH levels, but other than that, I think we'll be able to just plant, roll those fields out, and like I said, get some oats in the ground. So I'll bring you guys back in March, and we will get that done. All right, we are back. It is March, and it is time to go plant our oats. I want to get hooked onto this planter, and if I can, you know what? It'll be fine. We got enough fuel. I was gonna swing by and get some fuel, but we'll be all right. I think we'll be just fine. I gotta swap this over to oats. There we go. There we go. Now, do I have enough fertilizer in this unit? Let me just pull up, see if I can get some out of this pallet. Can I pull up a little bit more and just hit the pallet that's right there? Yes, there we go. Nice. Okay, let's do that. Now, I have seeds. In the barn. I'm not really going to use that many, but I just want to see if I can get close enough here where I fill this up, and then we'll go set a worker to start planting these fields, and then we'll go check on the goats. Yeah, there we go. I knew we'd be able to get close enough to the barn there to do that. Yeah, eventually I probably will just take this field out if I'm being completely honest. Let's get a worker going on that, and let's jump out and let's go check the goats. Yeah, I'll probably end up taking this field out. You know, that'll be probably one of the first fields that we take out. I don't know exactly what I'll end up putting here. Maybe something, maybe another horse. Let's just go take a look while we're in here real quick. Maybe like another horse pen. This is 25 grand. We could get another one for 25 grand. Or I could get something like this. This is 8, and we could kind of create our own little field. This one's 5. But I would have to water. I think this one self-waters. Yeah. I think this one self-waters. I don't know. I kind of want to have two, like eventually I want to get a bunch of like there's wicked horse stables in here. Like this one's massive, right? Um, And eventually we'll get to that point. Like that's the goal. I want to have a good riding arena and stuff like that. And all that stuff will probably end up coming up here is my thoughts. Having the riding arena here and something else right here. But maybe something more to do with goats as well. I don't really know right now. It's kind of just too hard to tell, and I don't want to make any weird plans that yeah, it messes like the flow of everything up. But I would like to have two separate pastures for the horses because then I'd be able to separate them and it might be a little bit easier because like I could take Salt and Pepper out right now and put them in a different one where I know I'm getting close to selling those horses, and then I could have the other ones that maybe are too young and they're just slowly kind of growing up still in here. It's gonna, yeah, I'm eventually gonna need to keep everything separate is gonna be my plan at least, but in time. Let's check on the crew in here. How's the crew doing in here? 19. That's right. We had bought 4 extra. So let's just go back, keep looking in here. Let's get down to goats. What's this one? That's high, average, low, very low. I think we'll get this. We'll get this one. I guess I could just click buy. That's what we do. There we go. Okay, we got one more. 20 goats. We need 4 more to get to our favorite number, 24. There's Danny. What's going on? He's just in here hanging out with the goats. He kind of blends in. He kind of looks like a goat, hey? Look at him. Danny, what are you doing? Let's go put some food in your dish, bud. Put some food in his dish, and then we got to get these fields planted and rolled out. Let's get Danny some food. Watch him be done with the goats real quick. Come barreling across this parking lot with this this driveway. In time. Oh, there he comes. I can see him busting through the field. He's gonna get hit by the tractor in the oat field. Yeah. Right on. Okay, let's hop in this other tractor and let's get this fired up. And I'm gonna go spin around and go grab the rollers with this unit. And then that way I can get ready to chase behind the planter and yeah, get these fields set and good to go. Get these fields set, good to go, and ready for the springtime. Now, I still really want to buy, actually, yeah, we could go in this field. This mode will be fine. I still really want to buy one of these fields, which I think is going to happen. It's going to happen as soon as Penelope has her baby in this pasture up here. That's when it's going to kind of decide on everything. I'll probably sell one of the horses when they get to about the 30 grand mark. That way it'll basically pay for this field or one of these fields. And then probably like it'll be probably like next spring-ish or maybe even after we harvest our oat fields in the fall, we might pick up one of these fields so that we can work on field prep and get ready for the next spring. Like next year at this time, I would like to have either both these fields or at least one of them for sure. Both of these fields would be ideal. So the main plan for the rest of the year is obviously going to be, I still want to be picking up horses and getting their values increased because as soon as you get the horse and you start riding it and you start getting its fitness up and the cleanliness and all that stuff, it instantly increases in value. So every horse that we buy will basically, as long as we take care of them really good, we won't lose money on them ever. Next month we're going to get a cut of hay off this field. The one thing that I kind of want to buy is some sort of a hay storage facility or unit. I don't really know exactly. I was thinking about putting something right here-ish just to store bales because that's kind of the only spot that we have. Unless I can clear some trees out back in here and do some landscaping, that might be a possibility. Yeah, that might be a possibility if I can do some sort of landscaping even off in these corners. I don't really know. It's not a major thing, but that's kind of my plan is to get some sort of bale storage unit and then we'll get all these fields set. They'll be good to go. And after that, it's going to be, we want to do as many contracts as we can throughout the year just to help with cash, taking care of the horses, and yeah, just trying to get their values increased as much as possible so we can hopefully make as much cash and get some more fields. Really, I just want to get those fields so that I can expand, like that oat field that we just planted. Like I had talked about before, putting some sort of a different horse pasture or goat barn there. It'll probably be a horse pasture, to be honest. just so I can keep all of the horses separate, like we talked about. But I think that's going to do it for this episode. I think we'll end the episode here of us just kind of planting these oat fields. So thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate it like always. I know this series is like a little bit slower of a start in a sense because it's just the money that we're trying to make is going to come from the value of the horses rather than the like crops or, you know, a lot of times in the beginning of series we're always trying to like do silage or something to make money so we can get the operation going, but really it's going to be horses that get us there. The goats will eventually really help us once they're producing lots of milk and reproducing kind of more in a consistent rate. But again, it'll just be a little bit of a slow burn to get everything going. But and once we are, and then I can hire some helpers to also ride the horses and get their health and stuff all like up, so it's not just me doing it 100% of the time. Then their values will increase more, and we'll be able to really kind of streamline it a little bit easier. But so again, thanks so much for watching. I appreciate it like always. I appreciate everyone who's hit that like, who's hit that sub for me. We are so dangerously close to hitting 1,000 subs. It's crazy. I'm very excited. So thank you again to everybody who has helped us kind of reach that goal. Shout out to everybody who's joined the Discord. I know the link was bugged for a little bit because yours truly screwed it up, but I got it fixed, I think. So yeah, jump in the Discord if you haven't already. And just again, thanks so much. I hope you guys have a good afternoon, morning, evening, whenever it is that you're watching this episode, and I will catch you guys on the next one. See ya. Okay, so the first thing that I want to work on right now is I got the weeds dealt with on that oat field over there, but I got to get the weeds dealt with on this field here. So I'm just going to set the GPS so that I can maybe not screw this up while we're chatting here. And I can kind of talk to you about a couple other things. So the horse's value is increasing like really nicely. Groovy and Penelope, it's just hilarious that they got these names. So I'll try to say this with a straight face. But yes, Groovy and Penelope are both pregnant, and so they will. I don't know exactly when they're gonna have their kids, or their little colts or whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Have the baby horses. But yeah, they are both pregnant. So we got 6 horses in the pen right now. We got Salt, Pepper, Crimson, Groovy, Penelope, and Opal. Yes, Opal. How could I forget? And I think Opal is pregnant as well. So eventually we're gonna have to sell. I want to stick around about 8 horses because it's kind of oh, yeah, I kind of spun around here in the wrong way. It's a bit to keep them all rode each month. It takes a lot of time. So if I have around 8, I think is going to be a good number for me. It's going to be like a manageable number, if that makes sense. So whenever the horses, the little ones are born, we're going to have to sell off probably Salt and Pepper. That's who I want to sell first because they are like the most valuable right now. Both Salt and Pepper are almost at $30,000 in value. Actually, I believe Salt is over 30. Salt was at 31,000, and Pepper was at like 29. Might even have cracked 30. I can't remember exactly. As I go through, I ride and then I brush them and stuff, and their value. It's just a bit of a mess. But I want to sell those horses and kind of make room for the next batch, if that makes sense. Because we bought Groovy last episode. We bought Groovy and Opal last episode. Now I can't remember exactly what what Opal's value is right now, but Groovy was at like 10 grand, almost 11,000, and we bought her for 6,800. So just in a month, her value's increased over 4 grand, and so I want to kind of keep doing that. Obviously, I'm not going to sell the horses that are pregnant because I want them to have their offspring. And like potentially, I'm just interested to see what the offspring's value is going to be right at birth, because we could make an extra couple grand right there, and again just make room for another set of horses as long as there's good valued ones that are available to be bought. And we'll just kind of keep doing that process because like if we sold Salt and Pepper right now, we'd have about 60. Well, we'd have over 60,000 bucks just from those horses alone, and it really didn't take that long to get their value up to that point. With consistent riding and cleaning, like you can increase their value like 10 to 15 grand in a few months, which is crazy. So that's kind of the goal with everything right now. The goats are just giving her. The goats is basically they're slowly building the herd. And then once the herd kind of gets up more and more, and we have more consistent both rams and lambs that are reproducing, that's when we'll start to see more growth within the goats. But it's kind of nice right now that they're just slowly growing in the background. We're getting a bit of goat milk, but really nothing to write home about. It's nothing too crazy. I think there's like 1,000 liters of goat milk in there, which I'm just saving up because I don't really know what we're gonna do with it. I don't really have a plan to make any type of goat production facility right now, at least. Could that change? Maybe, but the main focus right now is on the horses, and really trying to get. I really want to get the horses figured out to like the perfect month to buy horses, the perfect month to sell horses, exactly how long it takes to get their value from that 5 to 6 to 7 thousand dollar buy marker up to that like 30 and hopefully in the future potentially like $40,000 sell points. Is kind of the goal right now, and that's just what I'm focused on. I'm obviously working to get these fields and like the pH levels and all of that balanced right out. Like if we go through feed rates, our yields are getting better. They really are. They're getting better. Not so much on our grass field, but through our oats fields, our yields have slightly increased. We like our environmental score was at an 87. It is at an 88. I know that's 1 point, but the steps that we're taking to get that up is good. Let me go over to our nitrogen. Nitrogen has increased on this field. It has a bit on both of these fields, even through planting the cover crop. It's not great, but it's all right. It's all right. pH levels are good. I'm gonna go hook onto our spreader and try and spread some nitrogen across these fields as well, just to do it since we've got our first stages growth on. So let's just run over. I want to use this tractor because that little spreader, the little fertilizer spreader, is quite heavy when it's got a full tank or a semi-full tank on it. I probably don't have to fill this tank all the way up, to be honest, but it also doesn't really matter. I just fill it up and actually let's just put that in. Let's put that in. I'll see if a worker can go and spread some fertilizer on these fields. There are no contracts up. I mean, it's springtime. The only contracts we could potentially get are some sowing contracts, but I don't really want to go mess with that. We don't really have the biggest planter. It's not really going to be worth it, but there's nothing that's popped up through the stores at all. Um, I'll keep watching. It's mostly a fall thing. Contracts come for us in the fall because we have a 6 meter set of cultivators, a 6 meter set of plows, and that's like kind of our, I would say our best bet for a contract. We could potentially get a contract for harvesting if there is a grain one that we could go do somewhere. That would be great, but it's not really the main focus. My main focus is going to be, I'll just go into the build mode because it might be a little bit easier to see, is to eventually purchase these two fields so that I can move most of our farming out into these fields. Ideally, I want to get these three and then, into the future, get all five of these and then have our main farm area, more stables for the horses, maybe another goat pen, and a riding arena for the horses, just all set up for, like, we'll say like infrastructure and the animals, and then all of our fields out here will be grass and oats to feed the animals, and then we can sell the crops off for some extra profit. Again, I don't really have any specific plans to make a production facility for the oats or the dairy. It could change, but I don't know. It's maybe right now, no, but maybe in the future, if we get to a point where it seems like that makes sense, we will, or if we have the room for it, we will. But for right now, yeah, I'm just gonna leave it as the farming isn't really the most important thing. It's going to be the animals and the management of the animals. But as always, let's just run over. Let's jump back into first person here. While we're getting some nitrogen, some fertilizer on that field, checking on the goats. We'll go see if there's any ones in here that we can pick up. No, all that quality is just too low. I mean, that one's all right. Let's get that one while we're in here. Why not? But yeah, that's the plan as of right now. We got to kind of get through the summer. We're going to be riding the horses. I eventually want to sell the horse, Salt and Pepper, and kind of get them. Let's just go check the value of everyone right now. So we got our 6 horses. Yeah, like Penelope. Penelope's at 10 grand. All the horse colors seem to be all messed up here. Let's go into this unit. Yeah, we got Salt at 30, Pepper's at 28. Groovy's at 11. We just bought this horse for 6,800. That's crazy. And Opal we paid around 4 grand for. So we're doing quite good. Crimson's a slow process here, but Crimson was young. When we got Crimson, it was very, very young. So still can't produce. Once Crimson hits 22 months, then the value will increase a bit more. Um, Penelope's pregnant. Once Penelope has the kid, again the value will go up a bit more. But Salt and Pepper are really, really our golden childs, if you will, right now. Especially Salt. Salt is just unreal. Let's check the value. Yeah, Crimson not as high. Penelope very high. Pepper, yeah, extremely high. Groovy will make us a ton of cash in the future, and probably even Opal. Crimson, part of me wants to sell Crimson, to be honest, but I'll wait till Crimson gets to 22 months, and maybe then we'll try and sell Crimson and get something different. Not too sure. Okay, I'm gonna kind of get the nitrogen, or so, yeah, get the nitrogen dealt with on these fields, and I'll bring you back throughout the summer as we kind of progress through, different chores around the farm, riding the animals and stuff, and hopefully some contracts pop through that we can go make a little bit of extra cash from. All right, so just before we kind of get going through the summer too much here, I decided I was going to cut our grass field and get a couple bales of hay off it, because why not? Even though we're kind of ahead on bales a little bit, but I figured might as well keep cutting that grass and get stocked right, excuse me, sorry, get stocked right up. And I also decided to put in a bale storage kind of facility right here. So I parked our trailer in the barn back over there, and I put down this little bale storage thing so we can just drop the bales off here and it'll stack them in, as you can see. Pretty simple. So yeah, I just got done finishing up doing the baling on this field. I'm just going to spin around here and grab a couple of these bales. And, then I'm going to do my normal kind of go through, make sure this field's good to go. I'll fertilize it if I got to. I'll check the pH and stuff and see if there's anything we can do to kind of help that out. All the fields are looking pretty good from that standpoint, at least. I should be able to just go right, run into a... Is that going to just drop it? There we go. Okay, perfect. I got one more out there. Let's go grab that. Now, also, a contract had popped up. A hoeing contract had popped up. Actually... Oh yeah, we'll just grab this bale real quick, and then I'll show you this contract that popped up that I think I'm going to go do, because it's like 6 grand. Oh my god, how did I lose that bale? Jeez. Alright, let's try this again here. Let's try this again. There we go. I think there we go. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, I seen a contract that's like for like 6 grand to go do some hoeing on a field, and I thought, might as well go do that, because usually the contracts that we get are just cultivating and plowing, like we kind of talked about. So a hoeing one would be not too bad. It's pretty easy to kind of do. I could honestly set a worker to go do it, which I might do. And we could send mom and dad some more cash, because I do got to keep sending them cash. We still owe them 40 grand. So yeah, I think I'm probably gonna go. Let's just go look at these contracts real quick. Where is it? Oh no, or did I accept it? No, it must have went away. Oh no. Well, we're too slow. We were too slow. I should have just accepted it. Oh, what a dummy. Okay, well, that answers that. I guess we're not going to do that, which is fine. Yeah, it's totally fine. There'll be more contracts that pop up, but dang, that would have been a relatively like easy one to go do. Shoot. Oh well. Next time I will just I'll just accept it. I'll accept my fate. Okay, let's pull this through. There we go. drop that off. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna do a little field work on that grass field. It's gonna be nothing really that you're gonna miss out on. I'm just gonna run across it with potentially the lime spreader, maybe the fertilizer, just a little bit. It won't really take much. It won't take much, but I'm gonna just do it just to keep on top of things. I think I have fertilizer in this unit right now. Yeah, that's what I got. Okay, I'm just gonna go kind of do a little bit of this field prep, and like I said, I'll bring you back as the summer progresses and we get closer to well, we'll either be harvesting this field again, getting a couple more bales, or we will be getting close to harvest our oats. All right, we are back here. It is May, and even though we missed out on that one hoeing contract, a couple have popped up. So I'm gonna go get connected to our hoeing unit. And we're going to travel around and do some hoeing contracts. We also got to ride the horses and kind of get all their health and stuff, you know what I mean, just tip top. But I want to get some workers doing some contracts for us while that's happening. Now there's a hoeing contract that's like really close to the farm here. It's actually on field 5, which is just south of the farm. Yes, so there's this hoeing contract here for 2,200 bucks. We're going to accept that. There's another one that's just so field 5 is like kind of right over here, and then 53, I think we've even went down and done work on this field before, but I'm going to accept that one as well. Accept that contract, yes. And we had a plowing one. I seen a plowing, and there's a fertilizing one. The fertilizing one is like right at the neighbors, so we might dip over and do that for an extra 1,200-1,300 bucks. And then we have a plowing contract. It's kind of far. It's kind of up out of the way. I don't know if I feel like going up there to do that. What's this? There's grass that they need. And we could probably almost supply that. But I'm going to do both the hoeing contracts for sure. And we could potentially go do a fertilizing contract. But I'm going to get this tractor set off to field number 5 right now and get a worker doing that. And then we're going to come back over and do some of our rounds. We'll do a couple laps with the horses. For sure with salt and pepper, because I want to see what kind of value I can get them up to. I wonder if we can get them up to around, that 40 ground marker. Who knows? Okay, so we got a worker going there. I'm going to shut this one off. Another thing I want to do is jump in to see the goats. We've had one little baby goat pop through because we were at 20. No, we bought another one. Never mind. We might have bought another one. Let's go down. Let's see. Geez, this one's 1,300 bucks. 46 months. Whoa, extremely high. 11 months. I think we should get that one. Oh, there's some good value goats in here. Even that one's pretty good. What about the rams? Really good. I mean, all of these are really good. What would we be spending there? 5 grand? Let's just do it. Let's get some good goats going in there. We got to keep getting the goats up. 27 goats, not too bad. All right, let's go check on the horses. That's what we got to do next here. Okay, what do we got here? Penelope, she's still pregnant. Pepper. Let's go take Pepper for a spin. Whoa. Watch it, Penelope. We don't want to have a showdown here. Horse fights. All right. This canola field right here is looking pretty good. I still really want to buy this field. I'm hoping, I guess we could buy it soon. I might buy it when it's ready to harvest. We could be a little cheeky like that when it's ready to harvest, and we could sell off the canola, which might be a good plan. All right, it's going to this point. Oh yeah, we got our worker out there. We'll do a flyby. See how everything's going. But yeah, I'm still trying to plan the perfect time to sell both salt and pepper, which I just don't know. I don't know if there is going to be a good time to do it. I think no matter what, I'll probably regret it a little bit because I don't know exactly the max value that we can get these horses to. Yeah, I don't know. It's too hard to tell right now, but I'm just going to kind of keep doing what we've been doing as making sure they get rode, making sure they're clean. They're obviously fed really well, and we're going to have more oats and stuff and hay, but the horses and the goats don't really go through that much food. Like it's pretty It's way different than, I'm just so used to the pigs because we did the pig farming gameplay series, which if you guys for some reason you're new to the channel, you didn't watch that series, it's called the Hard Times Hog Farm, and we start 300K in debt with an old hog farm, and we try to, dig ourselves out and build an empire from it, which we succeed in doing, but it's a bit of a struggle. And the biggest thing that we struggle with in that series is trying to keep up with feeding the pigs. We had to buy so much pig food, it's unbelievable. But yeah, trying to feed those pigs was crazy. And this series is like the complete opposite. Like there's so much food for these animals. We don't have to worry about feeding them at all. But it's just a different grind because we have to make sure they're road. Okay, so like this is what I'm saying. Like I think Pepper's like at his max right now. 100% riding, 100% fitness, 100% cleanliness, even though it doesn't really look like it, Pep. Pep, you need to clean out your pepper shaker. Good lord, buddy. Mix in a shower. Um, I wonder if that's the most value that I could get them to. Okay, we gotta save the game here. 'Cause sometimes when I go to get on a horse, it just everything jams out. Okay, this. Well, we'll still take Crimson for a spin. Maybe we should go the other way. We always go the same way. Let's go the other way. Yeah, maybe what we should do is just sell salt and pepper. It'd be nice, like what I was kind of hoping is like maybe I could get them to like 40 to 50 grand in value, sell them, and then I would be able to buy both those fields because the one field's 49 grand and the other's 56,000. I really just want to own this whole kind of side of the map out here and have these fields that we can farm and or just build different horse pastures or goat barns or whatever. I just want to have all this space out here and then we can do whatever we want with it, which would be nice. It would be pretty cool. But also in the same breath, it's not like we need a whole bunch of fields because we're struggling to feed the animals. I just want the land because it could be extra money, and then also it gives us options to build different things or just kind of develop different areas of the farm, which would be exciting. But because if I get more horse pastures, I could get more horses, which I need to hire. I wish I could hire workers. I gotta hire more workers to ride the horses to keep all their health up. Well, their health will be up, but I don't know if their value will be as maxed out as they could be, which is obviously the goal because that's gonna be the main way that we make money is through horses. So I don't know. We'll just see. I've said this a bunch, but I just have tons of like questions that I don't have the answers to just yet, and I'm like constantly trying to plan and be efficient, but until I answer some of those questions. And Crimson's overall value is just good. So I don't know, it might be worth selling Crimson once I get Crimson to 100% fitness. Because then again, she'd be like 100, 100, 100. Um, like, did Salt run away? It says we have 6 horses. Like, what's Salt doing? Can't even ride that one. We already rode Crimson. Yeah, the animals are like a little bit jammed out. Oh well. Okay, let's take this one for a spin. Take it for a gallop. Maybe we'll go somewhere different. Let's open the menu so I can see what the riding percentage is at. Let's go check out different farms over here. This is a nice area over here. I really like it. This field's all right. These fields over here are pretty good. Pretty good. One day we'll ride up to the cave and I can show you guys the cave if you weren't aware of it. There is a cave in this game, or on this map. If you are aware of it, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But yeah, there's a cave. There's also a corn maze, which is kind of a bit out of the way, but these are bigger fields over here. But yeah, if you kind of go over the mountains in this direction, you'll get up to there's like a big kind of like quarry that you jump down into, and there's a cave. It's kind of neat. There's probably even some collectibles up there that we could go get. Right up in here, you can get into the cave, which is pretty neat. Pretty neat. This is one of my favorite maps. I really like this map, mainly because it's just got a little bit of nostalgia to it from FS22. If any of you guys played that game, this was like kind of like the Riverbend Springs map, if you will. Kind of one of the main 3 starting maps that you could go on. And yeah, this is where I played a lot of this game. Like, this is where I learned a lot of how to play this game, was on this map. So it's pretty exciting to come back. I'm glad they brought it back for this one. More than anything, though, I really can't wait for if No Man's Land comes out. I've said it a million times, so if you've heard it before, I apologize, but that is definitely my favorite map. And I know there's other ones that are similar, but just something about No Man's Land. It's awesome. Oh, those guys got a basketball hoop. On the farm that I built on No Man's Land, we had a basketball hoop on the side of the barn. And I would shoot hoops before each big harvest. We'd go and we'd shoot some hoops before it all went down. Can I get in? Yeah, it won't let me in there. Kind of doesn't let me through here. There we go. Yep, Penelope's doing pretty good. Pretty good. I don't know where Salt is, though. Hiding from us. Alright, let's dip over and see how this worker's doing. Looks like they're getting dangerously close, 70%. Got like another up down here, and then be working on headlands. This will be done pretty quick. And then head over to field 53. We got more than enough fuel, so we should be good to go. I don't know if I'll go do that plowing contract. I don't know if it's worth going up there. You know what? Let's go up there, and I'll show you guys the cave. We'll go start that contract, and I'll go up there and I'll show you the cave while we're up there. I'll maybe accept it before I. Okay, field 74. Let's grab the plows. We'll go up there and I'll show you the cave, and we'll go look and we'll see if there's any collectibles in there that we can get. And yeah, there's gotta be. I'm sure there's collectibles on this map. Oh no, that's right. There's enough. There's a bit of growth on these fields. I can't cut the corners like I was on the first growth stage because of the crop destruction. Okay, let's fold this up. Hopefully when we come back, Peppers or Salt's back around. I wonder where Salt is. Hide note in the barn. Okay, I wonder if I can sneak through over here and just make it a little quicker to get up there. Maybe. Let's open up the map here and just see. Yeah, this should be a little bit faster for us to jump up there. And like I said, we'll go check out the cave. The cave's kind of cool. Also, too, I've said it, a few times, but if you guys haven't done so already, make sure and check out the link in the description for our Discord server. There's a bunch of stuff you can go in there to do. I put different tips and stuff. I've got a list of mods that I use under mod reviews. I've got like a list of the mods that I use on like every single gameplay series. So if you're interested in checking it out, I don't know if all of those mods are crossplay. I know a bunch of them aren't. But I don't know specifically which ones are or are not. But you can go through, check the list, and there's a bunch on there. There's a bunch of other people that post a whole bunch of helpful stuff just in the general chat. There's always breakdowns. Brucey's always got a bunch of breakdowns in there that you guys can go check out. And I've got a section for tutorials and video ideas. So if there's any type of specific tutorial or something that you would like me to cover or touch on, you can make suggestions in there, and I check it quite often. And yeah, I can kind of do some tutorials on whatever's relevant. There are some behind the scenes stuff that you get access to where I'll let you know when new gameplay series are going to come out, dates and times. People in the Discord will hear about it first. This looks like our field. Okay, let's set a worker to do this, and let's jump out. And we will head up to the cave. And we'll drop down in there and I'll show you guys. Because it's pretty cool. There's 2 entrances in there too, as well. See if I can remember. See if I can remember this. Yeah, this is definitely a cool part. All right, what's this sign say? Caves. Match window. Trickle cave, upper entrance. Now, oh my god, we just fell off a cliff. There's kind of like a, I don't want to say a secret entrance. Raven loop. I don't want to fall down in there. Alright, we'll go this way. We'll go this way. Yeah, there's this one spot. It's kind of tricky to get into. Hopefully we'll be able to find it. But it's pretty cool down in here. Okay, where is it? Like, there's the main one that you can get into. We'll do some puddle jumping over here. Someone knocked that sign down? Good lord. Alright, down we go. Is this a collectible? Yep, I knew it. I knew it. I knew there'd be some. 5 grand for that? Nice. Good thing we came down here. I didn't know that. I didn't know you could get money for them. Alright, we gotta keep our eyes peeled then. Okay, where is it? It's right here, I think. Yeah, this is it. This is like a secret entrance to it. We'll end up popping out of there, which I'll show you. But because like this is the main way in, down in here, and that's like the little secret entrance right there. Nice, we made 5 grand. Hopefully there's more kicking around here. This would be a good little adventure that we're on. What's that? That's nothing. Okay. Alright, we gotta check every nook and cranny in here. See, what's this? 108 more to go? We got another 5 grand? Okay. Can we climb this ladder? Oh my god. Okay, well. We gotta be on the lookout. There's 108 more? Jeez, we could make some good money just finding collectibles. What was a golden apple? Right? Oh, there's another one. Solid gold. Nice. Can't get in there. I'm already crouched down, so I'll stand back up. Looks like there's another one over here. Man, I had no idea that I could actually get money for these collectibles. That's awesome. If it lets me grab it. There we go. Okay, then we can come down in here. We gotta just double check. I'm not missing nothing anywhere. There's 106 more. Bet you there's one in the corn maze. Bet you there's one in the corn maze. Stand up. Let's jump through here. Geez, this was definitely worth it. Okay, and this is where we'll pop out. This is where I just showed you. Yeah, that's the second entrance there. Okay, awesome. Not a bad trip. Not a bad trip out to the cave. Jeez, it makes me want to explore more around here. We'll take one of the horses out here one time. We'll ride around and we'll go through the corn maze and stuff. Maybe in next episode. No, we'll do the corn maze in the fall. Corn maze feels like what you should be doing in the fall, like around Halloween or something like that. That's what I would say is you should be going through a corn maze. So that's what we'll do. Maybe after we harvest the oats or something like that, we'll go through and go check out the corn maze. I'm going to go up these steps, though. Just make sure we didn't miss nothing. Nice, though. What a good trip to the cave. But there's 100 and some more of those golden apples that we got to find. That's awesome. Let's check in here. No? What is this, an outhouse? What's up here? I'm kind of like in the map right now. Alright, yeah. Okay. Oh god. We gotta get out of here. We've zigged where we should have zagged. Okay, let's tab back over to one of these tractors. This plow is going good here. I bet you this weeding contract hoeing, this one is done. Okay. So we got to head over to field 53. I'm just going to go work on these contracts, and like I said, I'll kind of bring you guys back, you know, as the summer progresses. If there's something in June I want to bring you into, I will. Yeah, we'll just kind of keep plugging through. All right, crew, we are back here. It is July, and we've got some fields that need to be harvested. Our oat fields are ready to go. Also, our grass field, we could cut and get some bales off this. I'm not going to focus on the grass too much. I do want to get our oat fields, I want to get them harvested and good to go. But there's a couple things that I want to do just before we get into that. As always, I want to go jump into the goat barn here and just see if there's... Look at all the goats we got going in here. Unreal. Let's just go... Will it tell us? I was hoping it would tell us how much milk we got. If I come into my time-saving stock check... Okay, so we got like 2,000... Or no, we got 1,200 meters of goat milk. Some of this stuff we can't sell. We got some hay. Nice. 50 bucks worth of hay. Is that what's going on? Or value, never mind. 1,100 bucks. Okay, 3 grand worth of that. We have some oats, 127 liters. That's right. That's all we had left from last. That's right. Okay. I want to check the goats and see if any good ones have popped up. Emma. Whoa, that's a really good one. Extremely high, extremely good. Very, yes, we'd definitely buy that goat. Wait, how age 11 months? That's perfect. That is absolutely perfect. Yeah, I think we just buy the selected one there. So there's a couple things that I want to do. I got all those contracts done. I accepted all the cash for that. I think I'm going to sell off some of the horses. Let's go over to... I'm just jumping fences here, aren't I? Let's go into here. So I got... Crims is like good to go. That's not the one we want. Crimson. I think we're going to sell Crimson just because... Like, Crimson's young, but like... The just the overall, yeah, like I think I'm just gonna sell Crim and call that a day. So let's sell Crimson. And there's a little bit of a delivery fee. Penelope we can't sell because Penelope is preggers. And same with, let me get into, where did it show me this? Actually, I think I had to go like this. Yes, this is the one. Sorry, so yeah, Opal's pregnant. Is Groovy pregnant? Groovy is not. No, 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 no. Okay, so I think we're gonna sell Groovy as well because we bought Groovy for 6,800 bucks. We've already almost doubled our value with the grooves, and yeah, Groovy, that's right, is a stallion. So there's no way Groovy could be pregnant. But yes, Opal is pregnant. So we'll just hold on to Opal till the little one's born. Pepper is at 100%. Pepper's value is starting to drop, and same with Salt. I don't really know why. So I think I'm going to sell both these two. And I'm just gonna keep note that around 40 months, because like I had Salt at over 31, like she was at he was at 31,000, and now it's starting to drop. So I don't know if 42 months, if like around that 4 year mark they start to drop off. I don't know. But the same thing is happening with Pepper. I had Pepper at like 28, 29,000, and now at a full 100% of everything, fitness, riding, cleanliness, still down. I don't really know. Unless it has something to do with the food. Unless I have to dump more oats in there, and that would kind of like bring the values up. Maybe let's wait. Maybe let's wait and see if I can see if that'll change, because we're gonna harvest the oats here and that's gonna work. But another thing that I want to do, I think what I'm just gonna do is pull the trigger on this field. I think we're just gonna buy this field. Oh, not that field, sorry. Like 140 grand. What happened there? I think we'll buy this one. It's 56,000. I could get this one. It's 49. We will get this one eventually, but I think right now I'm going to buy this field. It's got canola on it that's ready to harvest, which is a little cheeky, but you know what? It is what it is. It is what it is. I think we're going to buy this field, and I was going to say it kind of jammed out there for a second. Because once we sell Salt and Pepper, we'll be able to get this field as well. And that's kind of my plan. And then obviously after that, we got to raise up a couple more horses, and then we get this. And once we get fields 2, 3, and 4, then we're going to be rocking. We're going to be really rocking, 23, 20. We'll have 2, 3, and 4. So let's get our combine out, and we'll get the headers out as well. Feels like it's been a second since we've been in this combine. Definitely has been. And I think what we'll go do first is go get a worker kind of going on maybe the canola field. Yeah, maybe the canola field. What's Danny doing? Danny, what are you doing, bud? Watch out! Danny's just fearless when it comes to the combine. Oh, let's open this back up. I left this thing wide open? Jeez, that's not good. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking we'll head off and go get the canola field done first. And then that way, once that canola field's done and the oat fields are being harvested, we can kind of work and see what we're working with. Because we're going to have to send off to get soil samples done on... Oh, we're not going to go this way. We're going to go the other way. We got to send off to get soil samples and stuff done for that new canola field. And then we're going to have to go out. There's going to be a bunch of work that we got to do trying to balance out pH levels, all that stuff. I'm going to want to plant cover crop on this in the fall as well. Because, you know, since we make so much money from our government subsidies. But I want to plant some cover crops so that we can get the nitrogen going on this field, just help out a little bit and kind of all that stuff. Let's go check contracts while we're here. Baling. So we could do square bales, but it's kind of far away to go for 1,100 bucks, so I don't think we'll do that. Fertilizing. We could. We could. I don't know. Harvesting. This is an interesting one. Harvesting oats all the only thing is this field's far away. And we don't have a trailer to put the combine on. I wish we had a trailer to do that because then I could drag it up there even with the headers on the combine. But this is like a far way to drive up there with the combine. The thing though is you get extra oats that we could keep and we could dump into the barn. But yeah, I don't think we're gonna mess with any of those contracts. And if I come into the store, I mean, there's this trailer for sale. 16 grand. No, I'm not gonna waste it. No, maybe in the future this would be a good trailer to have. No, this is just unnecessary, and I don't know where we're gonna park it. And 16 grand is a good deal. No, we're not gonna buy it. I don't wanna. I don't wanna waste 16 grand on that. Not right now. Well, maybe in the future that's something we could get, but I want to save the money for the fields, which is more important to me. And because if we can get together some more money through contracts and stuff through the fall, we obviously have to pay back mom and dad a little bit. But I want to, can I just go into the map here? I think I want to build some sort of a secondary horse pasture in here if we can. If we can. There's like lots of things that I want to do, and I want to do it all at once, but we just don't got the cash right now. So I'll get these fields worked, get these prepped for next year so I can get oats going on everything. I won't mess with that small field just yet. Like, I'm not going to mess with anything here just yet. Next year, it'll just be oats, oats, oats. I might even swap and put this as an oat field and then maybe do grass out here. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It doesn't really matter. Um, it doesn't really matter, but this field's kind of annoying to get windrowed, and it's kind of small, to be honest. You get like one or two bales off it. I would rather have, maybe in the future like this field as bales. I don't know how fast we could get to 60 grand, but if I could have, let's just say, if I don't take this one out, if it's oats, 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 grass field, that would be pretty ideal. And then we'll just keep grinding with horses. Once we can get a secondary pasture in here for horses and we can make enough money, then we'll get this field, then we'll get this field. And I think that'll probably be the main brunt of our empire that we like build. Maybe, unless it gets going really good and we kind of transform this area right here into kind of more either barns and stuff or more pasture. One of these areas I want to turn into a riding arena, and then maybe here some other shops and stuff. If we can house more equipment, then we might get over to start doing some of these fields with oats as well. It's just too hard to tell right now. But like, yeah, main thing, I want to get this field, which we did. We'll keep grinding. We got to get this field as soon as we sell salt and pepper. Keep grinding, get this field. A Groovy's probably going to be a good part that gets us to buy this one. Once Groovy has a kid, we'll sell her, and once Penelope pops, we'll sell her as well. Those small little horses, like if I have another pasture in there, I can kind of raise them separately just to keep track of like which one's which. And yeah, that's my plan. That's my long-winded plan that's probably going to change a million times, but you know, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail, right? Someone said that. So I'm going to just let this kind of harvest progress a little bit more. I'll get the canola done, and then I'll bring you back once the oats are starting. And once the oats are kind of starting, then we can come over to this field and we'll start doing some messing around. I bet you I'm just going to jump off right now. I'm thinking no matter what, we're going to plow this field. No, we're not going to plow this field. We're going to wait. We're just going to cultivate it because the store still said they'll let us plow or rent that stone picker one time for us. They'll let us do it for free if we take it for an afternoon. We obviously have to dispose of the stones, but they'll let us take it. So I want to wait till we have like all of our fields, like say this one and this sunflower field in front of us. Once we're gonna do that, I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna plow everything, and that way all the fields are plowed, all the stones are picked up, and then we can kind of go from there. If we have to buy a stone picker in the future, we will. But yeah, since the guys at the store said they'd let us borrow it for one afternoon, that's pretty awesome of them. So yeah, I'll bring you back once we start harvesting oats. Okay, we got our canola harvest finished, and the oats is going behind, as you can see, working on that small field. So I'm just dumping the canola in our silos right now. There wasn't much. I think I just read it was like 2,600 liters or something. So like nothing really to write home about, if I'm being completely honest. But it something we could sell off later on, or I don't really know. I have no plans for what we're going to do with that canola other than maybe one day take it up to farmer's market. Let's go take a look and see. Yeah, 2,600 liters, 1,300 bucks. Nice. Well, we'll need that 1,300 bucks for something. One day, something we'll need 1,300 bucks for, and we'll be like, we got the canola. We have the canola, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I've got the cultivators on this tractor, and we're going to head over and get this field cultivated. And maybe just before we do that, let's go in and let's just check the map and just see what we're working with this field. Soil, let's go over to precision farming. Okay, so we need to purchase some soil information. It's going to cost us 800 bucks. All right, it is all loamy sand. Now the tram lines, I'm going to take off the tram lines. Tram line width, direction automatic, just because I don't want them on right now. Let's go look at a few things. So let's look at the pH level. Okay. So we're right around the 5 mark, 5 to 6 mark. Okay, that's not too bad. Nitrogen. Sheesh, okay. Not super good, but we can work with that. We can definitely get the nitrogen up. That's not that big a deal. And the pH, yeah, yield is not looking great. Okay. Okay, you know, all really not that bad. We can fix this. We can fix this relatively quickly. So let's first start with cultivating this field. I'm going to get a worker to cultivate this field, and then we will deal with kind of once the cultivation is done. I'm going to hook the spreader onto the back of this tractor. Just this one holds it a little bit better once it's full of, once it's full of fertilizer and lime and stuff like that. And I'll mess around and I'll get this thing tuned up just a little bit better. Texture's a little bit, that must be from where the tram lines would have been. Yep, okay, that makes sense. Let's just jump over to this unit. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take the worker off, and we can just finish it, because by the time the worker does some Austin Power 3-point turns, I mean, like, this field's so small that like it's kind of not worth the time and effort to do it. Though I don't want to turn my nose up at it, but I think this space over here will just be so much better used with some sort of horse pasture, is what I'm thinking. But I want to yeah, I just want to make sure we're ready for that before we kind of mess with this area over here. Plus, I kind of want to think about it a little bit more too, with trying to future proof for the goats as well, because that goat barn and kind of like pasture that we have there, like the meadow, is we're getting full as is. Like we would probably be able to fit like 50 goats in that area, quote unquote comfortably, which we do have a lot more kind of space all on the edge of our farm, like where the trees are. The only thing is we just don't own the land on the other side left, so or yet. So that's gonna kind of cause us to like it'll just cause some issues of like how far we can put our fences and stuff. But once we own that land, then we have a little bit more control and we can kind of manipulate that and blah blah blah. You know what I'm trying to say. So, long story long, I just need to make more money and we need to buy those fields and then we don't have to worry about that. That's the long story long right there. Okay, so I'm going to spin up here and I'm going to set a worker to get this field done. And then we're just going to kind of jump over and I'm going to go look at that field that we just harvested. And I'm just going to see as we walk through it what it's telling us for pH and nitrogen levels. Okay, so nitrogen bad. Okay. Nitrogen bad. pH is basically the same. Nitrogen bad. Okay. Yeah, we just got a bunch of field prep and stuff that we got to do now. There's really no two ways about it. Let's go take a look at how this cultivator's doing. Yeah, just kind of getting the up downs done. And then they'll be starting on the headlands. Okay, perfect. Well, what I think we're going to end up doing is we'll probably end the episode there. And we will pick up, on the next episode with the rest of this field prep. That's going to be a lot of what episode 7 is we got to get all these fields set and kind of ready to go for the fall. I want to get the cultivation done. I want to get the nitrogen and the pH balanced on these fields. And I want to get cover crop planted on the fields as well, because we might as well plant them through the winter. It doesn't really, I mean, the subsidies is just a little bit extra cash, which we definitely don't do it for, but if it can add nitrogen and everything to the fields, then why not? We might as well be doing something through the winter with them. I think, at least I don't think there's any harm in it. And then I'm going to put a bunch of oats into the horse barn, and hopefully that changes their value. I'm hoping that will work to increase their value. And maybe they're just eating hay and root crop right now. I'm not too sure. I'm not 100%. I'm going to test that out just a little bit and kind of get to the bottom of it. Now, speaking of root crop, what I'm going to have to do is put down a greenhouse. So I gotta kind of find a spot around the farm. I don't know exactly where, but I'm gonna have to put a greenhouse down for us. And I mean, we could put it right just here for now, which we might end up moving it in the future. I don't really know. I'm gonna kind of think about it a little bit and see, maybe I could do it here somewhere. Maybe I could cut down that tree and do it here somewhere. That's just stuff I'm going to think about and see if I can grow some carrots for us in greenhouse, and and then that way we'll have that to feed to the horses as well. It's kind of my plan. So there'll be lots going on next episode, and like I said, we'll end this on here. So make sure and tune into next episode so we can kind of see how everything goes a little bit better, see how much oats we get off these fields, and we're gonna sell salt and pepper right away as soon as we can get their value back up around 30 grand. And then we will be buying the sunflower field here. That is the plan, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you to everyone who's hit that sub and that like button, who leaves me a comment. Thank you to everyone who's joined the Discord server. I really appreciate all that stuff. Can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. Having lots of fun making these series for you guys. I have some cool ideas for series after this, but also the Hard Times Hog Farm is coming to an end. I've got episodes 29 and 30 recorded. They will be posted out soon. I'm going to do them on back-to-back days, so you'll be able to get 29 and our finale series, or our finale episode 30. And then the Supercut will be coming out for that sometime next week. Depending when you're watching this, it could be way in the future and it might already be out, but that's kind of my rough plan with everything. So with that, I'll quit yapping. I'll get off this video. Thank you guys again. I hope you have a good afternoon, morning, evening, whenever it is that you watch this episode. And I'll see you guys on the next one. All right, I'm just kind of getting ready to bale this field. To be honest, what I've been doing is honestly just not even windrowing it because it's such a small field and my pickup range is just kind of on each side of the baler as is. It really doesn't take that long to kind of rip around this field and pick it up. And it's honestly, probably by the time I get it windrowed and then was to go bale it, like I think it's just quicker to do it this way, to be honest. Because really, you pick up basically the width of what the baler is, and yeah, it's really not that bad. Really not too bad. So that's what I've been doing with these. I got all of our other fields. I got the nitrogen taken care of on those fields, and I also got the lime. So the pH and the nitrogen levels should be like, as good as I can get them with, just going over it with one pass. Can't really do anything more than that, to be honest. So they'll be good for right now. I still want to get the hay picked up off this field. We'll store the bales away. I mean, we could probably go put a bale or two. No, we'll just put the bales in the storage for right now because it doesn't really matter. I got more than enough food or I had more than enough food in the goat barn, which I'll double check. But yeah, for right now, I'll just throw these bales straight into the bale storage unit. And then we're going to cultivate this field. I will do any lime work or pH stuff that I have to do, or sorry, any lime or nitrogen work that I have to do on this field. And then we will kind of start cruising through into the fall months, which, like I said, I'm hoping some good cultivating and plowing contracts come through so that we can go make a little bit of extra cash. I'm also hoping that since we dumped a bunch of oats into the horse barn, that's going to change the value of salt and pepper, and we can get back up over that $30,000 mark, which I believe we'll be able to. And also, our greenhouse will start producing carrots, and so we can kind of also have that blend of root crops going into the horse barn. So they should be eating the most optimal kind of like blend of food that we can get them. I think. It might be just something we got to kind of play by ear, but it's the plan that we have. I don't know if it's a good plan, but it's the plan that we have, and I'm just going to continue to roll with it. But like I said, I want to get this field as not a grass field a field that we can make hay from for at least a year, and we'll just do straight oats. So I can get a good surplus. I'd like to have a good surplus of oats in the bar or in the silos, and then if we really wanted and we needed to make some extra cash, if we wanted, we could do a harvest where we converted all our fields to grass fields. And nah, I'm not gonna do that. We don't really need to do anything too crazy. We can just keep plugging away with the oats. I'm just going to keep doing oats, stockpiling the oats, and if we have a surplus towards the end that we want to sell, great. If we don't, and we have to just keep throwing it into horse barns, then that's what we're doing, and it's not that big of a deal. But I want to keep farming these fields and really try and get them dialed in so that our environmental scores are kind of at the prime that they can be. And yeah, just so we have a surplus of food. But I don't think we'll run out of hay at all, and I don't think we'll run out once we do another big harvest with all these fields at oats. We're going to be really far ahead. Did that take all of them? It did. Okay, perfect. I'm going to spin this baler around and we'll park this away. This is our 4755 tractor, so I'll go grab the cultivators with this unit after, and then we can cultivate that field. Like I keep going with lime and all that jazz. Maybe I won't worry about maybe I'll just deal with the pH levels for now and try and get all of that lime out of that spreader. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that'll be the plan. And go from there. Danny's just chilling out. His paws are probably all white from walking around in the lime. I'll have to wash him before he comes in the house. And that's all I know. I think I said I'm really hoping in the fall we can go find some good contracts. We could take the combine up to go do that oat. Nah, it's too far away. I'm just going to stick down at the farm. I don't want to go all the way up there with the combine just for that. What I do want to do, though, what we're going to have to do, which I don't know how I kind of forgot about that. Let's grab this tractor. I'll be able to do it with this lime tank on the back. I just got to drop this front weight off. And then we'll go get those 2 bales off the field. So let's dump this right in there. And you know what I forgot to do? like a dummy. I forgot to mulch our fields. Oh well. Guess we're gonna have to do that next time. I totally forgot about mulching the fields. Totally forgot about it. Dang, that sucks. Oh well. Because I don't think I can mulch now. I don't think I can mulch after I cultivated. Can I? No, there's no way. There's no way. I've never tried, I don't think, but I bet you there's no way. I'm not even going to try. We'll just take it as an L, and I don't think I can mulch over a grass field. Yeah, no, we'll just take the L on that. Dang, that sucks, though. I completely just spaced on that and completely forgot about it. Like I said, well, we'll do it next harvest. That's fine. That's fine. Let's see if I can get this other bale on this other spike. Oh, yeah. There we go. We're grooving right now. Dang, I can't believe I forgot about that. That would have gave us a little extra yield. What? Whatever. I gotta quit thinking about it and just move on. We'll get her next time. It is what it is. I'm gonna just jump in this tractor. Never mind. I missed it. So let's drop these off real quick. There we go. Yeah, we're set for bales for a while. Like, I haven't used one of those bales in a really long time. I will check the goat barn, but we will be good to go. They munch on meadow for most of the year and they barely eat any grass in the winter, or hay. Okay. Let's jump in this tractor and let's get a worker going on this field. I'm going to just kind of do some more messing around with fields to get them prepped out. The AI workers really get jammed out on this field and they really don't want to do it. This field is just an anomaly. It wouldn't do it with the tedders. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Weird stuff. Oh well, I'll just do it myself. We will do it myself. Okay, I'm going to keep going with this field prep. I'll bring you guys back in the fall and hopefully I'll have some contracts for us to go do. All right, so we're on kind of major field prep mode right now. Sort of. Not really major, I guess, but I'm just going through kind of getting all these fields done. Actually, I'll just do this field, I think. I could probably do it without GPS, right? I'm a grown-up or something like that. There's Danny. Danny, how we doing, bud? He's probably hungry. We will definitely feed him at some point during this episode. He's not gone hungry because that's all he does is eat, but he's good to go. But yes, we will definitely feed Danny. And we need to do a bunch of field prep. So I'm kind of going through, I've got our new field cultivated. If you're with us from last episode, we had purchased another field that had canola on it. Just kind of on the, yes, it would be like the southeast side of our farm. I guess depending on how you look at everything. But yeah, we'll say southeast, hey? This is middle of farm. East, southeast, yeah, that's what we'll call it. Sure. Now, that field needs a bunch of work. We got to deal with nitrogen. We need to deal with the pH levels on that field kind of massively. It's a new field, so it hasn't had the attention, love, and care that we obviously put on our fields. All these fields are going to kind of need that same work as well. Now, our canola, it has been harvested. We really didn't get much of the canola. Not that I suspected we would, but it was more just we bought the field that had canola on it, and we figured, you know what, let's harvest it, because why not? So the canola is harvested. Our oats are done being harvested. Again, we don't really get a full combine with the fields that we have for our oats right now, anyways. Now, I don't have a for sure plan of how everything's going to go just yet, but I think our grass field, I think I'm going to swap it out to our new field, potentially. I don't really have a major plan for it right now, and I might make what is our grass field right now into another oat field. Or I might make the new field out there into oats. I can't really decide if I'm being super honest. I think, well, there's secret option number 3 where we don't do a grass field for the next year. Because I have a few bales stored away, and the goats and the horses don't really eat anything. You know what? That's probably what we're going to do. I think I'm going to cut that grass that we have right now, bale it, and then we're going to turn all of our fields into oat fields. for the next growing season, I think. I definitely will have, because we're going to have enough hay, and worst case scenario, worst case, we could go buy a couple bales of hay if we had to feed the animals, but we won't have to do that. We have enough stocked up. I have a bunch stocked up, and we didn't even really use any over the last year. So if I get another cut off that field, it'll give us another 2 or 3 bales that we probably won't even use. We could get away without doing any grass fields for probably a year or two and just do straight oats. So right now we'll stick with that plan. All the fields will be going to oats after, of course, we get another cut and bale off that field, which we kind of got. Let's set that. We'll set a worker going on there. Let's jump into this. I got to turn my heads-up display on, and we'll see. Okay, we got 5,900, almost 6,000 liters of oats out of this. And actually, I'm gonna dump whatever I can into the horse barn right now. Can I just do this? Is it going to let me do this? It is. Perfect. We will dump in absolutely everything that we can into this barn, which we should be able to dump a good amount in, if not all of this. Can we get all of it? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll know in a short amount of time. Now, another thing that we're going to be doing this episode, I haven't picked out an exact spot for it, but we need to be setting down a greenhouse where we can grow some either carrots or parsnips to add to our horse barn. Carrots or the horses like the carrots. Perfect. We got all of that in there. And while we're not going to be able to afford to set ourselves up to fully do like a carrot field. It's just going to be way too expensive for the equipment. We don't really need that much to feed the horses, to be honest. Like we need a really small amount. So I think a greenhouse is going to be a perfect option, and it would be a realistic option. Okay, that's perfect. That jumped in there. Now, we barely burnt any fuel, so I'm just going to park this thing away as is. Let's fold it up, though. This doesn't get full of dust. Well, let's park this right in here. I'm actually going to move over just a little bit. Make it a little bit easier for me to get out of this unit. But yeah, we got a busy episode. So let's park that. Let's jump out of this truck and let's feed Monsieur's bull here. Where is he? There he is. Yeah. Off he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Off he goes. Okay, let's hook onto... Actually, we'll just leave that trailer right there for right now. And I'm going to just spin around here, and I'll back this header trailer in beside the barn, so it's out of our way. Let's get hooked onto that unit. Kinda, sorta. Something like that. Okay, that's set down there. Now, I'm going to go put a front weight on this just because it's a bit heavy for this tractor when I put that spreader on the back. Let's get a front weight on here. And we'll go get our spreader, and I think I'm going to start with our nitrogen. No, I'll start with our P8, or what's in this thing. Let's start with what's in this thing. And I'm pretty sure it's fertilizer in there. Yep, it is. Okay. Well, let's go. Hopefully this is enough. We'll see. 29% full. Let's go see if it's enough to get us through this field. I don't know exactly how much we're going to have to put on, so let's see. See if it's enough to get through. We may have to put quite a bit on, so... But it's not that big of a field. I don't know. We'll see. No, I think we're going to be fine. I think we'll end up being fine. Let's tab back over and take a look at this tractor. Getting dangerously close to having this field completed. And then we'll go get a cut on our grass, bale that all out, and off we go. So while people are working, what I was kind of thinking was putting a greenhouse right in this area. So let's go into factories, generators, no. Greenhouses. Okay, so this one doesn't work for us. These are for mushrooms. This doesn't do parsnips or anything. Let's keep looking. These are 50 grand. That'll do carrots. We just need a smaller one, though. We don't really need one that's so big. 25,000. Okay, this one's 25. This one's 12. Multi-fruit. This one will use manure, but that'll take straw, manure. Is there one that will just take in fertilizer? I think you can do either or in this too. Like you don't actually have to put manure in, you can do either or. Let's check this one. What can you grow in here? Sorghum, cotton. You can grow cotton in the greenhouse? Okay, here we go. Oil and yeah, this would be the one that we would have to put down. So potentially something like that would work. Potentially. Or if we could find a better spot for it somewhere else, I would be, obviously open to that, but I don't know exactly where. Unless we did, the only other spot I could think would be somewhere like over here, where it would get really good sun. I think though what we'll do is put it right here for now. Yeah, let's do it right there. Okay, this is done. Let's fold this up. We actually are done with these, I think for now at least. Dang, we're down to 36,000 bucks. Hopefully we can find some cultivating contracts this fall is usually our goal, and some plowing ones. If we could do that, that'll be great, but it's all good. We gotta keep going into expansion mode here and getting done what we can get done. I'm gonna park this truck for right now so I'm not tabbing into it. Okay, we didn't use too much on there. But I do have some bags of fertilizer that are in the main barn that I kind of want to use up since we have a silo sitting outside. I don't really need the bagged ones that came in the barn. So I'm going to kind of spin in through this door here and see if we can fill up a little bit. Yeah, see I got all these bags sitting right here. Yeah, that'll be good. And let's go to this small little field and get what we can do on here. And while that's happening, I'm going to run over to the greenhouse and just take a look at all the cycles and stuff that we have to do here. So let's open the door. Okay, carrots. What do we need? We just need water, and I can turn on enable our watering since we got a water tank over there. So our carrots, let's activate this and we'll just put it on storing for right now. And yeah, we'll get some pallets of carrots out. We don't really need that much, so yeah, we'll just leave this for now. We'll get some carrots growing, and if we have to shut down we don't want to grow too much. I don't want to have this thing right full all the time. Although we know we could get it full and just kind of let it sit full and grab a pallet whenever we need it, which is probably what we'll end up doing. And we just got to give it some time. It says material missing, but once we get some, if I speed up time, it will eventually start going. So let's shut the doors to this. And yeah, we'll come get these pallets as we need. Maybe I'll end up moving this over just slightly, but that doesn't really matter too much. Not for right now, at least. Let's take a look at this field, and I want to go back into our... Yeah, let's go, not necessarily on yield, but let's just check nitrogen. Okay, nitrogen's way better on this field now. Absolutely way better. We still got some weird spots that we got to work on, but planting the oilseed radish, I think, will help. I think. Okay, and this task is complete right there, and then we got to go get some nitrogen spread on this other field as well. So let's jump back in this unit and head over to kind of our main big field. And we will spread some nitrogen or some fertilizer, however you want to look at it, on this field. And while this is all kind of happening, I'm going to get back in this tractor and hook onto our mowers and get a worker to go cut our grass field so that we can get that all baled and good to go kind of as well. So let's get hooked onto our mowers here. And then, like I said, we'll definitely be focusing on contracts in the fall to hopefully get some money back up. I mean, we still got to sell those horses. We will have some money coming in, but it's going to be slow going for a little bit. It's kind of expensive to buy that greenhouse, but it's just a one-time purchase, you know. Obviously, like, we're not really going to need, we won't need anything else. Like, anything that we need from that greenhouse, that 12 grand is going to, it's going to take care of us for this full farm build. So I'm not too worried about spending that money. Really, it's a pretty cheap option in comparison to, like, if we were to just go buy anything vegetable related. I mean, even the smallest, worst harvester is 40K, and like 0.8 meters. What? Giants? What? 0.8 meters? What? My God, I think you could pick it faster by hand. I bet you almost could. Maybe not. I don't know. But 0.8 meters at a time? Good Lord. Good Lord. Okay, this is almost completed. Yeah, I'm just going to keep kind of plugging away with this. Once this is completed, I'm going to go and get lime loaded in this spreader and do the exact same thing. We'll try and balance out any of the pH levels. And then we will basically be going from there. Let's take a look at this map. Yeah, this is already so much better. Jeez, look at the nitrogen on this. Like, yeah, I'm going to plow this field after, I think, or at least cultivate it. Yeah, I'll definitely cultivate it, and I'll stick with the plan of plowing it once we plow all of our fields. Yeah, I think that'll be the best kind of plan. So, let's kick off. That looks like a pallet of lime underneath there. I'm gonna go like that. Yeah, that can sit right there for right now. That's the only thing, is I kind of wish I had two spreaders so that I didn't have to do this each time, but it is what it is. It's not that big of a deal. And we might as well just fill this thing since we got so much lime. And let's head out to these fields and start doing the rounds. But yeah, I'll kind of I'll bring you back as this progresses, and we start getting into a bit of the later months in the fall. And yeah, like I said, hopefully we can get into some contracts. All right, team, we are back. It is August, and I got all of our fields ready to go. So I went through, everything is like cultivated or plowed. No, sorry, none of them are plowed, just all cultivated. And they all got a layer of nitrogen, and I balanced the pH level on all the ones that I could. So we're basically ready to plant the oilseed radish, which we'll do, I think, in, September or October. Doesn't really matter. We'll do it sometime in the fall. I'm just getting this tractor fueled up right now because as we were suspecting, we've got a couple cultivating contracts that have come through relatively close to the farm. Relatively close. This one's just down south a little bit. The farm's just right up over here. And this one's obviously real close, just over. So I'm going to accept both of these contracts. I'm going to accept that contract. And there's nothing harvesting. There is a plowing one for 4 grand that I might do, but another cultivating one might pop through. You never know. Sometimes this changes a little bit. So I think for now, I'm just going to stick with these 2 cultivating ones in there. And we'll go kind of work on those. So I'm going to go do field 21 first, just because it's kind of closest. And I think it's the bigger, well, yeah, bigger sort of amongst the 2. But that way I can do this cultivating contract. If I have to come get more fuel, I will. But I don't know for sure. Yeah, don't know. But yeah, we'll head over to field 21 right now. And I'll start a worker doing the cultivating on this field. And then what we're going to do is we're going to head back over to the farm. And I think we're going to sell salt and pepper. This is going to be the month, or the time that we sell salt and pepper. They're basically, I think, at the max value that I'm going to be able to get them to, which is right around that 30,000 mark. Jeez, look at these fields. Is this an oat field? Why doesn't it tell me? Does it tell me? Yeah, honestly, I don't even really care. If we keep grinding hard enough on this farm, one day it will be an oat field, if we keep going good enough, but we've got a lot to work on. But I think I'm going to sell salt and pepper. We'll take that money, and we're definitely going to buy This is the field that I gotta cultivate? This field that looks freshly plowed? I mean, if you guys say so. If you guys say so, that's what we're gonna do. Okay, let's jump in. I had went through and I did a bunch of riding on all the horses, and let's just save the game real quick here before I do something crazy. Okay, so we're gonna go in. Yeah, I think salt and pepper are gonna be basically maxed out for what we're able to do. If I come back into here, um, like I got salt, 100% fitness, 100% daily riding, 100% cleanliness. Everything is balanced pretty well in the food. I think this is the max value that I'm going to get for salt, and essentially the same thing with pepper. We're pretty much, I think we're pretty much maxed out. Now, Groovy's value has like just about doubled, just about, pretty much because we got Groovy for 6,800, and yeah, right around that, 14,000 would be just over double. So the Groovy's looking real good. Penelope continues to like raise, and the reproduction's getting close. So she's at 63%. Opal is halfway through. The fitness is a little bit low, but I have been riding all these horses. So once Penelope and Opal pop, then we'll be able to kind of make some more decisions. But yeah, I think for now we will sell salt and pepper. I think this is going to be the max that I can get them to with everything at 100%. And I think it's not like they have to mature anymore. I don't know. We're going to roll with it and we're going to see. Maybe we'll regret it one day. But I think for now we made pretty good profit on them. So yeah, like we get almost 60 grand for those horses. So that's awesome. Okay. So Groovy and Opal are still in here. Sorry, Groovy's a stallion, but Penelope and Opal are pregnant. So I want to get two more. I think two more stallions. Well, we'll just see. We'll see like what's available. Now I kind of came down. It was towards the bottom. Millie looks really good, and same with Patches. Both these look really good. They've got really very, very high. I don't know. Millie weighs a little bit more. I don't know if that's what changes value. But like Slow Jasmine is less, I guess weighs less. They're all very high. I'm not too sure. That must go on the weight a little bit, but so I think we'll get Millie. Buy Millie. And but Moose is really expensive and then doesn't really have the same amount of weight. So I don't really know. I don't really know exactly. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. This one's 15 months. What other stallions do we got in here that have really good value? Nothing too crazy in there. Rambo, 0 months. That is a brand new horse. 36 months till they can reproduce, so quite a while. Nothing really in there. Marshmallow, not good enough. That seems too expensive. Freckles, again, that seems too expensive for... Nelly, 1 month old. That'd be way too long to get that value up. Yeah, I think maybe we'd have to get Patches or something. For now, I'm just going to stick with what we got in there with Penelope, Millie, Groovy, and Opal. Yeah, I think I'm just going to stick with that. And then I'm also going to go in and send mom and dad another 5 grand. Okay. So now we're down to 35K that we owe them. Which I'm just taking my notepad here. And I got to make notes on that so we don't forget. So we're at 35K we owe them, which we could probably pay a little bit more once we get these contracts and stuff done. Maybe if another contract doesn't pop up, we might end up going and doing that one excuse me, that one plowing contract. But yes, our fields are looking pretty good. You know what I might actually do? Let's just go in and see while we're doing some of these contracts. Yeah, I'm going to go grab the planter and start doing some oilseed radish on these fields and get that all prepped for the winter, because then we could roll these fields out as well. Actually, while we're here, I'm going to spin around and put our trailer back in a little more kind of tucked away spot. And yeah, I'll get the old Massey Ferguson planter out, and we'll go start doing some oilseed radish on these fields. And then that way, as the contracts are going, at least we're getting something done around the farm. Spin this around. Danny's just out chilling in the field. Okay, that can go right there. Yeah. Jeez, it took a second there to disconnect that. Okay, let's go get the planter. Where did I put that? Oh yeah, over in the trees over here. Danny's just sleeping in that field. Good lord. Now I gotta make sure not that it'll let us plant it, but I gotta make sure I switch it from oats over to oilseed radish. I went too far. Right there. Okay. Let's head over to the far field and yeah, let's get our oilseed radish planted. See if we can get a little bit more nitrogen in these fields throughout the winter. I still really want to buy this sunflower field here, but I don't want to have to deal with the sunflowers. Like, I don't want to have to harvest these because we don't have headers. Like, it was fine with the canola because our grain headers could do it, but we don't have headers for sunflowers, and I definitely don't want to go buy some. So I think I'm just going to have to wait till that field is, done and good to go, but there, we sold our first horses. Salt and pepper. Salt and pepper. Unbelievable. It's kind of sad to see them go, but we will have more. We'll have some other good horses in the future. I'm not too worried about it. Plus, I think, and if anyone knows any different, I think we did it at their max value. Like, no matter what I could do, I couldn't really get pepper over that 30K mark, and I couldn't really get salt over that 32K mark. I don't know why, but that just seemed to be what it was. Yeah, it just seemed to be what it was. Now, also, while we're doing this, let's jump out. Let's head over to let's go see what goats are available. Jeez, we got some goats in here. Excuse me, everybody. Okay, let's scroll down and see. Okay, this ram seems pretty decent. $1,000 for that ram. Well, let's just do it. We're slowly just picking away, getting a really good. And let's check their food. If I jump out, maybe if I just get close to this barn, it'll tell me. Okay. 18,000 liters worth of food. Okay. And they're still munching on meadow. All their health is at 100%. So we could throw a bale in here at some point. Maybe once the tractors are done doing a bit of field work and such, we can hook onto those front attachers and get a bale or two and throw it in that barn just for good luck for the winter. And that's really all I can think about right now. Oh, let's go check on our greenhouse. Look at this. We got some pallets of carrots sitting out here. Nice. We got one pallet of carrots. Not too bad. And I'm just going to let them sit here for now. Let them kind of collect and sit here. And we'll just take them over to the horse pasture as we need them. And we'll throw our pallet forks on and do that. So I'm going to kind of let the cultivating and stuff go a little bit further here. And then, yeah, I'll bring you back as that's finishing. And if any other contracts pop up, or maybe we'll just decide to go do that plowing one. Not too sure. But yeah, I'll keep you in the loop. Okay, so I got all of our fields planted with the oilseed radish, and we're still just working on contracts. The cultivating contract, you can see at the top right, it's about 83, 84%. It's probably getting close to done. I think the up downs are pretty much done on that field, and it's just getting onto the headlands now. So it will finish up, relatively quickly. And I'm just kind of going through. I probably don't really need to roll these fields with the oilseed radish, but I thought, while the cultivating contracts are going on, might as well, get busy living or get busy dying. And that was a good movie, like Shawshank. Like, when's the last time you guys watched Shawshank Redemption? I haven't seen it in a while either. It like popped up on my phone the other day. I seen a bunch of clips of it, and I was like, man, that was a good movie. Like, Handy Dufresne, Handy Dufresne. How often do you really look at a man's shoes? That was a good one. I'm glad he got away in the end. Spoiler alert. If you haven't seen Shawshank, I mean, I don't know. You got to put that on the to-do list. Top of the to-do list. But I don't know if I'm going to go do that plowing contract. I've kind of just hemmed and hawed on it, and I'm thinking probably not. I don't really know. I'm back and forth on it. I'm back and forth. We'll get the cultivating one done. I'm kind of just rolling through, rolling through. Yeah, but I'm just going through, getting these fields rolled out, and then we'll be getting into the fall. I think I'll probably just wait on that plowing contract, to be honest, because there's probably going to be some other cultivating ones that pop up. Actually, speaking of contracts, let's go in and collect that one that we completed. Boom. And you know what? Let's just stay on the train of getting this done. Let's send my mom and dad an extra 5 grand. Okay, so now we're down to 30. We owe them 30 bands. But we're picking away at it. We're picking away at it, which is good. And I built a spreadsheet for tracking the horses, for when we buy and sell them and all that stuff. So I'll keep track of all that to kind of see like our net profit on horses. I'm also just gonna watch this AI spin in circles. Like this is why like sometimes it's like I wish like or like I should just do the like just do these fields. These fields are so small. By the time the AI worker spins itself around, gets itself orientated to true north within 3/60th of a degree, we could just have run around and kind of did these like abstract passes that would get this field done. So I think that's what the plan's going to be for the next little bit. We'll get these fields all, cultivated or not cultivated, but rolled out, and then they're pretty much good to go. Like I don't think we'll have to do really anything too much in the springtime when we go to plant all of our oats. I am excited to do a whole just like season of just oats, which will be kind of cool. Just to get all the fields in oats. And it'd be nice not to bale for a little bit. Would be great. I still got to pull a couple bales into the goat barn. I can't forget to do that, which I probably won't. Probably won't. Maybe won't. I'm not too sure. We'll see if I remember to do that. But they'll be good. They do have meadow for a little bit more. These rollers are good, but they kind of just they uh, they slide around. It's like almost like I'm pulling them on ice or something like that. But these are a good set. This is a mod. I believe they're 12 meters wide. Yeah, I believe they're 12, and they go pretty quick, and uh, and they don't cost too terribly much. They're really really good option other than like what's in the base game. The base game is just kind of brutal, to be honest. The real rollers that are brutal in the base game are the large set ones. Like those things are just they're massive, which if you got big fields, I mean, is like what you want, but they're just the biggest, most awkward thing. Like they don't in FS22, the ones that came in the base game, I think they were the Dalbo Mega Rolls, and they were 24 meters, I'm pretty sure wide, but they folded up nice. Like it wasn't such a mess. The ones in the base game are just they're super annoying if I'm being honest. I really, really don't like using them. Especially if you get into a farm that's kind of like tight quarters and you try to like turn, they get hung up on everything. There's nowhere to like store them and like park them away. That's where I wouldn't even bother rolling fields, like to be honest. For 2.5% yield bonus, it's not worth messing around with them. Um, just my opinion. Of course, these ones are good, but they do drift around. They drift around quite a bit. If this was real life, we would put some weights on top of them and try and keep them a little bit steadier. But and so for the next few months, through the winter, I think what I'm gonna do is probably, unless I see a good deal come through on a specific horse, I'm probably just gonna kind of stick with what we got and wait for that. Wait, well, there's two horses that are gonna be born probably next year. Yeah, they'll probably come next year, maybe in the springtime, is what I'm thinking. I don't know though. That one, like Penelope, it seems like has been pregnant for a long time. It seems like a long time, but maybe maybe I'm tripping out. But definitely seemed like she'd been pregnant for a long time. So hopefully those little ones are born in the springtime, and then we can either. I'm just curious to see like what value they're gonna be, like immediately when they're born. What value are they gonna be? Jesus, drifted around. I'll miss that spot. Because like the genetics from Penelope are pretty good, so I'm assuming those like there was some in the store that one was 0 months old and it was worth like 2 grand. Like I wonder if that's the case. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be worth. Well, no, it will be worth because it's like if they're born, essentially they're like just free. We got them for like free essentially, and then in a couple years they could be worth up to 30 grand. It's kind of a bit though to like wait those years to get them up to 30 grand, but I mean, it is what it is. Okay. I'm going to set a worker on this, and I'm going to go grab this tractor and bring this back to the farm. Set that. Let's get this contract. Let's collect that. We've really just been hovering around this 100K mark, which is pretty good considering that we bought that field. But then, we did sell those 2 horses. Yeah. All in all, it's going pretty good, I would say. Gotta make sure the train doesn't get us here. Just jump across the tracks, no big deal. Take the shortcut back to the farm. What other stuff should we talk? Oh, yes. Like always, if you guys haven't done so, go ahead and check out the Discord. The Discord is now live. There's a link in the description. You guys can go join the Discord. Hard Times Hog Farm. If you I'm just trying to think when this episode will come out. Yeah, by the time this episode comes out, the Hard Times Hog Farm finale episode will be out. That's coming out in the next couple days. So from when I'm recording this right now. If you're watching this right now, it's definitely out. It's live, and that series we wrap up. It's a pretty crazy amount of money that we make from the final pig sale. So make sure and go check out. Even if you just want to go check out episode 30, we sell all the pigs. We sell all the pigs except 2. I keep Buck and a friend for Buck in the barn, but we sell all. So we sell 2,486 pigs. And we make a pretty crazy profit off that. I won't spoil it, but it's a pretty crazy profit off of pigs to kind of finish off that series, which is exciting. And the supercut for the final 10 episodes will be coming out as well. What else? We're getting dangerously close. I mean, hoping by the time this episode comes out, we will have hit that 1,000 sub marker. But we're not quite there just yet. As of right now, we're at like 930 some, which is still unreal. Thank you to everyone who's hit that sub button. Appreciate it big time. Can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm really hoping we can make it to that 1,000 mark. I mean, like, we will be able to make it there. I'm just impatient. I'm just kidding. It's pretty cool though. I remember vividly having 67 subs. So to have over 900 I know is like not unprecedented. There's people out there with way bigger channels, but it's pretty cool for me. So thank you to everyone. Appreciate you guys big time. Let's go just check the contracts. I don't think anything's changed. There's a baling one that popped up. We could do square bales. We could take our baler up there, but I don't know. I don't feel like dragging it all the way up there. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe not. I think we'll just wait and kind of get into next year. I'm going to get this field rolled out or get into the fall next month, and we'll see what pops up for contracts. Probably some more cultivating ones will pop up since it's August, and there's got to be some plowing ones that will be out there as well. So I'll get this kind of finished up, get the oilseed radish wrapped up, and I'll bring you back in September/October, pending on the contracts. And there's nothing good in the used vehicles or nothing that we need, that's for sure. So yeah, we'll see you guys in a little bit. All right, crew, welcome back to September. We're just kind of pulling around here. I'm not gonna lie, the cultivating contracts that came through were they're just a little bit kind of mid, if I'm being honest, but there is one decent plowing contract, so I'm just gonna hook onto our plows. I haven't accepted it yet. I'll go show you. I'll show you which one it is. It's just kind of to the east of the farm. So let's go in here. Yeah, I got it right on here. Field 18, so our farm's just right over here. 14 is the neighbors. So I'm going to accept this plowing contract. I don't know where this one is. Oh, it's up north. That's up in the northwest. So I'll accept that contract. I'll go back. Like, there is cultivating one. $600, 1,600, 14, I guess 1,500-ish. Not great, if I'm being honest. There's a hoeing contract we could potentially go do as well. That's pretty close to the farm, sorta, kind of, sorta. Not super close, to be honest, but close enough. Other than that, there's not really that many good ones. But let's head over and get this tractor started plowing. At least all our oilseed radish is coming through very nicely. Got to go ride the horses and such, but that's kind of like a never-ending task. I really got to hire someone to come help and ride the horses for us. That would be That would be pretty epic. Not gonna lie, that would be pretty epic. Let's just set the cruise control here for a second. There's, I mean, that's a vegetable planter. Mower? That's a mower? Really? Wow. And then that little small square baler, which I kind of talked about getting one of those before, but now I don't know. I don't know. Do we really need one? I don't think I need one. No, I don't need one. We definitely don't need one. We have a baler, so we definitely don't need one. So I'm not going to get it. I'm not going to get it. 12 grand's cheap, but we could use 12 grand to go towards another field way more than we need a small square baler. That's for sure, I think. If we were limited with horsepower or something like that, that might be a different story, but nah, we seem to be just fine. So what I'm going to do now, though, so that I don't forget, is we're going to hook on to our front attachers here. We're going to go drop a couple bales into the goat barn. Back that out. Oh no, I hit the forks. Maybe I can just push these. Gonna be hard to get those out next time we need to use them though. See if I can spin these around like a real... If this was real life and I accidentally did that, I would take way too much time in the tractor, just like I'm doing right now, and I would try and spin these around. Oh no. This is what I would be doing. And everyone would be like, you could just get out. And I could probably move them by hand, you know? But as long as they're like that a little bit, I'll be able to hook onto them and use them. There we go. Now they're in a good spot. We can come grab them after. Because what I might do, I'm going to check the horse barn here, but maybe we'll go grab one of those pallets of carrots and see if we want to take them over to the horses. Okay, so let's bring out... Okay, we got 6 of those at 6,000 liters. Okay, so let's get that bale out of here. We'll get that bale out for sure. That one's 2,000 liters. Let me grab... yeah. Is there 2 sitting there? Okay, yeah, there's 2 sitting there. Which is weird, because it only said 1. Am I tripping? Maybe they were slightly different sizes. That's probably what it was. Let's grab those and let's head over to the goats. We'll check in too and see if there's any other goats that we can buy while we're over there. We'll check in and see what's available. Let's drop these bales in. Okay, let's jump out of the tractor real quick here and just see what's available. Team, how we doing in here? Okay, this RAM is $4,000? Good Lord. 31 months? This one's like really kind of the same, and it's just got like all these really good genetics. Let's buy this one for sure. That's some good genetics right there. What about... Good Lord. A $4,000 goat. My God. My goodness. Alright, team, let me out of here. How's everyone doing? They seem to be doing good. Seem to be doing alright. Let's jump back in this tractor. I want to go grab... I don't want to put too many root crops in there, but I think I want to go put a pallet of carrots in. Yeah, let's do it. Why not? What could it hurt? Horses love carrots, right? So let's drop... yeah, those can go right there. We'll grab these bad boys. And let's go grab some carrots. Is there crop damage when I run over oilseed radish? I guess it's on the first growth stage, so it might not actually destroy it. Oh, coming in a little hot there. So there's 2,000 liters in these pallets. Interesting. I thought there was only 1,000 liters per like carrot pallet, but that's good to know. So we got 2,000 liters. We definitely put a bunch of oats in, so we should our range should still be pretty good, even if we put this pallet in. Nice. Let's just jump out and double check here. Food, 9,500. So they're still doing good for some food. Most of that's probably oats, if I'm being honest. Can we see? Yeah, so we got to put some more hay in there. That's good comms right there. I wonder if I can just go... I know we don't got these pallets, or these, you know what, I'm just going to grab the bale spike, because I'll end up pushing it back into the drop-off area, and it'll just go back into the unit, and I'll probably end up coming to do this anyways. Plus, this will give me a chance to kind of put these forks in a little bit better of a spot. That's like a little bit more out of the way. Right there will be good for those. We'll grab a bale spike, and we'll put a couple bales in for the horses. And then they should be good for the winter, I think at least. And if we got to plant some grass, we always could plant grass if we're going to start to run out of hay. But like I said, worst case scenario, I'll go buy a couple bales, and it'll be fine. We could throw it in the truck, and it won't be too much of an issue. What's kind of an issue is this fertilizer pallet is in the way. Okay, I'm just going to back up here. Alright, and let's jump out, and let's get... I don't want 6 of those, I just want 2. I think 2 will be good. And we gotta be careful we don't put it in the drop-off area. Yeah, it might not take that whole bale. Yeah, we're right full on food. So I'll leave that bale there, and it'll kind of just go in as it needs to go in. So the horses are going to be good to go. Okay, well, I'm going to let the plowing contract kind of finish out. The only thing I'm going to do here kind of off camera is just ride some of the horses and get their you know, their fitness and everything up and their riding up. So you guys really won't be missing out on too much. I'm going to drop these attachments off. And I think what we'll do is we'll end episode 7 there, and we'll kind of pick up from here in episode 8. We'll be getting into the fall, kind of get through the fall, do some more contracts, and then in the springtime it's going to be oat planting season, and hopefully we get a little baby horse kicking around or 2. Would be nice. Shut this tractor down. So thank you guys so much for watching. As always, I appreciate it like you wouldn't imagine. Thanks again to everyone who's hit that sub. How do we still have Pepper? This can't be right. And there, the game crashed. All right, right on. Stand by. Okay, I figured I'd bring you guys back in. I figured you'd come back in just so you can see how really annoying that is when that happens and the game crashes. Because now we're back. None of these fields are planted. None of them are rolled. And I'm just 6%, 7% done cultivating those original contracts that we went and did. So there's that. So I got to go through and redo everything that we just did to get us back to that point. That's really annoying that the game is bugged like that, but oh well. I just wanted to bring you back in so you can see the pain that this is when just something simple like that happens, and I hadn't saved the game since that point. Just by chance, just going and recording, so I'm going to get everything caught up. I'll bring you guys back. It'll be like October in episode 8, and we'll pick up from there. So I'm going to go replant all these fields and, yeah, get them re-rolled and all this stuff. Good Lord. Okay. Have a good day, everybody. Have a good afternoon, morning, evening, whenever it is that you're watching this. Put some words of encouragement in the comment section for me having to go redo all this work. Maybe file a complaint to Giants or the modders who are creating mods that are making the game crash. I don't know if it's precision farming or the realistic animals or what, but you know, do something. Do something. Thank you guys like always so much. Thanks to everyone. I know I said it kind of before, but everyone who's hit that sub, hit the like and all that stuff, just know I do really appreciate it. Yeah, thanks a bunch everyone. I will see you guys on the next episode. I'll get everything back to kind of where we had it, and we'll go from there. Take care everyone. So yeah, first things first, I've just been kind of going through getting the horses all rode or ridden. Is that the correct term? I'm not too sure. But getting all the riding done for the horses, and then we got to clean them off. It's the same routine that I do kind of all the time. I have a worker out on one of the kind of bigger fields towards the north the north side of our farm, just on the other side of the road there, kind of behind a lot of the like the restaurants and stuff like that. There's a bunch of big fields, and there was two cultivating contracts right side by side, and I got done a really big field. It's probably one of the bigger fields on this map, to be honest. And that one was worth 15 grand. I got that one done, and we have another one in there. I can't remember exactly how much. No, it's 8 grand. I'm pretty sure the one beside it was like 8,000 and change. So we'll have like another 23 grand just from those two contracts. There are maybe some newer contracts that have popped up, to be honest, since I started doing those. Kind of as time progresses, sometimes things change a little bit. So we'll definitely go in and check all of that out. As soon as we get back to the barn here, actually, let's turn the heads-up display on. I got everything sorted from last episode with the game crashing on us and stuff. What a nightmare, but we're back, good to go. All the fields, like I said, I got all the oilseed radish and stuff planted on those fields, rolled out, and we're just going to be waiting for the springtime so that we can plant our oats. I'm just getting back in here. Let's jump on in. Looks like we're missing a horse, ladies and gentlemen. We are missing a horse. Okay, let's get Millie brushed off here. We'll get Millie brushed off, and then we'll go check on that worker that's doing that field. We got to accept the money for the one contract. Oh, let's get this horse brushed as well. Groovy is like doing unreal. Groovy's value is almost at 20 grand, 19,000. That's unreal. We bought Groovy for 6,800 bucks. Really good value. Really good value. That's awesome. Okay, let's jump over, not to this tractor, but this one. Yeah, so the field right beside it over there. Oh, sorry. I got this field done, cultivated, which is good to go. Let's jump back into this tractor, and we'll come in. Okay, so this one's complete. Yeah, this one I accidentally started. It was like a harvesting contract. I was clicking through these, and I accidentally like started it. Yeah, I don't know what the heck I was doing. So I canceled that one. It was like for harvesting like carrots or something. Does it say? Not that it matters at all, but we got this one completed. This one was 15 grand. Oh yeah, this one was almost 9 grand. That's right. I remember it was 8, but yeah, 9 grand. Okay, so that's awesome. Let's collect that right there. We still got that one that we can do, and let's just go back and check. Harvesting, no. There's a couple hoeing ones that we could do. This one's pretty close to the farm. I mean, we could go get that one done. Our one tractor is just sitting there doing not much, and this one is pretty close to the farm. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. That other tractor is sitting there doing nothing, and it's going to take a second to get that cultivating contract done. So let's spin around with this tractor. Go hook onto that hoeing unit. Since field 16 is close, we'll go bust that one out too, an extra 2,600 bucks. One thing that I'm going to buy this episode, or maybe, yeah, probably this episode, I'm going to buy another spreader for, like, because I have a fertilizer spreader, and then it also does lime, and we've just kind of been going back and forth between lime and the fertilizer, but I'm going to get one for each. Because they're like 3 grand, and I just haven't had time really to run up to the store and pick one up, but I'm going to get one for each, one that's just for lime and one that's just for fertilizer. Just so I don't got to switch back and forth. And yeah, I don't know why they're 3 grand. I should have went and got a different one like a long time ago, but yeah, not too sure. Not too sure. This field, the sunflower field, I don't know what's really happening with that. I'm hoping whoever has this field is going to harvest it or do something, because I really want to buy that field. What do we got going on here? Okay. There we go. Set this hoeing unit to get this field all dealt with. But yeah, I really want to buy that field, but I don't want to have to deal with the sunflowers, and I don't, like, this is perfect. Walter owns this. Well, hopefully Walt comes and gets this dealt with. Because, yeah, I don't want to just buy it and cultivate this crop into the ground, but if that's what we got to do, then that's what we got to do. Because this will be the plot of land that we end up getting next. Let's go in and let's check and see if there's any goats that are good value. Good value for a good price. Okay, Sadie's 1,300 bucks. Pretty good stats though. 42 months old. Like, to me, this is like basically the same. for almost like 3 times less the price. I don't know. Let's buy that one. What about the Rams? Kind of jams out there. Okay, so this Ram's 1,300 bucks. This one's 850. 850, 10 months old, pretty good stats. Let's buy this one. Oh, we don't have that one selected. My bad. Okay. Looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. I'm also going to, since we got a little bit extra cash, because I still just want to pay off my parents, I'm going to send them another 5 grand. So now we're down to 25K that we owe the parents. Just writing that down. 25K. That's what we owe mom and dad. Not too bad. We paid off half of our loan to them. That's awesome. That's great. That's really great. Let's go check. Was there anything good on sale? No, not really. This is now even cheaper. Good Lord. No, I'm still not going to get that. I still just want to wait and I just want to wait and get another field and stuff like that. We don't really need any other equipment. To be honest, like we're set for equipment. Other than I'm going to get another spreader, just so I can leave it here and I have one for lime and one for fertilizer. Other than that, we're pretty much good to go. Riding and good. Yeah, like the horses are doing pretty good. Other than they glitch out every now and then, I just got to focus on saving the game a little bit more so that doesn't happen like last time. We had done so much work and then it was just gone in an instance. So, but what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to let these contracts kind of run out a little bit. At least get this one done. And same with the hoeing contract. We'll get that one done. We're getting close to, I don't know if there's going to be anything. Once November hits, the cultivating ones are kind of done. Maybe there might be some plowing ones that come through, but we're going to be kind of at the end of contracts, I think. I mean, we could go do this one, but that doesn't really matter. We get into the springtime and we got to get some more horses. Hopefully the offspring will come soon. I know I've been talking about this forever, but it just seems like it's been taking a really long time for the horses to reproduce. To be honest, it doesn't seem like it's worth it. Like I don't think that we should focus on trying to get like stallions and mares in there so that they breed. I mean, unless this horse pops out and it's worth 4 grand, I don't really know if it's worth it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll get it all sorted and we'll see. So yeah, I'll let this contracts get kind of complete and I'll bring you back maybe November, December, and just see if anything new has popped through. Okay, we are back in November. I brought you back in November rather than December because we were gifted with one more cultivating contract. So I'm just peeling over here to hook onto the cultivators. Actually, it's worth 11 grand, so I'm thinking we go do it, and it's pretty close to the farm. So why not go do it? And we don't really got anything else to do this winter. And I think we get an extra 11 grand that could definitely be used around here. So I want to put some fuel in this tractor just because why not? We're right here. Let's fuel this unit up and then we will head on over to field 19. Yeah, I believe it's 19. Let's fold these up. Might be a bit easier. And I'm going to kind of do the same thing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go get this contract started. And I've just kind of popped through into November. It's still early in the morning here in the November month. But what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to get a worker started on this field and I'm going to go ride the horses and get them all set. And then we'll end up finishing the field together, I think. That's going to be my rough plan right now. It'll take a second to get the horses, get their riding all done on the horses. But not too bad. Look at this cornfield just itching to be harvested. Someone better not let this go to wither. I'll be upset. Upsetty spaghetti if someone lets that happen. Upsetty spaghetti. Okay, let's cut through. We should be able to cut through right here. Nice. Bushwhacking here in the Oats and Goats gameplay series. And here is field 19. This really won't take too terribly long to do. Let me get this unfolded. And I'm just going to get them to start with headlands. Maybe do... Can they do 4? I want to get the workers to do that just because they spin around less. You know, when I get them doing the headlands, they just kind of they point and shoot a little bit better. I've found. I don't know if that's. I think that'd be a good tip if you guys want your AI workers to do the fields a little bit quicker. I've kind of just been slowly testing this out just in the background as I think the trick is to start them on headlands and do as many headlands as they can. Kind of depending on your field. Like this is a I would say kind of like a gradual field, if that makes sense, you know, so it's like less of them turning around. I'm not too sure. I don't know. This is just a theory. I have no hard evidence on this, but more headlands, less them doing their like 6 point turns at the end of each row when they do their up downs. That's kind of my thought process. So I don't know. Test it out on your own farms and let me know what you think. But I'm going to head over here and let's go take a look at the horses and just see how everybody's doing. I also want to run up to the store and get another spreader since we have another tractor sitting at the farm right now. Okay, let's take Millie's looking good. Opal's pregnant. There's always one that's glitched out. Like there's always one of these horses that are glitched out, and I'm just gonna save the game real quick because we've learned that if you don't, it can bite you. So let's kind of go do a lap around here and see what kind of value we can get Groovy up to. I like that I got this first person horse rider now. We're proper cowboys now. I don't think you can be a cowboy until you have a horse. Is that the rule? I think that'd be a pretty solid rule. You can't really be a cowboy unless you got a horse. And we have 4. So, you know, makes sense. 4 times a cowboy. Yeah, right. I would if I had to ride a horse in real life, which I've rode horses before, barely. It would be I can't imagine how people ride bulls like. And we've put on our company that I worked for, we put on a bull ride in like this hockey arena. All the ice was taken out and stuff back when it was in Alberta a few years ago. Geez, it would have been like 8 years ago now that I'm thinking about it. But yeah, we put on this bull ride and a bunch of the bucking bulls came from down south. I think from Stavely, High River area, if anyone's familiar with Alberta, but it's good farm country down there. And so they brought a bunch of bucking bulls up, and it was Alpha Bull. Alpha Bull was the promoter, and they put this bull ride on. And since I was a part of the company and stuff, we got to go up in behind the chutes and like see the bull riders get on the bulls, and like they were like right, like I was feet away from these bulls, like going nuts in the chutes, and these guys just sitting on their back trying to get what is it, the flanks, it's the flank strap or something. I'm gonna get roasted if I'm totally wrong in the comments, so like you can go ahead and roast me on that. I'm pretty sure it's the flank straps they were out. Anyways, like these bulls were rank and freaking out, and like these guys were just riding these bulls, and I was like, this is crazy, actually crazy. But it was super cool to see. It was really cool to see, and it is insanely yeah, it would be so difficult to ride that thing for 8 seconds. I couldn't even imagine. So then you look at guys like JB Mooney, or is that what it is? JB Mooney? Anyways, JB was like, he's got to be the GOAT. And then the bull that bucked him off and broke his neck for the last time, retired him. He now takes care of that bull. He like talked to the owner of the bull, and he like, I don't know if he bought it off him or they gave him to JB, and it like lives on JB's farm. And he's like, yeah, this is where he'll live out the rest of his days. He retired me, like I'm gonna retire him, and he just takes care of that bull for the rest of his life. I thought that was pretty cool because he truly, truly loves it. But that guy is nuts, absolutely nuts. I was listening to him talk about stories about riding bulls and like having his like arm like ripped out of the socket so bad that it was like basically just the skin was holding it on, and he was hung up on this bull. Like craziest stories. This guy is an absolute animal. JB, I'm pretty sure it's JB Mooney or Mahoney. Yeah, anyways. I like got stories to tell you guys, but I don't really have all the details. So then I'm just that guy who's just kind of like making up nonsense on the spot. But riding bulls. Back to the original point. We are not cowboys. We are not cowboys. That's the original point of all of this. But we do have some pretty good fake horses. Now, the goats are doing pretty good as well. I want to get back into the barn here. We're only going to be able to ride 3 of these horses. There's always one that's like glitched out. That's the only thing that's like kind of annoying, is that there's like always one horse missing from in here. Like for some reason we can't brush this one right now. It doesn't like, oh, we can't brush this one all of a sudden. This one like we can, but we can't. I don't know. What's up, Opal? How you doing? 81% reproduction, so a couple more months. I'm thinking, hey, how you doing? Yeah, good stuff. Good talk. All right, let's get out of here. Let's go over and check on our worker. Not too bad. Not too shabby. Oh, they are kind of missing a strip here, though. Like, what are we saying here, team? What are we saying? Okay, let's just check the goats again now that we're in November, and then we'll head over there, and I think we'll finish off that field, is what me thinks. Can we get any goats? That's a really good one. Okay, let's buy this one. Quiet Queen. I think we'll get that one right there. Yeah. How many goats do we have now? 46. Not bad. Not bad. 21,000 liters of food, so they're still doing good for food-wise. And let's go check into our storage facility here and see how much goat milk there is. 2,052 liters. Okay. Not too bad. Not 100, not super great if I'm being honest, but good enough. Good enough. Okay. Let's save the game. Now we'll go check the used equipment. Nothing really. It's a decent set of cultivators. Definitely don't need that. Okay, what I want to do is I want to run up to the farm, or to the store, and we're going to get another fertilizer spreader / lime spreader, so that we got 2 of them, and we could just kind of have dedicated ones, one for fertilizer and one for lime, because we're always going back and forth. We're constantly tweaking either the pH or the nitrogen, and for like $3,000, it's going to be super worth it for us to just have one of each, and I don't have to worry about swapping anything out. Not that it's a super big deal, but what we also got to be on the lookout for is more of those golden apples, right? Like there's 106 of them kicking around this map. Oh, we were going to go up and do the corn maze in October. Maybe we'll do that at the end of this episode while it's still fall. We'll go up and do the corn maze and look around for some more golden apples, because they're $5,000 a pop. Yeah, I got to keep my eyes peeled. No way. We just found one sitting there. Okay, we gotta really be on the lookout for these things. Let's check over here real quick. Hide behind this dumpster or something like that. I didn't see how many more we had to get. There's still gotta be like 100. Oh, I just parked this tractor in the middle of the road. Sorry about that. There's one more right there. Seen it on this front step. Gotta crouch down. Just 104 more to go. Jeez, it's like $500,000 in golden apples if we can find all of them. It's just a weed eater. Okay. Okay, we gotta really be on the lookout for those, because that's like... It's so funny. There's just one sitting on the steps. So one in the mailbox. Can we get in there? Alright, let's keep going. There's gotta be one more kicking around here. Actually, what we should do is we should just use the money that we get from that to pay back. Oh man, I'm just like a squirrel right now. Like just trying to look for next snack here. But yeah, I should use some of that money to pay back mom and dad. Actually, I'll use all of it right now. Let's go 10. Okay, remove that from my bank. So now we owe mom and dad 15. That's where we're at, right? 15. Okay, let's go in and talk to these folk and see if we can get us another spreader, which I know we can. We want to go down here to, did I miss it? Yep, right here, and I believe it's this one, and I believe we got it's probably going to be more, yeah, because we want to put the extension on. Is that yeah, that's the biggest one that they get. Design. We don't really need support wheels, do we? Okay, 3,900 bucks, so 4 grand. It'll still be worth it though. It really will. Get this, hook onto it. Okay, we gotta cruise on the way back too and see if we find any more of those collectibles. $104 more to go. Like that's a bunch. There's got to be some on this right side, you know? I wonder if there's any like around our farm, like in the barn and stuff. I haven't even went and looked. Is that one? Yep. Not bad. Not bad. Do you think we could find all of them? I don't know. There's going to be one hidden in some weird spot. Well, we'll see how many we can get to. All right. Put in the comment section what you guys think, how many you think we'll find by the end of this series. By the time our finale series, it'll probably be around that 30 episode mark is usually what I do. And I'll try to be really on the lookout for these. And put in the comment section your guess as to how many you think we'll find by the end of it. Alright, I'm just back in the farm here. I'm going to kind of pull around. I'm going to park this one right by the lime. We just get this back in here. I gotta kind of like clear out some of this brush at some point, I think. Right now that'll be fine, but what I want to do is I want to hook onto the fertilizer one because I got like a pallet of fertilizer sitting over there that I want to get out of the way. Not that it's really in the way, but I don't know. It's just bugging me that it's sitting there, to be honest. Oh. That should fill up. And then I'm going to kind of put this one on this side of it. And there we go. We've got 2 of these now, which is like super handy, to be honest. Because like swapping it back and forth was like a bit, I don't know. I'm just getting lazy in my old age, I think is what it is. I'm not too sure. Alright, let's spin this tractor around. And I'm just going to park it right here for right now. Shut it down, and we'll go grab our other tractor. Our cultivating contract is finally complete. So let's jump over here. Let's fire this unit up. We'll fold this. And, yeah. Let's head back. I mean, I gotta be on the lookout for those collectibles, though. That's all I can think about. Well, no. I don't want to just be focused on them, but what I definitely want, I guarantee, I haven't checked, I guarantee there's one by, like, when we take the horses on, like, our ride kind of around the farm, you know, like our main little loop that we do there. I guarantee at the neighbor's place, there's got to be one sitting on the porch or something that I rode by a bunch of times, had no idea. Like, I know a lot of maps have collectibles, and I just didn't know that like, one, I didn't know you got money for them. I've got collectibles on other maps, and it was just like, oh, you got the collectible, cool. But I never remember getting money for it. Maybe you did, and I just didn't really notice it. That's probably what happened, if I'm being honest. Now, I know it's a little bit cheesy, but I've just, it's kind of just like a fun little side quest that we can get these golden little apples. There's like 103 more, I think. So yeah, I don't know. Put your guys' guesses in. Let me know what you think. Let me know what like, we won't really set out on missions to do it, but every now and then I think we'll take one of the horses, out, and we'll go for a ride, and we'll just see if we can find a couple. I think it would kind of be fun. If we could find them all. One thing I've noticed is that they're not in really weird places. Like they're in a place that you would like you'd be able to see, you know, they're not like in a garbage can or something. Maybe there are some in some really maybe I've only found the ones in like the quote unquote like I don't want to say easy but like noticeable places. Danny, let's go check Danny's food bowl. Come on now. Yeah, go get your rations. Yeah, maybe there are some in like some really tricky spots. Hopefully not. Okay, let's back this in. I'm just gonna go check on the horses. I think I rode all the horses. There might be one that needs to be rode. Let's shut this down. Okay, let's go take a walk in here. Like I don't see. I walked through here that like I would have seen a collectible in here because like it's a noticeable thing. Well, is it noticeable though? I might have just been not paying attention. I don't think it's down low in like the oil change zone, but I'll go take a look. No, there doesn't seem to be nothing down here. Okay. I'll check the back porch and stuff to see if there's one sitting here. No. Obviously not by the greenhouse because we would have seen that. Danny, do you see any apples around here, bud? Not one hidden in here. There's a chew toy. What do you smell? Smell the apple. Get the apple. Where is it? Okay, well, good try. Let's go check the horses. Let's go see how everybody's doing. Oh, let's collect our contract. Okay, nice. We are at 126. Not too bad. You know what? I'm just gonna send the last money to my mom and dad. We're at 15K left. There we go. We paid off the debt to them. We're free and clear of debts. As of right now, we just gotta try to quit spending money. Doubt it. Okay, let's go check the horses. Okay, so how's Penelope doing? Penelope has been ridden. Fitness is at 100%. Cleanliness is 100%. Fitness is at 85. Cleanliness is at 5. What's going on here? Groovy. Let's give you a brush. Look at Groovy's value. We bought this horse for 6,800 bucks. Unbelievable. That's what I'm talking about right there. Groove. We hit a groove with Groovy. Opal, how you doing? Opal has been rode. Okay, Millie. We gotta take Millie for a stroll. Okay, we're gonna go look at the neighbor's place. That's what we're gonna go look and see if we can find any more of those. But there might even be one at this neighbor's place too. We'll go check the trailer first. Whoa, let's back up. We'll go check up at the neighbor's place and see if we can. There's got to be one there. There's got to be. It seems like there's one at kind of like every like POI, like point of interest. Like there's always one at those. So like if we were to look on the map, there's got to be one here. I would guess there's maybe one here. There's probably one or two up in here, right? Uh, there's got to be one down here. Like all these buildings and stuff is where I would like to go to and just check it out and see. Just see. It's gotta be. Gotta be. There has to be one in the corn maze. I know I said we'd go to the corn maze this episode. Maybe next year, next fall. Gotta try and remember to go in October. Go up to the corn maze. Okay, let's slow down here. There's gotta be. What about on this back deck? I see one. Yep. I seen it. Right there. Can I get off the horse here? Or is it gonna go back to the stay? How come it won't let me? Alright, let's go. 102 more to go. Not too bad. There's probably one. Would there be one on the front? No. Nothing on the front. Okay. Okay, not too bad. We did. I'll check over there next time. I'll check that other one because we got to do these laps. But like, I have to ride the horses every day, so I'll check over there next time. But like, that's what I'm saying. Like, is there like is there like one under this bridge? Right? Like, is there one just chilling right here somewhere? There's 102 more? Is there that many buildings in? Yeah, there might be. There's like a bunch of stuff up north. Yeah, we'll have to just do some riding and go figure, we'll find them. We'll find I bet you we'll find 50 more. I bet you we could find a good half of them. Yeah. I bet if we keep go cruising around and we go looking, I bet you we could find about half of them. Yep. All right, where's Millie? I gotta get out of the crouch mode. Okay, how's Millie's value looking? So Millie's fitness is all right. Cleanliness. So we gotta get her fitness up a little bit more. Her value isn't as good. Groovy was just unreal. Penelope. Rest of them should be pretty much good to go. All right. Okay. So I think what we'll do is I'm going to keep kind of plugging through the months and stuff here. Get through, depending if there's more contracts and stuff, I might just go and get them done. But we got to get back in the springtime and we got to plant all of these oat fields. That's going to be kind of our major task. We don't got to cut and bale any hay right now, which is great. But we definitely got to get these oat fields planted. If something good comes through the store, maybe we'll get that. I'll kind of keep checking the goats and stuff to see if anything comes in through like good sales. But yeah, that'll be the thing. So I'll kind of just keep bringing you back, and we got to get to planting. That's the next major task. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to bring you back in January before we get into the springtime and get our planting going. But this is our newest member of the barn. This is Mufasa. Mufasa was just born. This was Penelope's little one. So I've learned that baby horses are called foals, and if it's a male, it's a colt, and if it's a female, it's a filly. And so this is a stallion. So this is a male. So this is our newest little colt, sleeping it through. Although he looks pretty full grown. Yeah, this is the newest one, Mufasa, and is starting. Oh, up we go. There we go. Rise and shine. So now we've learned that this is Salt's offspring. So Salt and Penelope must have been doing the dirty somewhere behind this tree. I didn't know if it'd be Salt or Pepper, but yeah, it was Salt. Look at it go. Okay, so I think Opal's reproduction is at 99%. So Opal will have a little foal next month in February, which we're gonna come through, and that's when we're gonna start cultivating all of our cover crop into the ground. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna kind of sleep through into into February, and then that way we can be doing some of that cultivating, and we'll go take the new horses out, take them for a spin. Hey, buddy, Mufasa. It's a good name. You gotta live up to that name. Yeah, good work. Other than that, everything's just kind of business as usual around here. We had 7. I seen a little thing came up. There were 7 lambs born. So we've got quite the crew over here. Yeah, the crew is getting wild over here. Let's check and see. Yeah, we're at 55. We're at 55. Their health's they're doing good. We're doing really good over here. And let's just check in on the milk. Not that there should be too crazy amounts of milk production happening, but yeah, we're getting close to that 3,000 liter mark. Again, nothing too crazy, but yeah. Yeah, I'll bring you guys back in February. We'll start riding some of the horses and go get their health up, and then that way we can start cultivating some of this cover crop in. All right, team, we are back. We are in February. I'm just gonna pull over here and get hooked on to our cultivators. So Opal had her little foal as well, which was Applejack. That's the name. I actually didn't look to see if it's a female or if it's a stallion, or if it's a colt or a filly. Real horse guy now, so I know these things kind of, sort of. I don't know. Let's get a worker set on this field to get this one cleared off, and let's just run over. The goats as well, they keep reproducing. We've got 59 goats in here now, which is awesome. Really awesome, in fact. This one's going in slow-mo. Nice. Trying to trick us. But yes, we've got 6 horses now. As you can see, okay, so there's Groovy, there's Millie, there's Opal, so this must be Applejack. Yeah, so it's a stallion. Okay, a bunch of studs around here. Now I've ridden a few of them, but we still got to take a few out to ride. I just want to wait. This field's a pretty small field that we're going to be doing right here. So I think get this one done, and then I'll kind of go over and get maybe workers set on the bigger field over there, and we'll jump on a horse, go for a stroll, because we got to try and find some more collectibles. That's like, now I just want to go to all the different POIs and try and find some more collectibles. Contracts. Let's go check out contracts. Okay, yeah. So there's a cultivating one. This one's close, but it's 1,400 bucks. But there's a plowing one. This one's like sort of close. The farm would be right down here-ish. So this is sort of close. We could do. I was thinking about going to do this plowing contract maybe towards the end, once it's all said and done, and then I might do a quick flyby up at this POI and see if we can find any golden apples. I'm like set on finding all of these now. Set on finding all of them. I'm not gonna lie, I took the horses for a ride in a couple different directions, and I seen a few, but I was waiting to go grab them until you guys were with me. I don't want to be grabbing any off camera. We got to get them all together. If we do get them all together as well, because I didn't want to get any off camera off recording, we would know where every location is. Because I'll film all of them. I haven't found any off camera, which would be fun. So that's kind of the plan with everything. We get these cover crops pushed into the ground. Next month we're planting oats, but it'll just kind of be a little bit of running around here. Now, if this is where I kind of want to just take over from the workers, even though I'm going to miss a bunch here because I don't do it quite as perfect as they do. Well, not too bad. Not too bad. But we'll get these cover crops done. I don't know. I'm thinking it's going to be the last time that I plant something in this area. I really want to take this little field over and kind of make it into something different. We're getting too many goats in that one barn, it feels like. So I don't know if I want to do an extension of that barn or more horses. The only thing that holds me back from more horses is I don't know when I'll find the time to ride all of them. I definitely need to hire someone to help ride the horses. That's the only thing that takes quite a bit of time, and to be honest, it's not even so much that it takes too much time, because it's actually pretty quick to go rip them around. What's the only bad part of it is the game jams out, and it'll glitch out and it won't let me get on a horse sometimes. It just doesn't register. I don't know what it is. I can't seem to figure out why it does that. I don't know. Also, the game will just crash every now and then, which obviously is no fun, but that's not honestly the worst part of it. It's just when I can't, I'm trying to get all the horses rode, and then I have to stop, back out of the game, log back in, and then one of the horses will be able to go. So we can get on Opal right now. Opal, we've rode. Mufasa, we rode. Applejack. Let's go take Penelope for a spin. Okay. So, one of these collectibles that I found, one that I know of for sure, is at this little point. And I kind of want to ride back over because I think there might be another one by our farm, because we have something similar to this by our farm. But right here in the center of this thing. $101 more to go. Now, there's probably some over on that side of everything, but I want to run back over to the farm. Actually, let's just take another lap. We'll take a long lap. I want to go to this far POI, past the trailers over here, and see if there's one. There's got to be one. I haven't looked over here. I knew that one behind us that we grabbed was there because I seen it when I was going. I just decided to take a different route. I'm like, you know what? This looks like a good spot for a golden apple. And boy, howdy, were we correct. But if I was a betting man, there would be one probably over here somewhere. I have to jump this. Nice. Okay, let's go around here. See, like right on that step. That would be a perfect spot for one. Keep your eyes peeled, everybody. Keep your eyes peeled. Maybe by these garbage cans up here. I'm kind of looking on the other side of this wall. Nothing. Okay. Well. Shows what we know, that's for sure. Alright, let's cruise through here. Cruise on through to the other. Whoa! 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 Look what we have here. Look what we have here. Unbelievable. Okay. Good work, Penelope. 2-on-1 ride. That's a pretty good one. Now, this is where we might be able to get 3, because there is a spot right by our farm. It kind of is like, I don't even know what that is. It's like a fire pit area or something where we found the first one. There is one like that kind of by our farm. It's like on the other side of the greenhouse. Let's ride through here. Is it bad for horses to ride on pavement like that? Like, is it bad for their hooves? I imagine it would be. Just hard ground. Oh, there's Danny. Look at him go. Let's jump over Danny. Yeet. Yeah, see, we got like a little fire pit area here. Is there one in there? Nothing. Nothing. We were duped. Okay, well, good try. Good try. There's got to be ones like over at that gas station or something. Oh, what? This curb? Okay. All right, let's head back to the barn with Penelope here. Looks like this cover crop's almost done, so we'll have to swap over and get our worker onto another field. Oh yeah, we can't jump in there. The bale thing kind of jams us out. Can I, oh. Penelope doesn't got too good of a turning radius. There we go. Okay, so yeah, we'll take Millie. We'll take Millie. Actually, no, we're gonna have to go back. Well, we'll just get Millie. We already got Millie out. I don't wanna mess with anything, because like I said, sometimes it jams out. It'll probably happen while we're doing this, where we just try to go get on a horse and it just like it won't let us to, like, even when I push the button on the keyboard, it won't let me like engage or jump on the horse. Now, I think we will go do that cultivating contract. Or sorry, the plowing contract, that one for 8 grand. I'll go up there. I'll look for some more collectibles to see if we can get any. But I want to buy this other field. The field, I think is it field 3? Yeah, because we bought field 2. I think it's field 3. Yeah, 3. I would like to buy field 3 for the springtime as well, so that we can plant oats in it. And we're probably going to have to do some field prep to it. They finally got the sunflowers off of it, which is nice. So we'll have to do some sort of field prep. We'll have to do our lime. We'll have to deal with the nitrogen, which is all just standard stuff. And then we can plant our oats in it as well. So we should have a pretty good harvest of oats in the fall, which will be nice. Or just late summer. We could do our cover crops again. I was trying to, once we get back, I want to look at the crop menu and see if we could also do some other type of crops. Like, the horses will also eat sorghum, I believe. But I don't know when the growing cycle of all of this. Like, we harvest in July. There's nothing really. I wish there was something that we could plant like in the fall and harvest in the spring, and then plant the oats again. You know what I mean? And then we could have a good cycle of getting like 2 harvests a year out of the fields. But there's nothing really that you can do that with, I think. See, like right here, I can't do anything. I'm pushing E, it doesn't pull up anything for this horse. So I don't even know whose horse, like which one this is. Okay, here's Opal, which isn't really Opal. I don't know. Can't even brush this horse now. It's weird. Okay, I reset quick. Hopefully I'll be able to kind of deal with these animals now. Okay, there's Applejack. Applejack has been ridden. Opal's good to go. What do we got going on here? Millie's good to go. Mufasa, we rode Mufasa. So what's going on with Penelope? Penelope's good. Okay, Groovy. We didn't get to ride Groovy just yet. We're gonna back up here. Back up. Yeah, beep, beep. So I almost need a little bit bigger of a horse pasture just so we can kind of get scooped around. Okay, let's go for a little trot this way. We still gotta find all these collectibles. I'm just like hooked on finding these collectibles now. Okay. We'll check the neighbors. We checked over here, right? I think this house we definitely came through and we checked. And then I came around the back side of this building and we didn't check anymore this way, right? Let's go check this house up here. We got to kind of take some adventures every now and then and go a little bit further than we need to go. We'll go check this house up here while that field is being cultivated. So we only got one more field to get all the cover crop cultivated into. But I don't even know if we're going to get to planting this episode by the time we get done doing all our chores and riding the horses. Okay, we're going to cross the highway here. We'll jump this fence. Okay, let's slow down here. Keep your eyes peeled, Groovy. Keep your eyes peeled. I feel like it's going to be... Maybe not. Maybe there's not one out here. Like I said, unless they're hidden in some really, peculiar places. By the mailbox, maybe? Dang. Okay. Well, we tried. Now we know. We can probably cross this place off the list. Let's just go kind of check. Do one more lap out this way. I'll look by the fence, make sure there's not one, like, somewhere odd. No. Nope, it's not looking like there's one out here. Okay, let's head back to the farm. Not too bad, though. Whoa. Good thing we didn't get hit by that car. Good lord. I don't think we'll ever get to owning any of these fields out here. Not in this series, at least. If anything, I'm just going to keep moving further south. Okay, our tractor finished our field. So once we get back and we drop Groovy off, we'll go jump in the tractor and we'll go get out on our very last field to do. And then what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to buy field number 3. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ladies and gentlemen, we found another one. Okay, 99 to go. Not too bad. Not too bad. That's awesome. That is absolutely awesome that we got those. Okay, let's go drop Groovy off. We'll give Grooves a little brush here, and then we will jump in that tractor and go get that field done. Oh. Jeez, Groove. Might have to do this the old school way, hey, Groove? I'm having troubles here. Mufasa, get out of the way. Okay, I put Groovy back. Thanks, Mufasa. Thanks for that. Where's Groovy? Groove. Okay. Look at Groovy's value. Groovy's value is going to be like 25 grand. Unbelievable. 23, 24, 24 and a half. 24,456 bucks. Paid 6,800 for that horse. That's unreal. Absolutely unreal. Okay, let's jump in this tractor. And we'll head over to our final field that needs to be cultivated. I didn't check and see exactly how much cash we made for the cover crop this year. I mean, it probably wasn't that much, but I should go check anyways. Okay, let's get a worker going on this field. Let's go check. Where's our finances? Where is it? It's right there. That's from finding, that's our loan payments to mom and dad. It should be under miscellaneous, is it not? Oh, it would be 117 bucks, Sim. Because we found three apples, and then it was 117 bucks. Nice. Not too bad. Okay. What is on this field? There's nothing on this field. So let's go into our map. Now let's go down and let's buy field number 3. I was going to say, did I buy it? And what we want to do is we want to go over to precision farming. Oh, look at this. We got 100% on this field. Nice. 91. We got this one up to 84. This one was low forever. Nice. Nice. I think it's that cover crop that's helping stuff out. I think. I mean, I don't really know. Okay, we need to purchase the soil information. Okay, 57. Did I purchase soil information for this one? Yeah, we did. Yeah, it was 787. I remember paying for it exactly. Okay. And so we're going to have to do some work on this field over there. But what we could do is get hooked on to this tractor. And I already know that we're going to have to deal with the pH, right? And we're going to have to deal with the nitrogen. So what I think we ought to do is let's throw front weight on this unit. And let's go get hooked onto our lime spreader, and we'll go start trying to balance the pH of that field right now, because we're going to have to do it. It just is what it is. We'll have to cultivate it and do everything as well, but we can kind of do all this at once. I'm so happy that we have 2 of these now. I cannot explain to you how great that is. Okay, let's back up. Let's get this one filled up, and let's go ahead and deal with... We'll start dealing with the pH on that field. Nice. Alright, let's set a worker to get this dealt with. And what we could do... Did I forget to accept any contracts? No. And we still have a plowing contract that we could go do on 25, which I might do. I might just kind of do this one off camera to get it done. These aren't too far apart. I don't know if I feel like going all the way down to do this one, but you know what? I am going to do this one. I'm going to accept this contract. I'll get it done for us kind of off camera, and then that way we can have that extra kind of cash when we get into next episode. So our next kind of goal is going to be getting field number 4 here. That's going to be our next goal. So we got to come up with an extra 64,000 bucks, which is going to come from selling Groovy and probably Mufasa at the end of next year. Like, Mufasa's already worth like 4 or 5 grand, and that horse was just born. So that horse's value is going to be really, really good in the next year or so. Probably 2 years actually for Mufasa to get up to that 20 grand marker. But we should be able to get Groovy around the 30K mark, and then even Penelope or maybe Opal. Yeah, Penelope or Opal we could still sell as well. Yeah, and we could definitely kind of afford this field, I think, is kind of going to be the next goal. Yeah. And then, once we can keep grinding some more, this field is 114, so it's a little bit more, and then 91. And if we can get all of these fields, we'll turn this into more of a laydown area. There won't be any farm fields around like the main farm itself. Even potentially some of these fields could turn into like maybe horse barns, different types of things. I'm not too sure. And if that's the case, then we'll start to kind of venture out into this direction. And that's kind of it. I mean, maybe in this direction, but I don't really have any immediate plans to be in this direction just yet. For right now, it's going to be the south side, and then potentially to the west will be what I'm focusing on. So yes, I'm going to kind of keep going with field prep here. We'll get these new fields good to go. We will have to plant our oats on the next episode. We're going to end this episode here, and we will start planting our oats next episode. So thank you guys so much for watching. Thanks for joining me in this gameplay series. I hope you guys are enjoying it. I'm having a lot of fun on this one, just kind of a little bit different style than we're used to. It's fun doing horses, and once we kind of get the horses streamlined a little bit more, then we'll be able to dive onto the kind of the goat side of things and hopefully get their milk production kind of ramped up a little bit. So Once again, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you have a good afternoon, morning, evening, whenever it is that you're watching this. If you're liking these gameplay series, you like the tutorials and stuff, consider hitting that like, hitting that subscribe button, joining the community. You could also join the community via Discord, which the link for the Discord is in the description. And I think that's it. I think that's all I got. Thanks again. I'll see you guys on episode 8, and have a good one. Alright, so I'm just leaving the goats now, which shout out to I can't remember who exactly was in the comment section, but baby goats are called kids. That's fun. That's awesome. So we're leaving some of the kids right now. That's good. Good comms. I like learning that stuff. First thing I want to do here is I want to get in. Yeah, we can get into this John Deere 3650. Why not? I got enough fuel. Oh, we might as well fuel it right up. But I'm gonna go get hooked onto the planter so that we can get planting these fields. I want to. It's gonna take a second to plant all these fields, and this planter is good. It's not great. It always misses a bunch of pots, so we'll have to go back towards the end of everything and fix that up. But I think for the most part, I'll just get a worker going while we're building the new pasture area, which the new pasture area is gonna go right here, right to the left of us. That is where I got it kind of picked out. Since that field's pretty small, I always knew that we were gonna kind of like swap that out eventually, and I think that it is time to do that. So let's get started out here. Now, I kind of was thinking about leaving one of these fields as grass. Nah, I'm not gonna do it for this one. I'm not gonna do it for this year. Let's make sure I swap this over to oats. Alright, let's set a worker. Yeah, she can go ahead and she can just plant up a storm, really. We'll go through after and roll as well. Maybe that's what we'll do too, is let's get hooked onto... I'll fire this unit up and we'll get it hooked onto the rollers. And I'll just kind of pull it around and get set up so that we can get the fields all squared away while we're kind of building this new area. Which the new area is like not going to be that crazy, but I'm still excited for it because I've got some pastures that I can build that don't have fences, so we'll be able to make our own kind of custom fences. Maybe even put some stuff in. Yeah, we'll kind of just wing it, to be honest, but it'll turn out to be good. So let's just open this up. And I'm gonna shut this tractor down so we're not burning fuel. Let's jump back over and run, and we'll get into the build mode. Now, I've already rode all the horses. They're all at 100% riding. They're all doing really good. Okay, so this is where we're gonna put the new pasture area, and I gotta kind of just do an overhead view here so I keep everything nice and straight. One nice thing about doing this is this field has already been built, so we've got like nice straight lines that we can follow a little bit, which is, I don't know, that's just me and my OCD-ness of it all. But let's go down into the animals and we'll jump over to the horses. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to get this one right here, this fenceless pasture. It's a mod, but that is what I think I want to use for us. And I think I want to put it somewhere. We can always change this a bit too, because I can kind of cheat it to one end. Nah, we'll just do it right roughly in the center. Now you can kind of see, if I zoom in, there's like kind of these little patches of grass on the corners. You can kind of see where it's like, it'll give you a bit of a zone. That's where I kind of want to be. So right about there. Do you want to do a custom fence? Yes, we do. So I want to come over here. This is where I wish it kind of had a little bit better of like a line, like a custom, like kind of like a snapping line. But I think it will do. It doesn't really matter too if you're doing something like this, because the just as long as you know your area is going to be in from where your fence is going to be. So I want to have my fence kind of that's going to be on the edge of the pasture that we have. We'll plant some meadow. So there, that looks pretty good. I'm going to X out of that, and then I'm going to come down to our fences. I think I'm going to use, there's like this white kind of, not picket, but where is it? Too many fences in here. This one. This white like bar one. Now, if I go back in... The trick too, I might adjust this a little bit. I think that's actually what I'm going to do. I'm going to adjust something just a little bit, and yeah, I'm going to adjust something just a little bit, and I'll be right back. Okay, there. I just made a quick little tweak on the pasture. I just wanted to do it quick, but oh, we're not in lights. We don't want lights. We want fences. Okay, let's get back down to where we were here, and let's grab this, and I want to start it right about there. And I'm going to bring it over two full panels. And then I'm going to put in a gate. Now the gates are a little bit tricky because I want to line it up just right, like that. And we'll go back to fence. Something. Now I'm also going to put a gate in this back corner, so I'm going to put a full panel in there. And right about there. I'm just going to try and zoom out here and try and keep this as straight as possible. It should stay, it's just kind of hard to see with the shadow of that. That should be pretty good. And there we go. There we go. Okay, so there. I heard a dog yawning over here. Let's go see what Danny's doing. Let's feed you, bud. We'll get some food in the container for Danny. Okay, so there. We've got a new pasture area set up. I'm gonna open this gate. And what I'm also going to put in here, there's a couple things I'm going to do. Let's go over to, is it decorations that I want? I'll have to go maybe look a bit. I had a mod, honestly, I had a mod installed and then I took it off just because there's the outhouse. Yeah, I might have to put on a different mod, but there's going to be a few little things that I want to add in as like a quote-unquote a decoration, almost like a building that's going to sit on the inside of this pasture, just so I can, you know, give the horses something. So if they want to get out of the rain a little bit, which it is actually pouring rain where I am right now. But what I want to put in here is I want to put a couple trees in for them. I don't know which ones here. How big are these trees? I want to put some big trees in here. How big are these ones? Good Lord. Oh yeah, that's a big tree. There we go. Now I'm also going to go around and I think I'm going to clean up just a little bit of this grass area that we got. So let me make this just a little bit bigger. Clear that off. Get this nice and cleared up. And then what I want to do is I kind of want to build a little bit of a road for us out front here. Keep that grass right there. I think actually though, what we could do is just do all of it grass right now, and I will click that, go like that, because we're going to be pulling through here with the tractor just a little bit to, yeah, I think what I want to do is I'm just going to go like this. Oh, make us a little bit of a road, or what looks like a road. Kind of do this with the tire tracks. I get like the dead ground. I kind of try and make some rough tire marks. Roughly, of course. Won't be super perfect, but it looks pretty good, I think. And then I'll do the same so that it kind of can pop down this way. And then I just kind of round these corners as if we've been driving through there a few times. Do that there, and I might do some patchy stuff here where the horses come in and out of. And there we go. That's our new area. Pretty not too bad. Now we got to fill it with food and such, which is easy. And also the nice thing, if we come over, let's go jump on one of the horses. The nice thing is you can just kind of ride the horses back and forth from pasture to pasture. So if I jump on, what do we got here? Penelope. Oh, bad jump. Let's go like that. Okay, Penel, let's go like that. Rough go here trying to get a horse out of there. Okay, we're good to go. But yeah, the nice thing is you can just kind of ride the horses back and forth from pasture to pasture. So it's easy for us to keep everything separate. I don't know what horses and such we'll put over here. But you just kind of can ride in, jump off, and there we go. Close the gate. Don't even really have to close the gate. They're not going to run away, but you know, we'll close the gate. We'll close the gate. That's for sure. Okay, let's go check on tractors. What's going on over here? Our field. How's our field looking? Something tells me it's not looking. Yeah, see, the workers are good, but I don't know if it's just this planter or what it is, but for some reason it just doesn't go that well. Like this planter's odd because they won't back it up. They will only like spin in circles. As you can kind of see, they do like these loops. And then they just kind of stop randomly. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the planter or if it's precision farming or if it's kind of a combination of both. I don't know. I don't know. What I do know is we should go take a look and see if there's some sort of a different seeder that we could get in the future. I mean, we could get this one, but it's 50 grand. Everything's so expensive and we don't really got the cash to do it. This one's 120 grand. Requires 200 horse, which we don't have. 230 horse, which we don't have. Yeah, really our only option is we're going to have to grind and make some more money. And unless one comes on sale or we just save up and we get a different planter, but we would also need a new tractor. We would need something, this would be a decent option. How wide does it go? 6 meters. Yeah. I don't know. I think we just fight through it for now. Or unless something really good comes on sale. I don't know. I do not know. But we will get it sorted. Okay. I'm going to just go do a little bit of a messing around, and then I'll bring you back in 1 second. We'll go start putting some food in that new pasture area. Maybe we'll move some more horses over, and yeah, we'll get it kind of set up. Okay, so what I kind of decided to do is just do a little bit of a change here. I'm gonna grab the 4755 here, hook onto the planter, and kind of go get started on these other fields before I start rolling. Just so we can use a little 3650 and I can use the front attachers to get the bales of hay into that new pasture that we built. And also we'll use the forks, we'll get some carrots brought over, and yeah, just kind of get everything ready to go for that new field. So I'm going to start a worker on this. I'm going to jump over to this tractor. And yeah, I'm going to spin around here, put the front attachers on, and we'll go get some bales of hay. I don't really know how many bales of hay we're going to put in. We'll kind of have to see. I want to make sure I have like a good balance of food in there. I wish I had oats to put in. I really wish I had oats to put in. But we do not have any oats just yet. We'll have to get the oats in the fall, which is fine. That's completely fine. I put some horses in there for right now, but I might move them back over just since there isn't oats in there. I kind of didn't really think about that, to be honest. But yeah, since there's not oats in there, I don't know how effective they're... I just want their values to obviously be the highest. That's the game that we play. Can we take all three, you think? Jeez. 1 fork, all three of these over. Oh. Careful. Careful. Can't hit any bumps. It looks like we're doing it. We're doing it. Nice. Good work, everybody. Oh, 3 of these might be too many. Because I think this thing will hold... Let's just jump out and look. 10,000 liters of food. Yeah, see... I'm glad I looked at that, because 3 of these would have been way too much. Our balance would have been off. So in all honesty, what we're probably going to have to do is, like, take one of these bales. If I can just grab just the top one. I thought those bottom spikes would have grabbed it. My bad. Good lord. Not a good tractor operator, that's for sure. Alright, let's drop this food in. And then I think what we'll have to do... That might be too much. I'm gonna have to kind of figure out the exact balance of everything, because 2,000 liters of carrots might be too much as well. I'm not too sure. We'll figure it out. You know what? What's the worst case scenario? We'll have to balance it out a little bit down the road. No worries at all. Let's go grab a pallet of carrots. We'll jump that in there. Or at least we'll bring it over and get it ready to go. I'll just leave those bales of hay there for now. Let's kick that off. Yeah, I'll leave the bales of hay there for now because it doesn't really matter. I'll probably end up putting them in on the little shed that I put in. Just for some sty points in there. Yeah, I put like a little shed in the corner, as you can probably see over there. Just in case it rains or something. Want the horses to be able to get out of the rain. Those big trees will help as well. But I figured I'd do a little something else for them. I'm still just hooked on finding more of those apples. Okay, we gotta... There we go. Alright, off we go. Off we go. Now, it's kind of weird that hay bale didn't get sucked right into this. It's almost like the food trigger didn't really register. Maybe we gotta bump into it a little bit there. Well, it took the carrots. We gotta put the hay right in there. Weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Doesn't really matter. We'll get it sorted. It's probably just something weird. Like, it probably just has to hit a sweet spot or something, and then it'll end up going. Now I got it stuck on my forks. Oh, God. Well, that's where it's going to sit for right now. That's where it's going to sit for right now, I think. I think I'll just leave that as is, and I'm going to go back over, drop these forks off, and go just start rolling these fields so that we can get planting all finished up. I'm going to have to kind of jump in that tractor as we go just to... Like, it kind of misses the corners of the field, so I got to go back and just make sure that, like, that nothing gets missed. I'm going to hook back onto these bale spikes, though, just so that's what's connected on this. I might have to go mess around with some of the... with that field a little bit, or that, like, pasture, and see why it's not taking that bale in. Again, it's probably just something weird, but I'll get it sorted. Figured right out. So, I'm going to just go mess with that for a second. Then I'll come back over, and we'll kind of pick up where we left off with rolling. I'll get a worker started on one of these fields, and we'll just kind of continue along with planting and rolling these fields. Right, so I got our 3650s out, rolling the fields. I'm just going to spin around and get a few more. I'm going to load this thing up with seeds. I mean, we probably got enough to finish. Yeah, actually, I don't really know if we got enough to finish, but I'm going to just kind of spin by the barn here and load up with some seeds. I would load up with fertilizer, but I kind of don't need it. It's better just to fertilize through the precision farming. I like through that. I don't know. I don't really know if it's the best if I need to worry about it while I'm planting. I don't really know. Seems like I don't, but I'm gonna try it because I let this thing run out in that first field, and I just didn't go. I didn't bother doing anything other than that. Like I didn't bother trying to go fill it up and re-fertilize, and I thought, no, I'll just try and apply the nitrogen as we need it, like after everything's planted, because you really only got to do it in one pass, anyways. It seems like. So yeah, that's what I'm just testing out right now. Now, also, let's go check a look. Yeah, let's go see what this tractor's doing. So I was able to get the food in that pasture. I just kind of had to kind of like mess with it a little bit. Like I said, there's kind of like a bit of a sweet spot, but it ended up taking it in. And then I kind of was thinking, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna end up running up to the store and just getting some bags of horse food, just that I can put in there, some bags of oats. Because I think it's about 1,400 bucks for a bag. So if I go grab a couple bags, I'll do that and just throw it in that new pasture. So that'll be enough food for them till we harvest all these oats. But this field is almost done being rolled. Just working on the headlands now. Dangerously close. Looks like I think that's a barley field behind us. I think. Not because I can tell from looking at it, because I'm like some super smart guy, but I'm pretty sure I looked either on the map or something and knew that it was barley. Let's go to, yes, barley. Whoa, lots of barley fields around us and an oat field. Nice. We're gonna be surrounded by grain. What are these other fields? Corn, sunflowers, sugarcane, which I never really like doing if I'm being honest. What are these other fields? Didn't we click on like everything? I guess I didn't click on like the rice, but I knew it wasn't like a rice field. All right then. Maybe it's nothing. Ah, nothing's probably planted there yet. That's probably why. All right, let's get this thing. Actually, I'll leave it unfolded. And let's go get started on this other field. I'll get started on this other field, and then I'm gonna run up to the store and get some horse food. And then I'll meet you guys back. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll get a worker started on this. I'm gonna run up to the store and get some. I'll get the crew up there to load us up some bags of food. And then yeah, we'll come back to the farm and drop that off. I won't be able to unload it until we're done planting and rolling these fields and such, but yeah, I'll at least get it back to the farm. All right, the crew got us all loaded up here. I'm just gonna kind of spin around and head out, but before I go, I'm just gonna do I'm gonna take one lap around the store here and see if I can see any collectibles. Oh, do I want to drive in there? Yeah, let's drive in there. Although I think what the rule should be is I can only pick up the collectibles if I'm on a horse. I'm gonna make. Oh, there's one right there. Okay, but that'll be the new rule. We can only do it if we're on the horse. I wonder if there's any more. That way we got to ride around and go find them and pick them up. I know I picked up some when we were checking out the cave and I wasn't on the horse, but I think that'll be the new rule. We can only pick it up when we're on the horse. So we know there's one up here. Nice. That means we got to ride all the way up here. I wonder if there's any more. Collectibles just became this side quest that I didn't even really expect at all, but it's fun. I wonder if there's one kicking around here. Nah, we'll figure it out after. Okay, but we know there's one up there. We just got to ride up there and get it. I think that'll be better. At least that'll force me to have to ride around the whole map. It won't just be like I can cruise around in the truck and go find them. We would have to ride, like, because there's like going to be some, there's going to be some like up here. Like obviously we found a bunch here. There's going to be some in the corn maze all up in here. So it'd be like a far ride, but that might be what we have to do like in the winter time and stuff when we're just waiting. In the fall we'll go ride around and see how many collectibles that we can find. So let's go over here. And I think I'll just park the truck. Yeah, I'll probably just honestly park the truck just like this. Right there. Open that tailgate. We'll shut this thing down. Jump out of it. Let's go jump in this tractor and just see. Yeah, if we zoom in on our map, see how this plant is going. Not too bad. Not too bad. I can't wait till we can get field number 4. 64,000 bucks. Now, we'll be able to get that once we sell off some of the horses. Let's go take a look at the... Oh, yes, because we got 2 of these now. So I put all the mares in our new pasture, put the ladies in the new penthouse, you know what I mean? And the boys got the OG barn. The stallions are in there. This must be Groovy. Yeah, Groovy will probably get up to about that $30,000, that 30,000 mark, which is going to be awesome value level. This is a brand new horse. Like Mufasa's so young, 2 months old, already worth almost 5K. Same with Applejack, 1 month old and worth 5K. So like these horses will be really, really valuable as the time goes on, and we didn't have to spend anything. So I'm actually going to have to put them into the spreadsheet. I'll put them in the spreadsheet, and they're just going to be no purchase price. They'll be just sale prices. And I think I'm going to keep doing that. I'm going to have the pasture set up so that the mares and the stallions are apart so that we can control when they start to breed. So that way we can bring in one of the stallions just into the pasture whenever we're ready to breed those mares. And then we can also kind of pick which stallion we put in, like whatever our highest value stallion at that point is, we can put in with the mares. And hopefully we'll get to a point where, okay, yeah, these guys are not completely done. We're going to have to run around the edge of this field, which is fine. Yeah, I'm just going to drop this down. But yeah, like hopefully we can get to the point where we just have so many, it'll kind of depend, like I would like to have like 50 horses, and that we're just it's almost like a cycle where we breed them, we're getting new horses by the time the other ones are ready to be sold, like then we can get new ones are born and all this stuff. But the problem with that is I have to ride these things every day, and it's hard. Well, it's not hard, but if we have 50 horses, riding 50 of them each month is going to be so time consuming, so absolutely time consuming. So I just gotta kind of balance that. Like, what's the perfect amount of horses that we can have that isn't like such a project to have to ride them each day, but we also have 100 collectibles that we need to find, or 99 left. So, you know, we gotta find those. It's like Pokemon balls. We gotta catch them all. Yeah, I'm gonna go park this planter kind of over in the back 40 here, like where we had it. Danny's out here patrolling. What are you doing, Danny? That dog. Alright, let's drop those right there. Now, I kind of want to go swap tractors again so we can unload that food. Kind of AI worker completed their task. Okay, perfect. This is a good time to swap tractors, I think. The only thing is we gotta fold these units up if we want to swap them over. Let's just get this tractor out of the way. And then we'll go unload those bags of food, drop it into... I don't think... Well, I know... Do I know that? I don't think we'll be able to fit all of the food in the one pasture. We might have to go put some in the OG pasture as well. Okay, let's go grab our... We'll go grab the pallet forks. And try and unload those bags. Those bags might actually be pretty heavy for this little 3650. It should do it, but... Yeah, like it definitely would. Like in real life, it definitely would be able to unload it. Okay, let's get connected onto these. Oh, that was perfect. I guess I probably could have used the spike just to get through the top of it, but we'll use these forks. Can we thread the needle here? Nice. Hopefully I can just hang it right over and it'll just drop in real nice for us. Hopefully, of course. Yep, I did. Well, okay, let's just jump out here and take a look. Yeah, we get 9,000 liters of food in there. I wonder what I've got in here. There's 40, 49. I think I might bring that other bag over here, to be honest. I think I might. If we gotta go buy a couple more, that's fine. It's not really the end of the world. The horses don't go through that much food. Plus, we do have hay and carrots, but it's nice to have a good balance. Although we did dump a bunch of oats in that other... This is where it gets tricky. I'm just going to put the oats in this one, because we put a bunch of oats in that last pasture when we harvested last time. We put all of the oats in there, so I'm thinking, if anything, that's going to be light on hay, which we can obviously go put a bunch of hay in there. Is that all that it'll take? Okay. Well, that answers that. Let's go put the rest in that other one. I thought these bags only had 1,000 liters in them. They must have 2. Well, that's okay then. At least that thing is, or that pasture is right full of food. There we go. Okay. Well, there we go. We got a new pasture built. We got the ladies over there to test it out, break it in. They'll probably make it pretty nice. The boys got the place all to themselves. Our fields are almost done being planted. Well, they're definitely done being planted, but the whole rolling and situation is almost done. But what we now need to do is we need to get hooked onto our nitrogen. We got to start dealing with some of the nitrogen. So I want to put this front weight back on. And I'm going to go spread some nitrogen on these fields, I'm just going to go see whatever we can get on each field. I don't know the exact levels of everything. I haven't went and checked. I don't even really know, like, because we spread nitrogen on it before we were, like, when I was doing all my field prep. So it might not take too much, but we'll see. We got 1,266 liters in this tank right now, so we'll be able to know right away. It'll only spread what it needs to, since I have it set to automatic, so we'll see. We can just tab back over in a second and find out. Fire this truck back up. Jeez, this truck's starting a little rough. Let's park this thing. Yeah, that thing's starting a little rough. Might have to get some new belts or something for it. Good lord. Yeah, see, so this thing isn't even putting down anything on this field. I'm just going to let it finish off, and just in case a little bit needs to get down on the edge or something, but we're still at 1,266 liters, so I'm thinking it's probably not even going to put anything down anywhere. It's probably just maxed right out to where it is. You know what? Yeah, I'm just actually going to take it off. What we'll do is we'll let a growth cycle get through on it, and then we'll come test it after. It should be the same thing for all these other fields, since I did the same process of cultivating the fields. We did the lime, we did the fertilizer, but I'm just going to leave this connected on in case we... because we're going to need it right next month when we start doing our chores, we're riding the horses and stuff like that. I cannot forget to mulch this year. I cannot forget to mulch this year. You guys can't let me forget to mulch after we harvest the oats. Okay, deal? Okay. Um, AI worker has finished their task. I'm going to get this last field rolled out. What I'll do is I'll bring you guys back in April once these fields are done, rolled out, and we'll be going through applying nitrogen, and I'll be riding the horses and getting all their health right up to snuff. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. We're just back here. It is April, and I need to deal with weeds. We always got to deal with weeds. I almost forgot about it this year, but I don't know what. I was like, oh yeah, it's just we're growing now. We planted, we're good to go. Nope, weeds. So I got the field kind of the furthest to the east there behind us done. And I'm going to set a worker doing these fields right now. I'm just going to hop out actually, and I'm going to run over and we're going to go ride some of the horses and get some of their health up. Let's open the gates. No one will run away, I don't think. I wonder if having them separated like this will kind of make it easier so that they don't like get like kind of like jammed out, if that makes sense. Just open the gate just to jump over it. Where all of a sudden I can't access one of the deers. One of the horses. I just go up to them and they kind of the little analog box doesn't pop up. I don't know if that'll change anything. I hope it does. I hope it does because I hate having to reset the game. One thing that's weird with my game right now, and so I kind of wanted to talk about this because I don't know how to fix it, and I have one idea left, and it's not really going. I don't know what's going to happen. Basically, and maybe someone can help me with this. I really hope someone can. When I try to start a new game save, it won't load any new maps. It won't load any new game. And this isn't really anything to do with Oats and Goats, just like in FS25 in general. I don't know what is going on. It seems like after one of the updates, it's bugged out. And because there's been a new bunch of new maps that have come out, and I've tried to load them up just to go check them out and see like what they're like. But every time I go, I'll be on my loading screen. It gets to 100%. I click start and nothing happens. The game just kind of like it doesn't freeze. Like it still's kind of like it's trying to run, but it won't open a new game save. It won't happen. Luckily, the older ones that I had saved will work. Like Oats and Goats will open. I haven't checked the Hard Times Hog Farm or Tassie. I haven't logged on to those in a while, but I have a couple other maps that I had set up where I would do tutorials on and stuff like that, and I would do some testing, and those maps will open, but no new ones will. So what I'm thinking is I have to re-download the whole game. I think something's just jammed out, and I might have to re-download the whole game. But obviously, I'm extremely worried that if I do that, I'm going to lose all my game saves, including this one. And so if I lost this game save, that would be really, really like crappy. It wouldn't be impossible to build it. Like I could recreate everything sort of, like I could take down how much money I have and the equipment and kind of all that stuff, and I could rebuild the farm so it looked the same. I could redo basically everything. The only thing that would be different is like maybe I wouldn't have the canola in the silos, which doesn't really matter. It's like 2,000 liters. Maybe some of the farm would look slightly different, like if I couldn't put everything exactly back where it was. Maybe the horse names, like I could change the horse names, but their values would be off a little bit. Things like that. I just don't know, but I don't know what to do to fix my game not being able to open new game saves. I don't know if there's a way to like debug it or something without actually having to re-download the whole game. So if anyone out there is more techie than I am and knows what to do, I would really appreciate some advice. Otherwise, I'm probably gonna have to do that, and it's gonna be an insane amount of work to rebuild everything so I can keep filming these episodes. I don't know. I don't really know what to do. I do not know what to do. But I'll get it sorted. I was really hoping that maybe some new updates would come out and it would kind of like unjam everything, if that makes sense, but I don't know. I'm not too sure. Okay, back to Oats and Goats though. We got to get all these horses rode, which we have our little loop around here. I still want to go get some of the collectibles. I kind of like our rule that we can only get collectibles if we're on a horse now. I think that's a good one because we'll be able to get the collectibles that are like quote unquote close to the farm, but anything kind of far away, we'll have to, really have to ride to go get, which I think is kind of like a fair trade-off. I think because now I want to collect them all, but it is kind of just like a cheesy free $5,000. So I don't want to go, I think I'm gonna wait a little bit till we're making some better money so that it's not just like a cheesy way to just go. Because like say we just take a horse one day, ride around and find like 10 of them, and it's just like a cheesy kind of 50K. I don't know. I don't want it to be like that. I honestly did not know. Dead serious. I knew there was collectibles on certain maps. See, like now I can't even brush this horse. Yeah, can't even brush this horse, and there should be three in this pen, and there's not. So that didn't fix that weird little thing. But yeah, I knew there's collectibles on maps, and I don't even know if I've never really went and got collectibles. Once in a while, I've found something weird on different maps, hit the key, and it's like, oh, collectible. And maybe you did collect money, and I just completely forgot. It's never something I ever really focused on until we went to the cave, and there was just those golden apples sitting on the paths. I had no idea. So I don't, yeah, I don't, I want to collect them though now. It's like there's like 100 and some out there, but I don't want it just to be like a cheeky way to get cash. Yeah, I don't know. So we'll only kind of go get collectibles once in a while, maybe. Something like that. Or maybe what we'll do is something like on Halloween or something each year. In October each year, we'll go for a ride after the fields are ready to go for winter and stuff. We'll go for a ride and see if we can get some Halloween treats and find some golden apples. Maybe that's what we'll do. We'll just kind of save it for something like that. Take the horses for some long rides, go tour around the map a little bit, and yeah, yeah. Once we start progressing more and like where we're making better money, and like $5,000 isn't like it's not making or breaking the bank, then we'll go really search for some more. But yeah, I think early game I should just wait. So that's yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it, probably. Still like a bit of a challenge on these series, even though like we will get it. We just gotta slowly grind through and build the horse value up, ride them, do all that stuff, and we'll make good money. Plus the nice thing too is we don't really, other than I want to get that other field just to kind of keep our farm going, we're not going to need crazy amounts of money all the time. Like we don't really need any other bigger equipment. If something really good came through on sale, like maybe, but all our fields are small enough that the equipment that we have, it's not really like 6 meter hoeing unit. Like that does that field pretty quick. It probably takes like 3 or 4 minutes to get that field done. That's not that bad. It's not like we got some crazy 100-acre field where we've got to be spending 800 grand on a tractor with 700 horse to get the biggest, cultivators or harrows pulled across it, which is kind of nice. It's also, like I said, it's kind of weird that I'm just so used to these last few gameplay series where we were doing big field work because we had to put a lot of food and stuff through to the animals. Like that was a big thing. It's not such a struggle to feed these animals. I've said this in previous episodes. I'm just still kind of getting through it in my mind. Like it's nice that we're just not going through 150,000 liters of pig food every month and we're like struggling to keep them fed. The horses like barely eat anything. The goats just eat the meadow. They eat like nothing. So it's kind of nice. All right, let's just see. What do we got here? Groovy. Groovy was such a good pull. Such a good pull. This horse is almost worth like 30K. This will be it'll be getting to a good point too. Whoa, Groovy's only 98%. 98% riding. Let's go for a quick little spin here around the field. This is also like a good number of horses. It's like it's a good number of horses to manage. It's not too bad to have to ride the horses. See, that one won't let me get on. Mufasa. This is a new horse where I didn't just check right there. The value was like around 5 grand, which is crazy for for a little one. This would be a colt. No, technically speaking, we probably wouldn't be riding a colt when it's 5 months old, but you know, it is what it is. But yeah, we don't need tons of cash. We paid back mom and dad. We have all the equipment that we have. We definitely can get through because we just did. And once we harvest all these oats, next year we'll plant some grass fields so that we can get a bunch of hay set aside. Once we can do a good oat harvest, I think we'll do a good grass harvest. Get a bunch of we could either get some grass bales for the goats, and we can do a bunch of hay bales for the horses. Get that kind of stocked away in our storage facility. If we do a bunch of these fields with bales, we'll get 15, 20 bales probably yeah, maybe 10 bales off of everything combined, something like that. Yeah, 10, 15 bales. Get that. So yeah, we might get more. Now that I'm thinking about it, we might get more. Either way, we'll go do a good grass harvest, get some good bales. Then we could jump back onto oats and just kind of go back and forth like that as we need with the food. Slowly sell the horses and get this field that's to my right so that we can kind of dedicate one of these fields to grass and then the rest to oats and just keep stockpiling hay and stuff. Even if we get a surplus of hay at one point, we can go sell it. Like we wouldn't make a ton of cash on it, but if we were getting a surplus on it, we could go sell it. And same with the oats. We probably will get to a point where we're on quite a bit of a surplus and we can just sell off the oats. Yeah, Mufasa's 3 months old and already almost worth 6 grand. That's awesome. That is very, very awesome. Okay, let's jump over to. We're just getting set to do headlands here, and then we're gonna keep going on weeds. Perfect. Okay, well, what I think we're going to do is I think we're going to end the episode here. And I'm just going to kind of keep plugging along, doing these weeds, get these fields set. And, next. Oh, that's one thing I wanted to do just before we end this episode. I do this all the time. I forgot. We have a contract to accept, or that we did. We did a plowing contract, if you guys remember. Towards the end of last episode, I was going to go do it. I did, and I always try to wait to collect it with you guys, so just you can see that. And I always forget. I always forget. I always got to be checking the missions to make sure we're collecting our cash. Like, well, let's just check while we're in here. Is there something I should go do off camera? No, there's nothing really. Yeah, no, we're not going to go do any of those. Okay, yeah, I think we're gonna end this episode there. I'll bring you back in episode, yeah, the next episode. We will be harvesting all of these oats. We obviously got to ride the horses and do a bunch of stuff. I don't know exactly when exactly we're gonna be selling the next horse or a couple of horses, but we'll kind of get all of that sorted. And really, hopefully we can sell one of the horses next episode, potentially Groovy, and start to get that next field. Obviously, in the fall of next episode, once we're harvesting, there'll be a bunch of contracts that we got to go do. We'll keep scraping together some cash, and we will definitely go for a ride and try and get a couple collectibles in October. So, thanks so much as always for watching. If anyone has any tips on what I could do to make it so I don't have to like delete my game and re-download it, that would be super handy to get it fixed. I would really appreciate that. If you haven't done so already, I truly appreciate it if you could hit that like, hit the sub, the notification bell, all that stuff. It really does help the channel, and yeah, I would really appreciate it a bunch. But don't ever feel like you have to, of course. I hope you guys have a good afternoon, morning, evening, whenever it is that you're watching this, and I will see you guys on the next episode. Have a good one, everybody. Okay, so I'm just jumping in the old Massey Ferguson combine right now. We're gonna get this bad boy fired up, and we gotta get these fields worked. We've got 2 oat fields here. The neighbor's got a barley field right beside us that also needs to be harvested. It wasn't a good contract out for that. But, okay, so I'm going to unfold this unit. And I want to make sure, I just got to make sure the straw swath is off. Oh, I always do that. I've been doing that since FS22. I open the menu and I try to hit escape to close that menu. I do it every time. I just can't break that habit. I don't know what it is. All right, let's set a worker to start. Let's set a worker to start cutting this field. I might even jump over. I'm going to jump over to this tractor. Let's just run, and I'm going to kind of just show you what I've done with the horses. So I bought a few more horses. So in this pen, in the OG pen, what I've got are all of our stallions. So there should be Mufasa, Applejacks here, and then this one's Urko. So I just bought this horse, Urko. Urko costs 7,400 bucks. I got my actual spreadsheet I can pull up for the actual ones, but Urko has got really, really good genetics. He's just over 2 years old, 25 or 26 months now. And I bought Urko to breed with the mares. Now, I'm going to keep this pen that we have over here, the new one, with all mares, except I've got one stallion in here. Groovy should be in here somewhere. Where's Groovy? That's Opal. There's Groovy. So Groovy's in here with the mares. Now, Opal is not pregnant. Which one? Penelope is not. But I'm hoping... Okay, I don't know what horse that is. It's not showing us because it just isn't showing us. There's Groovy again. Groovy's wandering around. So there's Millie. Millie is pregnant. She's 54% ready to go. And this is a new one, Haka, that I bought. This is a new mare. So the reason I bought another one as well. Let's go in, since it's not popping up, let's go this way. So this is our mares. So I bought Brownie and Haka. These are the two new mares that I brought, and I put Groovy in this pen to hopefully he can like reproduce with all of them. I had Urko in here, or Urka. Is it Urka or Urko? I can't even remember. Let's go look. Urko. I had Urko in here because that was my plan. Was that I bought a really, really valuable stallion and I put it in with all the mares, and it said like no suitable mate, which I didn't really understand, but doesn't matter. I got Groovy in there now, and it doesn't show that no suitable mate anymore. It just says pregnant no. So I'm hoping that with Groovy in here for a couple months, some of these mares will get pregnant, and then they can have offspring. If it's not working, I'll take some of the other stallions and bring them in. I'm gonna leave Mufasa and Applejack and that other one for now because they're our youngest stallions, and I'm just gonna keep riding them and let their value increase. And between Urko, Groovy, Applejack, and Mufasa, I'll be keeping. I don't know. I'll keep at least like probably 2 or 3 stallions at all points, and then I'll just keep mares in here. And I think as the little ones, the little fowls, yeah, the little fillies are born. No, foals. Foals are the baby horses. Fillies are female. Colts are the male. So as the little foals are born, we'll decide if they're like a female or a male. We'll either keep the stallions, or we'll just breed them and get their value up a little bit and then sell them off. I'm just going to keep everything separate for now, and then we can kind of control the breeding, I think. And as that happens, we'll move them back and forth and just make a plan from there of how we can sell them. Because Mufasa, like if we look at Mufasa and Applejack, they're already worth like 7,000 bucks, and this is free money essentially. Like this, we got like 13 grand here just sitting. They didn't cost us a single penny. They were just born. So I don't really know. I think we'll just sell them off as we kind of get too many horses for me to ride, like, and keep on top of that. I think we'll slowly sell them off. Now, the goats, I wanted to go in, and I think we're going to sell off some of the goats. This one's frozen. Let's go into this is our list of goats. So these are all the actual goats. And then these are the rams. And we've got some pretty valuable rams just sitting down here. So I don't know exactly what I'm going to do with the rams just yet, but I got to get more food in the pen here. They're slowly run out of food. That's another thing on our list to do today, is to get more food in for these guys. And then as they go, I'm going to sell off some of the rams, I think. And I'll keep the female goats, and I'll work on just selling some of the rams. And as the little ones grow up, we'll just try to keep that cycle going. Let's go back and check on... Oh yeah, Combine's doing good here. Let's get this fired up. Get this fired up. Let's go check in on this Combine and see how good it's doing. 25% full. I think now we might actually have to use the tractor and trailer to actually do a grain dump this harvest. This is going to be our biggest oat harvest. I'm very excited. We're going to have a ton of, an absolute ton of horse food, because now that we'll have the oats, we've got carrots going with the greenhouse. Let's jump over to this tractor real quick. Let's hook onto our front detachers and go get a bale dropped in. But we'll have a ton of oats for the horses. We have our carrots going. And my plan is, I don't know exactly which fields just yet, because I'm going to just kind of, I might just do 2 fields, like our 2 new bigger kind of fields I might just do this with. But what I'm going to do is, oh, the wrong button. I'm going to plant grass. We're going to plant grass, and then we're going to get another cut, or we'll get a cut of grass so we can make hay at the end of this year. I think if I plant grass right now, I'll be able to get a cut in like November, which would be like technically the final cut if we had like a full-time grass field. And then it'll still give us time that we can plant our cover crop in the fall, and then we can mulch that into the ground in the spring. And if we do it on enough fields, I might do it on all the fields. Like I might plant grass on all the fields. I don't know exactly just yet. Okay, let's bring that bale out. We'll go drop this in. This is actually a grass bale, which is fine for the old goats. And then we've got a bale of hay. We've got a couple bales of hay in that horse pen. I put in there just kind of like as decoration, if you will. But I think I might go pull them out, and just put them in here so the goats got some extra food. We can still always go buy some bales if need be. But I don't really have a trailer or anything to load them on, so I don't know if I'll actually do that now. I don't know if this is going to work either. We're going to try this. Alright, team. Look out. I'm coming through. Look out. Thank you. It's okay, I'm walking here. Alright, let's grab one of these bales out of here. Oh. Horses are laughing at me because I can't drive the tractor. Oh no! I pushed them in. I pushed those in. Oh well. We're gonna have to get tricky. We're gonna have to tricky to get those out. Whoa, sorry. Excuse me. Alright. Well, I'm gonna have to get fancy or something to push those out. I don't know exactly what I'll do, but I'll get those bales out. Let's just park this for right now. Let's jump over. Okay, this is 40% full. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just kind of get a few things set with the goats. I'm going to just kind of go through. I want to look at the production facilities a little bit quick. I'll bring you back as this oat harvest progresses, and we'll be doing some field prep. We've got to cultivate these fields and kind of do all that stuff. I'll bring you back in just one sec. Alright, I'm just headed up to the store. The oat harvest is coming along nicely. What I decided to do is buy us a little trailer. I bought us a little trailer that can haul, it'll be able to haul bales around for us, and it'll also be able to haul some pallets of milk. It's not a super big trailer, it only costs us $6,000. It'll just be super handy as we go on a little bit more. We could do the bales with it. It'll be nice. Plus, we're going to have to pull those pallets of milk somewhere at some point, and we're not getting too many of the pallets, which is nice. So I figure having this trailer will be good, and I couldn't get the bales out of the little decoration thing that I put down, so they're kind of stuck in there for right now. So what I decided to do is buy a bale and buy this little trailer. Look at this. Cutest little trailer you ever did see. But it'll be perfect for us for right now, because we really don't need nothing too big or fancy. Now this trailer does have auto loading features, which will be nice for when we're doing the bales. Which I could have probably just tested right now, but I just had this tractor with the forks on it, so I figured I'd bring it down. Get her centered on there a little better. Cutest little trailer we ever did see, which is perfect because we'll be able to just kind of park it away somewhere easy. Strap that bale down. Jeez, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 6, 7 straps for one bale. Not too bad. This thing is going nowhere. I think the game knows how bad I am at pulling trailers, so maybe it did that. Because we'll roll a trailer real quick. So we spent a little bit of money. We're not looking super good on money, but that's okay. That's okay because we have a bunch of stuff that we need. We also got to go for a ride here in the fall. Once we get our grass fields and stuff all sorted, we're gonna go for a ride with the horses, and we're gonna try and find a couple more collectibles. I think there's still more along this street that we didn't find. Like I don't know if I remember going through and checking all these houses. But there's got to be more. There's got to be more along these houses for sure. But we're gonna end up getting to the point where all the close ones we find, and we're gonna have to ride pretty far to find the collectibles, which is fine. I kind of like that we've set the rule that we can only find them when we're on the horses, or we can only collect them when we're on the horses. We'll probably inevitably find a few just kicking around. Alright, let's pull over. We'll throw this bale in with the goats. Yeah, see, we got a pallet of milk there, and then we also have more pallets kind of in the shipping storage shed. Oh my god, where's going to be a good spot that I do this? Right here will be fine. So I think we got about 6,000 liters worth of milk that we're going to have to deal with. Which I don't know exactly how much money we'll get for that. Probably nothing too crazy, but my plan is just kind of to stockpile it for a while, and then we can... Well, maybe we will. Maybe I'll take some in every now and then. Let's go find out once we drop this hay in for these goats. Drop that in for them. Alright, let's shut this down and let's go take a look in here. So we've got this pallet sitting out here. Yeah, this is... It says 100 kgs. Goat milk, 165 liters. Usually it's 1,000 liters per, is it not? So I've got 5,000 liters stored in our shipping unit right here. Where are my goats at? This really doesn't tell us. Does it tell us how much milk we got in here? Goats are always just jumping around. I don't know if I can get in here. Yeah, there's no tab. Okay. Usually it tells you like how much milk your barn's got. That's weird. Like this is just the shipping one. Like this isn't actually the barn itself. Well, it doesn't really matter. We got 5,000 liters sitting in here. That definitely tells us that. And then we've got this pallet sitting out here. So if we come into our time-saving stock check, let's hide what we can't sell. Okay, we got 14 grand in milk. That's not too bad. That could help us out. A little bit of hay, a little bit of grass. Oats, 127 liters of oats. We do have that canola that we got to go take off and sell at some point. A ton of carrots sitting as well. But the carrots are just going to be for the horses. We're not going to go sell off carrots. Those will just be for the horses. Now let's go check. Oh my god. We ended up doing... That's hilarious. We actually ended up doing a bit of a grain dump into that trailer. It was just sitting here. That's actually so funny. I've never accidentally did a grain dump before. That's unbelievable, actually. That's so funny. This tractor was just parked in the perfect spot that whenever it went to turn around... Look at this, might happen again. That's so funny. Unbelievable. Alright. Let's just spin this guy around and we'll just wait. I'm going to park this out of the way. That's awesome that that happened, though. Okay, let's hook back onto our trailer here and get this parked away. Yeah, I'm thinking we'll plant some grass fields so that we can get some cuts of hay. Or I might even just do some grass bales and keep them separate for the goats as well. The goats will eat either grass or hay, so it doesn't really matter what we do for them. The horses will only eat hay, though. I know that. Almost got to make a little parking spot for it. Right there. Maybe we should go into our build mode here. And we'll make a little parking spot for this trailer. Actually, that'll be our little parking spot. Now, I kind of messed up this. There we go. That'll be our little trailer parking spot. I could even make another one beside it for the grain trailer, or like our little dump trailer. There we go. There we go. Looking pretty sharp around these parts. I wonder if we could even... Let's go into this. We gotta scroll down. Let's put some fences around these silos. We don't really have a ton of money to spend here. See how much this costs. Okay. Geez, 1,500 bucks. But it's all about making the farm look cool, so... There. Farm looks a little bit cooler now. That's what we gotta do it for the sty points. We also gotta feed Danny. Go make sure Danny's got some food. Whoa, run right past the bull. Here he comes. Oh yeah, hot pursuit. The Danny Tona 500 as soon as that food hits the bowl, hey? Yep. Yep, that's our boy. Okay, let's jump over. Take a look at this harvest. Now, what I might do actually, let's fire up this tractor. Let's kick this off. Yeah, we'll drop that trailer. We're going to grab the 3650 and we'll hook onto that trailer. What we're going to go do right now is grab our cultivators so that we can cultivate this field. Actually, what I might do instead, it doesn't really matter, but let's just do, I'm going to go spread some lime across that field. You don't really have to do it each harvest, but you can do it each harvest. You know, it's kind of one of those things, and I think we might as well. Let's go like this. And I'll back up in here. There we go. Off we go. All right, let's go spread some. Let's spread some lime on this field. Now, what we could be checking as well, I haven't checked in a while. Let's just dig into our. These fields ended up getting so much better. 91, 92 environmental scores. That's awesome. These fields will get better. They will get way better. I can't wait till we can afford to buy this field as well. I'm thinking, depending on how this harvest goes, I would maybe just dedicate one of these fields to just be grass so we don't got to replant and mess with it each year. But I would kind of like it once we get the environmental and score everything up to then maybe dedicate one field to just grass. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I don't got any for sure plans with that just yet, but I can't wait till we can get this field. But we need 60 grand. Now, we'll be able to go do some contracts this fall, which is great. And we could sell some of the horses, and we will be able to sell some of the goats. So we got not a ton of money right now, but by the time next spring pops around, we'll be sitting better. We'll be able to get ourselves back up to that 100,000 marker pretty good, I think. Pretty okay. We could always sell Groovy. The reason I don't want to sell Groovy is I bought Urko, but Urko wasn't able to reproduce with the mares that we have. And when I put Groovy in there, it was like, yep, good to go. So I just got to figure out why that is. If like what certain stallions work with certain horses. So I don't want to sell Groovy until that happens. Yeah, I don't want to sell Groovy until that happens. I don't really want to sell Mufasa and Applejack for a while either if we don't have to, but it's going to take a while for them to really get up to that $20,000 or $30,000 mark. What I've kind of been noticing is it seems like the value for the horses really hit once they're past that 2 year mark, right? Or sorry, even getting closer to like that 4 year mark. Because like Groovy is now almost 4 years old and is like the value has really started to skyrocket. Urko 26. I don't know. We just got to see how all this goes. Maybe I just got to let Urko grow a little bit more. These guys are only 5 months old. It would take a lot of months of game time before they're actually up and good to go. I don't know. Still kind of learning this mod and figuring it out and trying to figure out what the best strategy is. But I think for now, our best strategy is going to be kind of what we did, where we stick with. Here, let's set a worker rate on this field right now, where we stick with keeping the mares and the stallions separate, and we just try to control the breeding as best we can. I'm gonna go dump this grain. Even though I don't really got it, I'm gonna go dump it in. That's crazy that we did an accidental grain dump into that trailer. That is actually pretty funny. And we just got 2 more fields to harvest. And so we'll do our pH on all these fields. Then I'll go through and I'll apply whatever I can for nitrogen. I'll just set the workers. We probably won't really end up applying that much nitrogen to the fields in the big scheme of things. And then we will get the grass planted, get everything cultivated, get the grass planted, all that stuff. Oh my god. You guys, I just remembered. Oh, I just remembered. We almost forgot. I say we, but I almost forgot. What did we almost forget to do? Almost. We just did harvest. Put in the comment section what we forgot to do last time, but we're not going to forget to do this time. I'll give you a second. I'll give you a second to put it in the comment section. Put it in. Don't cheat, Don't go back once you realize what we've almost forgotten. But put it in the comment section. I'm going to give you a little break here. I'm going to put a cut in, and when I come back, we'll know exactly what we almost forgot to do. Mulch. The answer was mulch. We forgot to mulch all our fields last time. We are not going to forget to mulch the fields this time. I got the tractor sitting here kind of just ready to go. I'm going to wait until all of our oat harvest is completed, and then I'm going to go through and we're going to do all of these fields together. We'll go through and we'll do all of these fields together. It won't take too long to mulch all of the fields, but that's going to be the plan right now. Let's jump back over to this tractor. So we got 10,322 liters in this trailer. I'm going to go through and I'm going to dump some into each of the pastures. Now, I just want to double check before I dump in here. Okay, we've got 11,000 liters worth of food. What I want to check. Hay, root crops. Okay, base food. That's what we're missing in here. So we can basically fill the rest of this barn with this oats, and that's going to balance out their food pretty good. I just don't want to put too many oats in if we're missing some of the root crops or some of the hay. If we have to go buy another hay bale, then that's what we'll do. But this one will be fine if we dump all of these oats in. Take about half. Never mind. This thing takes 20,000 liters of food. I forgot. Let's head over to the other one. Combine is just giving her. Now this one doesn't hold as much food as the other one. This one only holds 10,000 liters. Same thing though, I just want to double check. Let's go to the other pasture. Okay, so base food, hay, and root crops. So we're good. Yeah, we can dump the rest of this. Even though this isn't going to fill it, we'll dump this in. Okay, there we go. Oats. There's Danny. Now, I don't know if we'll actually have to use... How much do we got in here? 50% full. I don't think we'll actually have to use the trailer anymore. We could probably just park this trailer away and we can just pull around with the combine to dump in whatever's left. Actually, no, we won't. Let's go get some grain pulled out of that combine. We'll dump it into the horse pen, and then that way, once it's done, we can just use the combine to pipe out right into the silos. This should be the last pass on this field anyways, that we can kind of just cruise alongside. There we go. Then we'll set a worker to finish off that last field. And Robert is your dad's brother. We will be good to go. We still gotta do a bunch of stuff this episode. We've gotta ride a bunch of the horses. And we gotta go look for some collectibles. That's definitely what we gotta do. Hold the pipe back in. Actually, why didn't it dump all of that? Oh, because it finished its task. That's why. Yep, there we go. We'll get a worker set to do this final field. Alright, let's go dump this into that last pasture. And then I might even throw a front weight on this tractor and go run around with the lime just to do this last field. This will get these horses good to go. Okay, there we go. That's full. And we actually have a little bit of a surplus. We're going to have more than a surplus, or we won't have just a little bit. Last time we had a little bit. We had 127 liters surplus. That's good though. Our oat production is getting better. It's getting better. We're able to keep up. Now we just got to plant grass and do that. We'll get some hay bales stored away so that we can really have food stocked away for both the horses and the goats. Leave that right there. Kind of parking trailers crooked. That's okay. Let's go throw a front weight on. I'm going to do lime on this field that just was completed. There we go. It would be nice if some big square baling contracts came up and we could go take our square baler out. But they will pop up every now and then. Every now and then there's a good square baling contract. We could always bale our oats. We could. I just don't know what to do with the bales. I mean, we could sell them, but you really don't make that much money from straw bales. Especially we would get like 15 straw bales. I don't even know what straw is worth per 1,000 liters, but I mean, we could do it next time. Maybe we will. Maybe next harvest we will. Now that we got that little bale trailer, we could go do some straw bales. Let's go see what straw. 50 bucks per 1,000 liters. Not the greatest. Okay, while we're in here though, I want to check and see when we should be taking in our milk. I should know this since we built a dairy empire, but is it different from goat milk? It's probably different. January, 3,000 bucks per liter or per 1,000 liters. Okay, so January, we got to take the milk in January. Bottled milk is less. I think it's because you get more. Yeah, that's why. What's goat cheese? Goat cheese is 1,800 bucks. Okay. Well, we'll take the milk in January. Where are we going with it? Didn't even look. Oh, just to... Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. You wouldn't take it to the market or anything like that. That does make sense. I should have known. Should have known. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this oat field finished up. Get this oat field finished up with the harvest. I'm going to spread lime on it since it's only going to take a second. This is a pretty small field to spread lime on. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go through and we're going to mulch all of our fields. Once the mulching's done, we'll then work on nitrogen. See what we got to do through nitrogen. I just, before I go, let's go look at our... Jeez, it's just black. What does that mean? Outdated data. Okay, so we got to deal with that. We're going to have to go pay... We're going to have to get different samples done. Okay. These fields are looking not too bad. Which... That's the one. 6. Okay. Getting better. Everything's getting better. Everything is getting way better, which is great. This field's nitrogen is getting better. This is obviously not a field anymore. This is just our horse pen. Outdated data. We're going to have to get some soil samples done, purchase soil information, and figure out what's going on this field. These ones should be good for a little bit. Okay, that's good to know. All right, like I said, I'll bring you back once we are getting ready to start mulching. All right, we got our fields all mulched. I also went ahead and I did nitrogen on all the fields. I'm just going to kind of park the header trailer away here, and then we're going to go off and we got more chores and stuff to do. So let's get this parked away. And you know what? Oh my God. It's like, I can't believe this. I went in to look at contracts and there is a square baling contract on field 16, which I think I'm just going to accept it. We're not going to go do it right this second, but I'm going to accept it so that we got it kind of in the pocket, if you will. So we got all of the fields. We got all of our nitrogen and stuff dealt with on the fields. Yes, we are. I can't believe it. I swear this game listens to us. It just listens to what we say. Give me winning lottery ticket numbers. That would be cool if the lottery winning ticket numbers came up. Yeah? No? Come on, game. Let's go. We gotta get a farm in real life. I want to plant grass now is I think what the plan is going to be. So if I come in here, if we plant here, it should give us within October and November, we should be able to get a good cut off of everything. So I think I'm going to go ahead and plant the grass. Now I'm going to use the 3650 just so we got the bigger John Deere tractor kicking around. We can either pull the rollers with it or maybe we could go do that baling contract. It doesn't really matter. I think I'm just going to use the little 3650 to plant this grass though. I just got to make sure I have enough seed in here, and then we're going to get a worker set on that, and I want to jump on a few of the horses and take them and get some riding done. I want to get the riding done on Groovy for sure, and I think what I might do even, I don't know, I might wait and do some of the riding on the really young stallions. I don't know. I got to make a good plan when it comes to riding all of the horses and stuff. The ones that are at the higher maturity levels, I think I can probably wait to do some of the riding to when I'm getting closer to selling them. Like within 3 or 4 months of selling them, just make sure that I'm riding them every day, get their fitness and everything up to 100%, and then sell them. I don't know if I really need to ride them every single day. If that makes sense. Okay, so let's get this grass planted. Now this is a direct drill seeder. I probably won't be doing as much cultivating anymore. I might just mulch and then use the direct drill on this planter. Obviously, we're going to cultivate our oilseed radish into the ground when that's all said and done. But yeah, I don't know if I'll be using the cultivators as much. I'll just be using them for contracts. Is really going to be the main plan. Let's jump back over. I'm just going to shut this down for right now. Let's just go check in on these horses. Where's Groovy at? Where's Millie? Opal. Brownie. Where's Groovy? Groovy's over here eating. Let's go for a spin. Let's take Groove out. Can I just walk? I wonder if I can just walk right over the water thing here. Or does it? Perfect. All right, let's take Groovy. Let's go see if we can find an apple or a collectible. I don't know if we checked real close over here. So I want to start. We'll start kind of in this area. I don't know if I checked this gas station. But we'll check. We'll see what we can find. We got to comb through all these areas. Something tells me I did ride behind here. Oh. Is that one down there, though? Let's ride to the other side. There's got to be... Usually in these POIs, there's one. Check out here in case there's one. Yeah, see right there. Stop. Jump off. Knew there'd be one sitting here. Okay, 98 more to go, everybody. We got 98 more to go. Now, I thought I saw one. I saw. Maybe not. I'm gonna end up... I thought I saw one like tucked in behind there. Let's just roll around to the other side. We'll jump off Groovy for a second. Oh, no, it was these things. That's what I saw. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I'm in crouch mode, so back up the horse here. And we'll check right beside. Like, these ones are the close ones. We're gonna have to eventually really venture off to find these things. And it'll be a bit of an adventure. But 98 more to go? Like, where are these things? Let's go for a stroll over here and see if we can... Like I said, the POIs are the first place that we're going to have to check. But I don't know where 98 of these things are going to be. Like, I really have no idea. There's got to be one. There's got to be one over here somewhere. Imagine you just seen this guy just rolling around looking for golden apples on his horse named Groovy. Keep your eyes peeled, everybody. Keep your eyes peeled. The shopping cart someone didn't put away. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. That is one of my biggest pet peeves in the world. is when people don't put their carts away. So if that's you, I'm not making any assumptions, but I think you should be putting your cart away. I'm really thinking so. I have never, and this is 100% true, I have never left a cart in a parking stall. I just won't do it. I won't do it. I'll always put it away, no matter how far that cart corral is away. I'll always put it away. Okay, nothing at the laundromat. All right, let's check the grocery store. Why did it stop me through there? Come on, Groove. All right. Eyes peeled, ladies and gentlemen. Eyes peeled. Gotta be. We might hop off Groove for a sec here. What I want to check is, like, are they going to be in things like these baskets, you know? Is it hidden? All right, up on the slide here. We got 98 more that we need to find. Just check the ice cream thing. Oh, that's a hot dog. Oh, I think there's both. Cool treats. Oh, maybe it's all just ice cream. Okay. All right, let's check the backside and then we'll head back to the farm. I think the horse doesn't turn very good. Groove has got this wide, like, 18-wheeler turning radius. All right, check in here. I see one. I see one. All right, let's go. Okay, 97 more to go. That's what we're looking for. Now, there's probably nothing on this backside. It'll be up at these houses. That's where we're going to have to go. Well, there might be one more around here. This is a pretty big area. You guys see anything? I'm not seeing nothing. Yeah, there's one more here. Okay. That's going to be good for this run, I think. And then next, we're going to have to go... Okay, 96 more. That's what we're doing. Now we'll have to venture further. That's probably all that's going to be around here. How much riding do we got done on Groovy? Groovy's good to go. All right, let's head back to the farm. Yeah, like all the close ones are going to be done here soon, and we're going to have to venture real far and wide to get the rest of these. Which is fine. Hopefully we can find all of them. Okay, there's one more sitting there. We'll leave that for another time. We'll leave that one for another time. Okay, let's go put Groovy back. And let's go see how planting is coming. Let's brush Groovy. Where's Groovy? Okay, what's Groovy's value going to be at here? Now, someone in the comment section told me they've seen a horse worth 50k using this mod. Now, there is another mod where you can increase the animal value. I don't have that one in, but that is a possibility. Okay, so this horse... What we really need to do is we need to get into the next few months and see what horses in this pen get impregnated by Groovy. And then we'll kind of go through and we'll see what else we can do with goats, because there's going to be a bunch of goats that we can sell. A bunch of rams, at least. The rams value have went up pretty good. Check this. Yeah, our grass is coming along very nicely. Okay, perfect. We're just going to continue on planting this grass, and then I'm going to go through and start rolling it. We'll probably have to pick up the rest of this plant and the rolling and stuff next episode. I potentially might even get it done, get the grass planted and rolled, and then what we might go do is that baling contract next episode, and we'll check in on the goats and all that stuff and kind of get it sorted. So I think that's what we'll do. I think we'll end episode 10 here. We'll kind of pick up everything on episode 11 with all this grass being planted, and then we can go through, and not only can we do the baling on that contract, we'll be able to get a cut of these fields next episode. And we're going to be getting into the fall, so there'll be a bunch of contracts that hopefully pop up, plowing ones, cultivating ones that we can go do. I hope, at least. Okay, this. Will this person finish? Hopefully. Anyways, okay. The AI workers. Me and the AI workers. I don't know what we're going to do, but... Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys so much to everybody who's hit that sub and hit the like and all that stuff. who leaves me comments. Shout out to everybody who's joined the Discord server. I was actually in the Discord server this morning, chatting with there was someone in there playing from Australia, and they told me how dangerous the bull sharks are. You get a bite of a bull shark taken out of you, or the bull sharks will take a bite out of you. I also learned that the huntsman spiders are not as well, they're just as creepy as I thought, but they're not dangerous. So, yeah, shout out to everyone in the Discord who's giving me that knowledge. I still don't think I'm going to Australia. You know, if you live in Australia, shout out to you. Big time shout out to you. Snakes, spiders, sharks. I don't know how you guys do it. I don't know. I don't know. You are much tougher than I. Maybe I'm just a pussy. That's probably what it is. I'm probably just being a baby about it. Thank you guys again so much for watching. I appreciate it like always. I can't tell you how thankful I am for everyone who's hit that sub. We are like, you know what? As of this moment right now, we are at 997 subs, so we are 3 away from 1,000. Now, probably by the time this video comes out, hopefully we'll be over that point. But yeah, just a big thank you to everybody there. I don't know why this worker isn't working. Let me drop this down. I hope you have a good afternoon, morning, evening, whenever it is that you are watching this. Thank you guys again so much. I can't believe 10 episodes of this have went by. The Supercut will be coming out very soon. And yeah, here's to the next 10 episodes. We'll see you guys, and yeah, have a good one.